Noctis, I muted you because I wasn't sure who said that.
Oh yeah, I got him. It was that Prometheus.
I'm back. Cool.
Yeah, it was a false positive. Sometimes, like, I think he was right next to you. So it,
Also,
like,
and if you're going to mention flat Earth movies, you got to talk about Terry Pratchett.
Why would you do that?
Because he literally made a flat Earth movie.
At that point, you want to talk about Lord of the Rings too. Middle Earth is a flat Earth.
But it's this world. It's literally this world.
Yeah, Middle Earth is a flat world.
Into cosmology.
It's one of the only flat Earth movies where you actually get to see that the Earth is flat and the edge of it.
No, you missed it. You could also bring in a Lord of the Rings because Middle Earth is a flat Earth. You could bring in all the Marvel movies because Asgard, where Thor's from, is a flat world too. So yeah, at that point, you're like, at what don't
it's literally a flat plane.
Yeah, it is a disc world.
Yeah, and at that point, you could bring in any movie because all movies are basically a flat Earth at that point. It's just like, yeah, all of them. You could, like, Top Gun, flat Earth movie.
Like Kevin Costner?
Yeah. The only movie you won't be able to bring in.
Top Gun is a terrible one to say. It's about aeronautics. I'm sure they even address the like you could see the curve of the globe from Top Gun. But yes, Terry Pratchett's
in the current, the last Top Gun movie, they pretend that he loses radio contact because he goes around the curve of the Earth, but it was a bluff because they didn't want him to have to turn around from this mission he was going to do, like this edge of space flight. So when the general said, "Shut it down, recall the pilot," like, we can't, we've lost contact. He went around the curve of the Earth, and all of a sudden you got like the actor Tom Cruise or whatever kind of giggling because he can hear the whole thing. There's no curve of the Earth blocking the transmission at all.
So you could say not how radio waves work.
Well, that's how they got the general. The Air Force general, who's like, "Shut her down, recall the pilot. This experiment is over."
I can't speak to that, but usually I believe radio waves. In your worldview,
that would be a flat Earth movie too. Because why would they lie? It answers why they would lie.
Why would a film that does? I mean, Top Gun is that a highly known for being super accurate, or is it more of a military buff movie?
No, your worldview about if it references a debunking of the globe or referencing of a flat Earth, that would be a movie to watch. So here's one that solidly debunks the claim.
That's not what debunks
could go over the curve of the Earth.
Something is not the same as debunking something.
And then it's even better because it shows why they would lie. It's a double entendre. It does both.
That's not what a double entendre is.
Yeah, it is. It's really.
You're very.
It does both. It does. Not only does it hit the concept that the Earth is flat, it also hits the concept of why the Earth is now the globe, while also answering the question why they would lie.
Special.
It does both. It's a double entendre.
A double entendre
you just said
usually
both
one of
you
these
listed three things.
is like sexual, like it's like a sexual joke.
Yes, that's what double entendre is in reference to. It means that the meaning has two meanings, one being sexual and one being non-sexual.
Or just one being how the Earth is flat and
that's
how
not,
it's not a globe at the same time.
No, that's literally not how it's used.
Yeah, it's double.
Yeah, double entendre is specifically for like a sex joke.
You could say double meaning, but double entendre when used in English speak is used to reference sex. So no.
So yes.
So no.
Yeah, two interpretations.
That double meaning, that would be for double meaning. Double entendre literally
double
means
entendre,
for sex.
Yeah. No balls.
Like double
just flat.
entendre would be like, let me show you my globes. Like that's a double entendre. 'Cause I could be talking about the globe, or I could be talking about my big hairy balls.
Like balls.
No,
Or,
Russian.
I know how to create a sphere
No.
that's 75% water.
Listen,
See, there you go.
Mr.
See?
Chef, Mr. Chef, you better get it right. It's chocolate salty balls.
Oh, excuse me, my chocolate salty balls. Yeah, good point. Good call. Good catch.
I feel like someone actually ended up making those. I can't remember though. I wonder if they were any good.
So anyway, we got Old Boy here talking about that every movie could be a flat Earth movie at this point, just knowing that the Earth is flat and it's a movie on Earth. That's it. That's all you need.
Nah. Just seems kind of stupid. I don't know another way to put it. Just seems like nonsense. To just call every movie a flat Earth movie. Okay, then every movie is a young Earth movie. Every movie is an old Earth movie. Every movie
By your
is...
logic, yeah.
By my logic. You keep saying by
Yeah.
my logic. Could you explain my logic?
Yeah,
Laid
we were
out.
talking about flat Earth movies that question the narrative, the paradigm of that just something should be accepted because systems of power and control have told you so. And then we went into movies that demonstrate this point: The 13th Floor, Gattaca, Truman Show, Dark City.
I mean,
and
is
you're like,
Truman
hey,
Show
bros,
or-
I got a movie for you that does that. You're like, oh, cool, let's hear what you got to say. You're like, This
You know
World by Terry Pratchett. I'm like, holy
You know that
shit. Holy shit,
that
this guy's
wouldn't
either
really be-
retarded or his own worldview dictates that anything involving
exactly
a
how
flat
is Truman
world-
Show a flat Earth when it's literally it just takes place in a dome on Earth.
Well, I mean, I think
It
you
is.
said
It
it right
might be a
there.
representation. Are you saying that it? Because that would not be a flat Earth movie. Are you saying that
The
that
reality
is
is why it fits
commentary
into
on-
the whole flat Earth themes. Like he thinks
He
the
doesn't
world
really-
is big, but really he's trapped in a small world, and he gets
But
to go
that's
to the edge to
flat
learn the
Earth.
truth. Come
But
on, it
really-
fits the theme pretty neatly.
No. I get what you're saying, and I'm working towards it. I understand that it is a flat Earth in the way that it is a representation of Christian biblical, and actually the Old Testament in general, the depiction of what the world is. I agree with that because, of course, the director thinks himself a god, and that's like a big part of the movie. I'm just saying that's not really. When you start saying it's about flat Earth and it's about questioning the flat
Well,
Earth
I mean,
paradigm,
if
I would say
you wanna
that
take
you're
it like-
stretching it.
Yeah, well, the whole topic is really a stretch. Like, if you're honest, like, what flat Earth movies are there that are explicitly about flat Earth? You got zero, basically. I don't know if there are any really.
I mean, Discworld does actually address it, but they're more making fun of the concepts than actually agreeing with it. Like one of the big funny things in Discworld is that the gods exist, people see them, and there are still atheists, and everyone laughs at them.
Oh yeah. I've read a couple of.
Yeah, that's like the Apollo program.
There's a lot of There's like a lot of commentary of that type. It would be an anti-flat Earth movie then, from that perspective, because the entire point is that the entire idea is moronic and doesn't really flow.
What you just showed the Discworld topic, going with atheism, going with the Apollo program, because at the time the Apollo program, the astronauts gave the glory to God.
The Apollo program gave the glory to God? Yeah, so that proves everything that you're saying.
No, that proves that the atheist would be the Discworld. That would be an atheist movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
No.
I mean, I agree that it would be very silly to be atheist if gods were right in front of you. I can agree to
like
that.
the Apollo program, they gave the glory to God. The current director of NASA, Bill Nelson,
Question, in the 1960s, In the
No,
1960s,
right now, the current director, the head of NASA, they said, why did you come out of retirement? He said, God of the Bible told me personally that to come out of retirement because I'm the only person who can return America back to the moon.
I haven't heard about
he's
this.
An
Is
astronaut.
this a Trump appointee?
He's an astronaut, and he's also
like
a statesman. Well, he's the director of NASA.
So
he said he's personally spoken to God.
Question:
and God personally told him.
No religious person ever be part of NASA? Like,
no, because
why is
they
this
have to take
important?
an oath. To be part of NASA, that would be a GS position. You have to take an oath to the Constitution. You can't be atheist to work at NASA.
Did you know that Nancy Reagan, who was very much like had a lot
First
of
lady.
charge? Yeah, had a lot of charge in that thing, especially if you believe that he was deteriorating. And no, but her husband, who then signed the forms and did the things, and she would constantly get like things like tarot readings, and she had a paid astrologist. So does that mean that astrology is real?
Yeah, because that's part of NASA. That's part of federal government that you trust.
No, astrology is okay. Explain to me the astrology division.
You look up at the moon. You look up at the moon, and you said
astrology has nothing to do with the moon. Astrology is not about the moon. You're thinking it's astronomy. Yeah. Astronomy. Astronomy is not astrology. Astrology is your birth chart.
You're not going to listen, are you? So you look at the moon. You say, "Wow, I see the moon." But the moon isn't telling me anything about the moon. The moon is actually telling me all about what the Earth is. That is called astrology.
I just feel like I'm talking to someone who has damaged their brain in some way.
Yeah, ditto. You have extremely damaged brain that somehow you think that all of NASA is in on it. That they're all atheists. They just constantly talk about God of the Bible for shits and giggles. But they're all
constantly.
In on it.
Yes.
Constantly.
NASA is famously known for constantly talking about the Bible.
Yes.
What are you talking about? No.
Like when they just landed on Mars, I can't remember, I'm trying to blank of the name. They interviewed the spokesperson, and they asked her, "How did you guys do this? How did you make it happen?" Her first comment was, "We owe this to God. That's how we did it. God helped us do this constantly." It's
that when people say that, especially in the modern age, it's usually just
they're talking about God
Christian.
in the Bible. Yes, they're talking about God.
And if they were
Atheists
Buddhist,
have constantly tried to sue. Atheists have taken NASA to court repeatedly.
Question: if they were Buddhist, or if they were
answers before. They are deeply theistic, deeply. Like the JPL almost shut down.
If you are saying it was because if one person is saying because if one person says it's because deeply.
Yes,
just keep saying the adjective over and over again.
You need to realize this that NASA,
you'll somehow make what you say true
are
instead of
very, very religious. This is not a hidden thing.
Very religious.
Very religious.
Listen, I'm just going to repeat the same phrase over and over again, and then
go talk to NASA.
It'll be true. I desperately wish I was talking to NASA right now. It would be
go do it, and they'll tell you all about their God of the Bible and their moon Bible, all of it. They'll tell you all about God bless America.
I pinky promise that
go to talk to any of the astronauts. They are right-wing Christian conservatives.
I literally went to
every
Space
single one of them,
which was a NASA based on a NASA organization.
Yep. And what did they do there? They drove out an LGBTQ camp counselor.
There was not a single thing about God in the entire experience.
Yeah, you could look up. There was an LGBTQ camp counselor,
in the early 2000s,
and they got rid of them.
Been an even
they got rid of them
time.
because of the Bible says they are incensed by religion, by homosexuality.
Do you know how?
So now you know
works?
that NASA is extremely religious.
Because I said it. Now you
is extremely religious. There's no one there who.
I'm going to say the same words
other
that I
than the Bible.
10 times earlier, and I'm going to do it again. They're extremely religious. I'm not sure. Everyone, I'm not sure if you heard But they're extremely religious. Wait. They're extremely religious. The
Yeah, so
NASA,
taking that extreme religious,
everyone, they're extremely religious.
yeah,
They're
so
extremely
taking that
religious.
and trying to say it's really flat
So
earthers.
they're extremely
You're just too far
religious.
gone,
Everybody,
dude.
they're
Just go back to your
extremely
Discworld.
religious.
Go
They're
back to your
just
fantasy
extremely
novels.
religious.
Yeah, go back to your
They're
fantasy
extremely
novels.
religious, though. But they're
Yeah,
extremely religious.
So don't worry about this topic. Isn't for you. Just go back to your fantasy novels.
Everybody.
No,
Everybody.
Just go back to your fantasy novels.
Everybody,
That's all you need to
NASA
do.
is extremely
Go read
religious. Don't
your
forget.
Terry Pratchett. This topic isn't for you.
I didn't
You
read it. I
don't
watched
realize
The-
what
the
is
acting-
happening here.
The acting was a little bit shaky. It's the British
Yeah.
style where, it's a little bit more
Yeah, great.
Shakespearean and a little
So
less
go
professional
call
than like
NASA.
Hollywood.
Go call
So
NASA
I would
and
highly
complain.
recommend it anyways. It's a good
Go complain to
the color of
NASA
magic.
about why they are
The color of magic. Very good. Very
anti-LGBTQ,
fun.
why they talk
pretty much
about Bible
Even
passages,
had
why the current director of NASA says he's spoken to God. You could do that yourself right now. Pick up the phone, call NASA. They probably won't even take your call. The only part of the government that listens is the NSA. They'll record your conversation and be like, here's old boy who called NASA up and was questioning their faith. Put him on some watch list. But go ahead, test it out and see what happens. Did he run off? This guy wouldn't shut up. Or someone get him. That was Nocturnus, right? All right, go ahead. If you're even listening, I doubt you were. I bet you had me turned down.
Hello.
Just kept shooting your mouth off.
I was literally just repeating what you were saying, and you.
Yeah, you'll need to do that. You'll need to repeat what I have to say.
The reason why, but you did repeat it over and over again. So since you weren't actually listening to anything that I said.
Okay, let's follow the logic. Monkey see, monkey do logic. He sees me, hears me say something, he repeats it. Exactly what we were talking about Flat Earth movies. Movies that highlight that people aren't thinking anymore. They're just repeating what they're hearing. He will repeat anything he hears. Monkey see, monkey do. It's really that easy. Oh, it looked like Maynard ran away. All right, so Flat Earth movies. What else do we got? This guy wanted to add Discworld, but ended up destroying his own worldview in the process. How about Cooper? Do you got something?
I'm thinking. I was thinking I actually kind of agree with Discworld as a Flat Earth movie just because it goes into the cosmology. But
is there even a movie for it? It's just a bunch of books, right? Like
I've never
40-something books.
I've never seen the movie. I only read like 2 books in the series. But in the very first book, they go into detailed world building about what the planet is like.
So then Lord of the Rings would be the same thing too?
I don't know. I've read those, the 3 main ones anyways, and The Hobbit, and I don't know if they ever talk. I don't know if they talk about the shape of, they talk about land and hills and shit all the time, but I don't know. I don't even know if they refer to, I know there's a name for the planet they're on or the world, what they have the world, but I think they stick to regional. I don't know if they ever refer to the world.
Oh man, it's in. Listen, bro, it's in the Silmarillion.
That's the one. Yeah,
that the main gods. Something about they wanted to contain humanity or something to do with control of some kind, and so they took the flat Earth and rolled it into a globe.
Yeah, where humans sail in circles, elves sail in straight lines. That's why the elves are able to move, from like one world to the next because they're able to sail in a straight line. But humans can't. Humans can only sail in circles. So there's your Flat Earth movie.
I
The
guess.
elves are gone because they sailed in a straight line, but the humans can only sail in circles.
Based elvish kings.
Yeah, that's corroborated by that study they did where humans, when they're walking, just walk in circles.
Old boy's like, I won't make fun of flat earthers because they're religious. Well, how about NASA? You can make fun of NASA? Oh, well, no, they're not religious at all. Really? Not at all. Not zero. So they're in on it. They're like they just talk about God all the time. Like the current director of NASA, Psalm 19, constantly talking about the firmament, giving God's handiwork to the sky. Not religious. Huh. Interesting. Okay, let's go through it. Right here. Click this link. This is nasa.gov, Apollo 8, Christmas on the moon. What do they do here? What did they do? They did what? Religious activity or atheist activity by reading from the Bible? Which one was that? Yeah, just type in chat. What does it say? I'm not going to unmute you because you said you're only going to repeat what I say. So by your own logic, I got to keep you muted because the only thing you'll do is repeat what I say. So is this a religious activity or a non-religious activity? Reading the Bible on the moon. Was that religious or non-religious? That's it. Just what do you think? Is it religious? Is it religious or non-religious? That's it. That's all you got to say. You don't have to worry about historical context. Here's nasa.gov, their official government website. Do they reference a religious activity or a non-religious activity? That's it. Okay. You don't worry about historical. We'll get to the current day. No problem. The issue is you need to realize this is all religious from start to finish. So let's go to the birth of it. Your photograph from space. Okay, so very religious. Okay, how about now, the current director of NASA? Is this religious or not religious? Okay, so just old men. So old men are religious. Wow. So NASA has old men in it? No, I'd say it's getting more. Yeah, America's getting more religious, not less religious. It's getting worse. In the 60s and 70s, there were a lot of atheist speakers who were speaking truth to power. You had like George Carlin. You had the comedian. Yeah, George Carlin. Yeah. And then who else did you? Oh, a bunch of them. I'm trying to blank on their guy's name. You don't have that right now. Right now, you've got atheists who blindly support a government that says, don't trust government, only trust God. In God we trust. So yes, Americans, even more so the youngest generation, is more and more religious, extremely religious. They just now worship government as a father figure because their government tells them, worship God. In God we trust. That's why when you go to NASA, the Vehicle Assembly Lab, you walk into that motherfucker, huge sign on the wall. In God we trust. Small text. Everybody else bring your data. And people will tell you they're atheist and they believe NASA. NASA just told you the only thing you trust is God. So yes, it's become, before in the past, you'd have atheists who would say, take that sign down. It's a violation of freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, and separation of powers. Take it down. Now, you've got atheists clapping at trust God only. So yes, 100%. It's becoming extremely religious. America is extremely religious right now. It's almost like a theocracy at this point. Cult of personality. You got this rampant, hard right shift in the cultural paradigm. Hard right. It just took a hard right turn. So yes, 100%. America is becoming extremely religious. So much so that European allies are afraid. They're worried. They're worried about how hard-lined American politics have become. The government, the shot callers. While at the same time saying there seems to be a lot of atheists who think the government is atheist. Really? Incredible. That's incredible. I'm trying to look for a good article here, but we don't bring up anything medical. But you can just look up the number of religious exemptions at NASA. They basically had to shut down. It's one story. Just type in your Google, because I want to post it here for the YouTube. Religious exemptions at NASA. One article after the other about how, engineer of 35 years retires rather than. Despite non-discriminatory regulations, multiple NASA employees were forced out due to religious exemptions. Standard and ethics and codes. Right here, waivers and exemptions as described in 2635. Boom, one thing after another. Dude, I can't unmute you. I can't. Because you will go on a schizophrenic rant. You say what I'm saying, and you think what I'm saying is schizophrenic. You will repeat what I say. You can't be unmuted by your own logic. Your own logic is you can't be unmuted. You can't be. Because if I unmute you, you'll repeat what I say, and you think what I'm saying is some kind of schizophrenic rant. You can't. Your worldview is incoherent. You need to fix this. Fix your worldview. It's broken, dude. It's broken. You said you can only repeat what I say. That's all you can do right now. Just repeat what I say. And what I say, you have adjudicated as a schizophrenic rant. Therefore, when you ask to be unmuted, you're effectively asking that you want to repeat schizophrenic rants. Not going to happen. I would rather hold you to your own worldview. You can't ask for that. Your worldview is too incoherent. It's not worthy of airtime. That's my answer. So which answer do you want? Your answer, which is that you want to go on the schizophrenic rant, therefore muted, or B, my answer, you are an incoherent hot mess of other trash tier garbage. Debate bro horseshit that isn't worthy of 1 second of airtime. Not one single second. Which is why you got a false positive earlier when someone said, hey, who is the dude spouting racism? They thought it was you. And boy, did you prove them right. Probably just should have kept your dumb ass on mute. There's really worthless. I mean, I'll mute him. One person. Anyone want to talk to him?
Is my connection shit, or is this chat just boosted? $20 people in here, nobody talking.
Yeah, what's up, dude? Penguin.
What's up, dude? You got any questions? Oh, is it? Go ahead.
He ran off. Yeah, the Penguin guy, he's from England or ENG server.
Another penguin? Oh no.
Yeah.
You don't bleed, then you don't die. Cross my heart and hope to fly.
Are these penguins coming from Antarctica or South Africa?
You know, Jimsy, I'm not sure if I like penguins because I never met one. They seem pretty cool, though.
It's kind of funny because the other day this guy's name is I Like Penguins, and I was like, do you like them grilled? He never replied to me. I was wondering why he likes penguins. I'm thinking grilled, barbecue, maybe boiled eggs or penguin eggs, scramble, omelette, something like that.
No, I did tell you.
No, you didn't. Can you repeat what you replied back then?
Yeah, I like them because they can slide on their bidets.
Yeah, dude, are you done with the meta horse shit? Are you like ready to have a conversation yet? Or are you still gonna keep going into this meta crap over and over again?
Penguins are meta.
No, I'm saying just you, like in general. It's like you can only talk about stuff that other people say, but when they say talk about the earth, you can't do that suddenly. Because you have to address every point made, not the point proper though. Avoid that. You have to avoid the point proper, which is the earth, the surface of the earth. And you have to address all other topics other than the main point.
Yeah, well, you guys would throw in points that like attack people's credibility, and if you made those, then I can address them. So, but if you see a problem with that, then I guess I'm sorry.
No, you're just a meta speaker, so that everyone knows where you're coming from. You're not going to. You will run from the topic. You'll only discuss points that you think are made that are not the topic. You're a drama queen.
See, now I would address that.
No one needs to address.
But if I did that, then you'd go off on that for like 20 minutes.
No one needs to address the stuff you make or discredit you. You discredit yourself.
Did you just said?
Yeah, you've already discredited yourself. You're a drama queen.
What did I just say?
You're worried that other people are going to cause you to lose credit by what you say. So instead of addressing what you say, you'll only address what other people say, but only when it suits you.
Oh, am I? Is that what
Yeah.
I'm doing?
Yeah.
So why do they want to keep maintaining this belief in this fantasy club thing? I like penguins. Just curious.
Coming a little broken there, Dave.
I'll shut up. Did he get the answer to the question?
No, I think he might have missed your
What is
question.
Am I clear now? No. I'm driving, so I might not be clear. I'll shut up.
and it shows horizontality.
What's
Yeah, I mean,
interesting too is noting what it doesn't show, right? What we'd expect to have available to us is a horizontal plane of reference that is rotating with respect to the curvature of the Earth. There's no evidence that there's any mechanism to do that or any way to track it, because we don't have any data showing what happens if that goes wrong, right? Because the flight data recorder box is supposed to record all the feedback of all these devices so that we could troubleshoot any issues that happen that may contribute and result in a plane crash.
Right. The thing is, like, just based on just having the telemetry data for elevation and pitch and, you know, whatever angles, like, I don't think, like, if you were to have this technology, you know, let's just say there's two different universes, one where we're on a flat Earth and one where we're on a globe Earth. Like, if you had the same technology, like, I don't think that you would actually detect any difference between the two dimensions or whatever reality.
What you're saying, Ross, is that a curved line and a straight line, there's no difference. Horizontal and curved trajectory are exactly the same. And yet, when they do their stunts, they're doing the loop. That's not horizontal. And yet, they're doing loop-the-loops in their place, in the stunt aircrafts, for example. So what you're saying is a really sad out as an explanation, or an explanation of desperation here, because horizontal flight is horizontal flight. A curved trajectory is a curved trajectory. There's no getting away from that. That's law. That's natural law and the laws of physics. That's what we're talking about here. Physicality. If there's a circumference, there must be curvature and curved trajectory if you have a circumference ball. You can never be horizontal for 9.5 hours through 6,000 miles when there should be 3,740 miles of curvature. It's an impossibility.
Right. There's a contradiction that's present within the avionics.
Thank you.
Okay. Yep. So just to add some specificity to this, within inertial navigation systems, there are components for tracking just not the azimuth and altitude and so on, the pitch and the roll and yaw data.
Yeah.
But there are submodules that are accounting for the curvature of the Earth. And these submodules are broken down into separate processes. Okay, one is for handling Coriolis, another is for handling the curvature rate of the Earth, and another is a bounded error correction algorithm that makes sure that when the plane is plotted in 3 dimensions on a ball, that it's tracking in accordance with the dimensions of the ball. It sets upper and lower range bound limits. That's called Schuler tuning. The transport rate, which is the correction rate for the curvature of the Earth, is not present in any of the flight box telemetry data.
Yeah.
What we do know is that the inertial navigation system that applies these calculations then as an output presents those calculated rates of a curvature and of pretend Coriolis. The output is on a screen for the user, for the pilots and whoever else is watching. The output is onto a coordinate reference system, the spherical one. So, in other words, what we're trying to tell you is the flight box recorder data shows the raw measurements and don't show any evidence of a globe Earth. The output, what the pilot sees the globe Earth. So basically what these things are doing is they're applying corrective measures so that the pilot can be presented with the globe Earth, even though the airplane is physically measured to be traveling over flat Earth.
I agree that they're doing some mathematics to map the data onto a globe when they're like generating the visual graphics of what's going on. I wasn't aware that the pilots were actually looking at that. I thought it was just like a neat graphic for the passengers to look at.
Well, that too. Well, the pilots are using a spherical coordinate system, latitude and longitude. It says the Earth is traveling over a planar planar surface, this is being transformed mathematically to a curved one for display purposes and for coordinate purposes.
Right. Yes. Yeah, I agree with that. But like, I guess the thing is, like, again, I'm not very familiar with how all this, like, these sensors work, but I have the feeling that these sensors would not be able to detect that there's any curvature going on, whether there is or isn't curvature.
Well, I mean, that is an absolutely fair statement.
Like, all it knows is, like, I can guess, like, how it's getting its elevation data. Either it's like doing some sort of sonar against the surface below, or it's like pinging some GPS satellites, or it's like just guessing based off of air pressure. I'm not really sure. I'm sorry?
You know, it's interesting because the way to evaluate whether or not the surface is curving requires physical measurements. And the tools we have available to us are angles. And so if we go out there with like a laser transit methodology, or we go out there with long distance infrared observations, and we can see that there is no curvature in accordance to what the globe presents itself to be in the map, then we know that the after the fact applied mathematics for these avionics systems are producing a model of a globe from actual real world flat earth angle measurements, which is what they are systematically when you review their processes.
Yeah, I mean, I might have to look and see how they actually do it. I really don't know. I couldn't argue on this point very well.
Yeah, well, it's definitely worth looking into. You know, so like if I take a heading of like 270 degrees from north, and I maintain that heading, am I curving around a line of latitude following the latitude in a circle, or am I going straight? So I'm going straight using the angle itself. It's not a curve angle, it's an angle. The curving latitude is then put in with mathematics.
Yeah, angles are funny to work with on a longitude latitude system, because you can start off going due east, and if you're not turning with the latitude lines, you're no longer going due east very quickly. And that's true whether you're on a globe or a flat earth.
Well, it depends what your north reference point actually is too. I mean,
yeah,
so
like the only direction you can go without having to, like adjust the angle, like it's going due north or due south. Like those are like the only directions you can ever go where, the directions aren't changing up on you.
There's also the pitch. Right, so if I'm at the equator, right? If I'm at the equator, and let's say I head due west on a globe, my entire rotational vector is in the z-axis.
Rotational vector. Okay, so are you putting the rotational axis of the Earth? Is that the z-axis?
Yeah, we can call it that. Yep. So perpendicular to the axis of Earth would be z. So I'm rotating around the axis, right? So the airplane at the equator is pitching downward constantly, not having to turn left or right. Now, if I were to move up to 45 degrees north latitude, that rotation is broken up into two axes. Half of it is going in the same z-axis rotation vector that I described earlier, but the other half is now turning to the right, clockwise.
Right.
So imagine an airplane then that does these international flights, particularly from like north to south.
Okay.
right? I mean, there's a lot of complex corrective geometry that goes into producing the global coordinates. These rotations are not at all picked up or measured by the flight instruments, you know. And to your point is, well, maybe Earth too big. But to our point is, we have absolutely no way to say that Earth is a globe from inertial navigation systems, other than they apply after the fact calculations to snap your airplane to a spherical grid, kind of like the old GPS systems. Your car goes off course. Your car goes off course from the on-ramp or off-ramp from a freeway, maybe because the on-ramp wasn't there 5 years ago and you have an old map. It'll snap to the grid eventually. Snap, snap, snap. That's kind of what these INS systems are doing after the fact. They're snapping everything from a flat Earth in reality to a spherical grid coordinate for the end user.
I mean, I see what you're saying. I'm not convinced. I mean, you'd basically be doing the same thing even if the Earth was flat. You'd still have to like do some math to plot everything onto a flat Earth too. Everything they're doing to map it onto like the telemetry data onto a globe Earth, you'd have to like do the same exact thing if everyone just accepted the world was flat. I mean, the process would be the same, but the math would be different, obviously.
Yeah, you wouldn't be using a spherical coordinate grid.
Right. You would probably use something else, but like, I don't know, like just the fact that math has to be done to plot it onto a grid doesn't really convince me much, because I think the same thing would be true on a flat Earth.
Well, which coordinate reference system matches the topology? And that's when we get into externally validating these topologies. Like I described earlier, you can externally validate whether or not the spherical global coordinate system is correct by going out and measuring the Earth. And if it measures flat, we know that those spherical global coordinates don't accurately represent real distances. Isn't that something? Now, if we stay within the complete framework of a spherical coordinate system, you can calculate distances all day long, and it will be absolutely internally consistent. So GPS is an internal validation of latitude and longitude. If I hold out a map and I say I go from here to here on my map, confirmed by GPS, I've done nothing to externally validate whether or not those distances are correct.
True.
Right? I've applied only two modes of the same spherical coordinate reference system to internally validate itself. So, I mean, what happens if I switch to a different spherical coordinate reference system? And yes, there are different ones. The most popular one we have today is called WGS 84, but there's also NAD 27. It's an older one, and guess what? It's going to be different. It will yield different distances and different place markers for points of interest compared to WGS 84. Well, which one is true in real life? Which one is the real one? You can't really use one model to validate the other to say what's actually true. You need to do a real world measurement.
Yeah, I don't really know where they got all the datum points and information to get either of those. I
can tell you.
One of them was WGS 84. What was the name of the other one? NAV? I haven't heard of that one.
Yeah, NAV 27. These are all derived from what's called astrogeodetic surveys. They're using the star field. Sorry, lots of traffic. I'm in the city if you haven't heard. They're using the star field as a three-dimensional coordinate reference system to begin with.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Right. So therein, I would say lies the problem. As not to say that the coordinate reference system doesn't work. It absolutely works fine. Practically, it's used fine. But is it the truth? So you can reinterpret the star field as something other than a spherical object too.
Actually, yeah, I'm curious to learn about maybe some of the other interpretations of, I guess, the star field is the word for it. Haven't heard that one, but yeah, I'm curious about what are the other interpretations for that, because that has been bothering me a lot when trying to consider the flat Earth as a real thing. I can't make sense of the stars.
Yeah, you have to kind of break your freedom from that. Because really, I mean, latitude and longitude is the most used, most referenced coordinate system in the world. And it has easily a 700-year sailing history behind it. It's got a 2,500 astronomical history behind today. And it begins with an interpretation, assumptions about how to perceive the star field and how to use them. And I'm here to tell you that in practicality, the star field does not exactly behave like a sphere. And for navigational purposes, for its origins, select stars were chosen to be navigational stars. There are like 57 of them. So we're using a limited view of the sky that has been interpreted as a sphere. So there's another coordinate system for the stars, the star field, that is actually in use today in the aeronautical industry called Gaia, G-A-I-A. Gaia is not spherical, but Cartesian, using Euclidean geometry. Guess what that means? It's more compatible with a topologically flat surface that's also Euclidean geometry than a sphere. Satellites use these for station keeping and orientation, as do drones. You can download free software and play with Gaia if you want.
Okay, that would actually be pretty fun. I'm trying to look it up right now, but I'm trying.
Yeah, type in Star Tracker Gaia, G-A-I-A.
Oh, Star Tracker. Okay, let's try that.
It works independent of what the surface topology of Earth is. And that's a beautiful thing. So, they say in mathematics that models don't dictate reality because there are a potential infinite number of models that could explain the same phenomenon.
It's a three-dimensional map of the stars. Okay. I see. Well, I mean, okay, I guess I knew that there would be a three-dimensional interpretation of it.
Yeah, the stars, if I'm not mistaken, are not treated necessarily as points in free space, but as vector positions based off of the observer. So this is a different way to think about them, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess I always understood that the celestial sphere, right, the sphere that the stars are mapped onto, I always understood that to be a projection of a more realistic 3D map of where the stars are. Like it's a projection onto the sphere.
Right. Right, a sphere of an infinite radius, which actually is flat. That's a whole nother funny twist, isn't it? But, just like they say that you can't triangulate the position of the sun, moon, planets, or stars, neither can you do that in Gaia. They say on a globe you can't triangulate the sun, moon, planets, or stars, right? Well, flat earthers say we agree.
There are, I think, a few stars, like the ones that are closer to us. If you use it's called stellar parallax, you can more or less figure out the distance of some of the closer stars.
That's fraught with It's fraught with assumptions. One of them
Yeah, I
is
know,
assuming, the diurnal cycle of a globe Earth, an orbital period of a globe Earth around a sun, and so on and so forth. Those are all assumptions that can be transformed into a different coordinate system. Think like Copernicus versus Ptolemy versus Kepler versus Galileo versus Tycho Brahe.
I guess I haven't actually observed stellar parallax myself, because I guess you need some pretty sensitive equipment to really do that.
But relies on stellar aberration theory.
Yeah, but I mean, the presence of stellar parallax, as it's been described to me, would seem pretty remarkable if the Earth wasn't going around in an orbit.
To a lunar distance of 1,600 miles, based upon moonrise sunset tables that I think she got from. Let me go get a source of where she got these. Posted the link in case you want to look at it yourself.
Sounded like he wanted to do the triangle test.
Well, this is a triangulation.
Sporadic posted the multiple.
Okay,
Let's got her distances.
Let's go to that triangulation.
Oh, these are
Let's say-
these came from timeanddate.com. This is
From
moonrise. So the table is moonrise, moonset times from two different locations, right? Then you can do the Habersign formula, get the distance between the two locations, and then you find the chord of the arc, and that would be your baseline distance. Okay, these are all calculated. None of this is measured. This is the same problem you had when you said you did it, which you never did because you're full of shit. But this is what she came up with: 1,600 miles to the moon. 1,600 miles. 1,600.
1,600 miles to the moon. And
yeah,
what
that's
about
what she
the size?
came up with by calculation.
And what about the size of the moon?
What about
this? About the size?
Well, it
What
must be
size
freaking.
she came up with?
It must be a lot smaller.
It must be a lot smaller, right?
Listen, I'll tell you how to do the calculation to figure out the size of the moon, the angular size.
Now you listen.
Well, because of linear perspective, right? If it's half the distance, you just double, just half the size, and you just keep doing this till you get to 1,600 miles.
Okay, so its size should be much smaller than that, right?
Yeah.
All right, now let's take a look. If the size of the moon is much smaller than that, then if you change your position to 5,000 miles, the visible size should change significantly, right?
Oh yeah, dude. It should be like a quarter of the size.
Yeah. It
Sure.
should or not.
Yeah,
But
it should. If you apply the uniformitarianism. Oh, there's a lot of shit that should happen when you look at the sky.
But it doesn't happen, man.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. It doesn't happen. I agree with you. You have a premise that it should. Your should doesn't mean anything. Your should is based upon linear perspective and terrestrial observations. Now, there's a lot of stuff in the sun, moon, planets that quote unquote should happen that we don't observe. Namely, there should be solar parallax, but there isn't any. There should be lunar parallax, but there isn't any. There should be parallax to the planets, but there isn't any.
Maybe because you are bad at math. That is why it doesn't happen.
No. It's not because I'm bad at math. It's published.
No.
It's not my opinion.
No.
Okay, I'll tell you the publication. It's called The Solar Parallax. It was published by Harold Weaver in the Astronomical Leaflets of the Pacific, 1947. The entire article is about the solar parallax and how there isn't any. when there should be, at least a little. Okay, so your should applies to the sun. The sun changes angular size when it shouldn't do that.
Solar parallax. Okay, so
The sun's parallax.
It's about changing visible size of the sun when you change position of Earth, right?
No. These are two separate things. The change in angular size. It's not like, so you did this. So just like I showed you this triangulation, all of a sudden, I don't know how all of a sudden you got stupid. You did this triangulation, and you're like, hey, it should change in angular size. I didn't say that was triangulation. They're two separate things, right? I'm telling you right now, the sun parallax, which is this, where you get zero angle to the sun. Yeah, that's what I mean by no parallax. If you did this test like I showed you with the moon, and you had the intersecting angles, there would be no intersecting angles observationally. They'd be parallel. But the sun changes angular size. So that there's an idea that the sun is so far away and that's why there's no parallax. But then why does it change in angular size a slight degree? Because you have this idea. There's a whole bunch of problems with the sun, observing the sun. Just like if you have two people and they look at the sun, and then you plot on a flat Earth or any flat Earth map or any globe, if you draw lines of sight to intersect out there somewhere in 3D space, you could get negative parallax values where the frickin' you're looking at the sun, but it's behind you. Mathematically, it's behind you. Because they're divergent angles, even though two people are both looking at the sun at the same time. It's been shown in frickin' AutoCAD to 8 significant digits. I could post that too. I mean, I'm sure you don't want to see it, but you know.
Well, but in the first place, they denied to take in account the moon as an object which can be used for.
That's not what happened.
Calculations. Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Calculate what? An object calculations for what?
From the moon position of the sky.
Okay.
And
from changing the sky, and it has an angle, an azimuth, and elevation. Angle.
Yes, that is a position. Man. That is a position. Angular
you can't position it in 3D space. That's the problem in 3D space, dude.
Well, wait a second. Look. We have a projection. We have a projection, visual projection.
Yeah, that's great.
I'll ask you again.
We have angle and angulars. Please do not.
Look, interfere. Brother, you're trying to convert a projective geometry into a Euclidean geometry, okay? And they're not equivalent geometries, dude. You know that, right? That there's no proof that perspective projections, that geometry, is a whole separate geometry from Euclidean. There's no proof in mathematics that they're the same thing or equivalent. You know that, right?
It is straightforward conversion.
No,
from projection
that is not a mathematical proof. That is not a mathematical proof, and it's not a straightforward conversion because you always have the brother. Stop! You're just spurging. There's a principal line of projection. That's the horizon, right?
What?
Oh God, you don't know what I'm talking about. Never mind.
Horizon is about what has it to do with projection, man?
Projective geometry.
Yes, projective geometry.
We see in projective geometry, you have the 3D world projected onto a 2D surface, right?
No, wrong.
No? What is your eyeball then?
Okay. Look, did you program?
What do you think your range is? Find your seeing eye dog, man.
Did you program computer games and did you ever try to make a 3D object on your screen?
Dude, did you ever developed VR headsets?
He's literally describing rasterization to you. What are you talking about?
So, if you did, you can understand that what projection is. It is straightforward conversion.
No, it's
object geometry to a surface.
No, it's not, dude.
then surface is projected to your eye.
The surface is your eye.
It's just substitution for an eye, just a buffer layer.
What do you think the retina is? What are you talking about?
It's an artificial eye.
It's getting fucking weird now, man. Remember the scene in Blade Runner?
Really,
the guy's got the artificial eye, man.
I don't understand you. Because you talk so much nonsense. That is not even scientific. This is bullshit.
It's not.
You cannot think. You cannot think clearly.
Talking about science.
Yeah,
I think it's a language
so much
barrier.
nonsense.
It's a language barrier.
language
He
barrier.
doesn't understand.
That's the freaking
he's
attitude
refusing
barrier.
he's refusing to engage with the topic honestly. He's not capable
Because
of it.
you speak so much nonsense.
Hey, you should
Doesn't
go.
make any
You should
sense.
go in our Discord, discordgg.flatearth, and go to the information channel on optics and perspective. What's in there are from universities, brother, and from people that do computer vision and every other possible thing you can think of. Every field of optics and vision are in there, and they agree with me, not you, brother.
And
They agree not with me, not you. I'm gonna post some stuff in here. Okay, I'm gonna post some stuff in here to show you, to catch you up on current events.
Okay, go ahead, post something meaningful.
So you can ignore it again. Oh, I don't.
Yeah.
I can't go to that
Yes,
video.
you can
I can't
ignore
look at
it
that video.
Post
No, I can't- I
something
can't look at
meaningful.
No, I'm gonna.
in the
I'll
chat.
post like images and shit because I got some stuff. Damn, I gotta scroll way the fuck up. It's way too. We have a lot of stuff, man.
Yeah, we need to. I don't know. It becomes just a mess at a certain point. I don't know if Discord is really the greatest way to collate all of that.
I'm just waiting for how
Yeah,
much.
look at the
Yeah,
chat.
you're waiting to ignore. You're waiting for the new
Yeah, this is
information
so.
that
This
you'll
is
refuse to
from
look at.
Gibson. This is from Gibson. Perception of the visual world, 1952. So, if you look at these rays, these points, right, how they go through the eye and they're projected on the back of the head. The back of the head here is a 2D surface. All of these rays get projected on here. Now, what I said was the principal line is the horizon. That means the line that runs through the very center of the lens, no matter where it's pointed. Okay, and I'll show you a diagram for that too.
Where are you posting these, India?
Where am I posting? I think I'm posting. Am I posting them in? Oh, I'm posting them in the wrong place. Jesus Christ! I'm posting them in politics.
Classic Indio.
Yeah, dude. Like, there's a whole bunch of stuff in politics, dude, right now because I posted everything I posted in there.
Someone will start arguing with you from politics now in the politics chat.
Okay,
I wonder
so
why.
what?
I mean, I guess I didn't give him anything to ignore. I have to retract that shit.
That's alright. He was ignoring stuff before.
And the optical projection of a room. Okay,
Yeah,
so
that's right. Onto what? Is that a 2D surface that's being projected onto?
it's a 3D world being projected on a 2D surface.
Oh God, dude, this is deja vu. I just said that shit.
So what?
Oh God, dude, that
Are you trying
projection,
to?
that projection, right? Going from that
So?
projection, from inside of the projection to externally, has no proof that they're equivalent. Okay. So there's generalized geometries like Clifford geometry. Do you know what that is?
Wait a second. What equivalent to what?
Oh, Jesus. That they're geometrically equivalent, that there's a straight one-to-one conversion between one and the other. Because the surface of the eye is that not actually, if it was flat, then that would be one thing, but the surface of the eye is actually curved. and you have other factors because this is idealized, right? So you have other factors like the wave nature of light, angle resolution, the opacity of air. Like there's all other factors because the way we see things. Right?
Wait a second. You said that the problem is curvature of the eye.
Yes, the eye has.
Do you really think that? Do you really think that neural network of the brain cannot correct this problem?
The neural network of the brain. No, it cannot correct it. And I'll tell you the experiment to do. I'll tell you the experiment to do that proves it, dude. Okay? People have tested this shit for hundreds of years, how that human eye works. So if you take a box, take a box, right? Cut off a corner and look at the corner from inside of it, you'll see the lines of that corner curve because it's close up to the eye where your eye, because the curvature of the phobia, you can actually perceive those straight lines as a curve because it's being projected onto a curved surface. Now I just told you an experiment. You could also do this by laying on the floor in the center of your room and looking at one corner of the room and trying to follow the line that goes through another corner of the room. You will perceive that as a curved line. So I just gave you 2 experiments that prove it. Now, if you fucking hand wave this shit, then you don't care anything about science because you don't care about empiricism. Science is based upon empiricism, not theory, not models, and none of that shit. It's based upon empirical evidence, right?
Empirical. I don't know what does it mean, empirical.
You have to go out into nature and test it.
Do you even understand yourself the word empirical?
Yes. Empirical is observation of the natural world, dude. Do you want me to give you a definition?
Yeah, I want you to know the definition before you speak it.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I know
because
definition.
You don't.
You're pretending. You're pretending of intellectual superiority is basically boring.
Hell yeah, I'm pretending. I
doesn't even believe in width, depth, and breadth.
You don't understand the meaning.
Earlier,
I do understand the meaning.
He doesn't believe that there's 3 physical dimensions.
Apparently,
doesn't believe in
you walk curves. No, you walk at the street by curves.
It's amazing that you hate something so much that you act like this.
What you said, it's just stupid, you know?
That's oh my
stupid.
God! Hey, everybody!
Stupid.
Church of True Politics said it's stupid. Okay, so what? Nobody cares what you think is stupid.
Okay,
you're like the dumbest person in this room calling shit stupid. When you call it stupid, you're just telling me I don't understand a fucking word Indio said. That's all I hear.
Let's go to the second picture because it makes more sense than the first one. Okay, so we have position of the moon, right? But
no, you don't have the position of the moon.
This picture is static. It's a static one. Okay, it's a static picture.
No.
Static picture.
Really?
Do you have any picture what is moving?
All pictures are static, dude.
The world is moving. The world is
and you know what? Look, she could take a different... So, Church, she could take a different time, go on time and date, and find a different place, and it would be the same result. Well, if it's not the same result, then it's a huge problem. But I think she can get the same result, where she got moonrise sunset locations, and that those intersect 1,600 miles from the surface of the Earth. So you know how she did this, right? So she used the horizon, that line of sight to the horizon. Hold on. She used the line of sight.
I don't care. I don't care.
Then just go on mute, bro, since you don't care. Dude, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I care about this globe so much, but I don't care about you flat earthers. Dude, fucking Spurgeon.
The whole time he's been here, we tried to present the 8-foot black swan observation earlier to him, and he said it's invalid because the guy's not standing on the water. Because he's standing on the shoreline, it invalidates the entire experiment. So observation. Yeah, so we couldn't present it because of that reason.
So basically, unless you recruit Jesus Christ, that ain't happening. Because only Jesus can walk on water, man. So like, fucking, you just fucked, man.
So DJ moved to another one where the tripod is in the water, and he's like, "Oh, that's okay."
Yeah, but it was a lake, so he said because it's a lake, then it's invalid. And then he said that the guy changes position; he has to have changed position. Yeah, it's just crazy, crazy guy.
But he doesn't believe in Euclidean dimensions of reality. Like he doesn't believe in that we have width, depth, and breadth. Like,
well, I'm pretty sure we do, but
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
like
his entire argument is based on the like he simultaneously makes assumptions and then discredits those same assumptions. It's just tedious.
even if you didn't like quantify length, width, and breadth, that like you'd still have it. It's not necessary to have a coordinate system. You know what I mean? Like I don't even know where you would get like.
Oh, he's just
does he not think he's a 3D object? How does he operate in the world? Is he like Paper Mario?
It's like a 99%er. Just, you know, you can't be sure of anything sort of person.
Paper Mario is into the chat. Like, what the hell? Like he goes when he goes to the kitchen, he goes to the refrigerator, and then like he grabs something and flips around.
Yeah, he wanted us to model the flat Earth by starting with one dimension.
Huh?
Man.
It's too early for this, man. I should have never got up. I should actually go back to bed.
It's the human brain rejects what it doesn't want to accept. It'll just do the most absurd shit. It's amazing to watch it in real time.
Well, I mean, it's like there's something you want to throw overboard because the ship is sinking. Or not because it's sinking for whatever reason, because it's dangerous and it's going to blow up the ship. And he's like throwing everything overboard. He's like, I want to throw the flat Earth overboard, but to do that, I'll throw logic overboard. I'll throw reason overboard. I'll throw everything. I'll just throw it overboard.
He wants to throw the concept of explosions overboard. He's not concerned about the explosion. It's just the concept of it.
Also, optics all in the trash because optics works in some other way. You don't. That's what they are saying. That's only you are speaking. You cannot check that. You know, perspective, how it's work. That's all stories. Right. They will deny everything at the end to save the globe.
Well, he also said that, you know, a ship will start to disappear at the calculated location based off the globe, you know, mathematics every single time. But then 5 minutes later, he said that the globe's probably 3 times bigger at least than what they're telling us. He's just all over the place.
He was basing that claim because someone he knows does celestial navigation and they told him that's what happens every time. He's just a liar.
Oh, my goodness. I doubt that ever happened.
No, he's making shit. It's just sad. I don't understand why they continue to turn up to the one place that's going to make them feel so uncomfortable. Like, what are you doing here?
That's, I don't know, that's something psychological because he said, I don't care. But we can help him. If you don't care, man, don't come here because then you don't care, then you're living your life and everything, it's cool. But if you don't care and you're coming the same place where you don't care, man, you have problem.
Yeah, that's going to it's like going to a sporting event for a sport you freaking don't care about. I'm going to just go sit in the seats and watch this sport and not care about it.
Just prove the existence of the rules of the game.
Imagine if you are you don't believe in God, and every day you're going to church and telling people, why don't believe in God? I don't care about if you believe in God, but I want to tell you this, and every day you're coming there.
Yeah, it's got to be some sort of. You might need professional help there, dude. I mean, that guy, he left what? Might need to see somebody.
That's a funny example. That's like it is like that, like an atheist showing up at church every Sunday just to argue with the Christians.
But it's turning up to argue that the church doesn't exist that you're sitting in. Like you're not even dealing with the actual underlying concepts. You know. It's a shame because I mean, it sounds like he has some concept of how 3D graphics engines work. So you might have actually got him to an interesting position by talking projecting the underlying 3D geometry onto the optic nerve or onto a camera lens and how there's so many aspects of the topic that are just endlessly fascinating. And if you're just willing to entertain it, it's fine. These people just get angry. I wonder if at some level he realizes how dishonestly he was engaging with the topic. Oh, he's back. He's on mute though.
Is that not caring? Again.
Yeah, none of us have been to school. I was raised on the streets by a pack of wolves.
I worked out what a triangle was by banging straight sticks together.
Yeah, measuring the surface with the shadows. We learned that in school. Wow, that's fantastic method.
You wanted to talk about measuring angles to a curve. I mean, okay, draw your tangent, draw you another straight line to the straight line to get the angle. Derive it however you like. You're still going to be using two straight lines. That's what an angle is. Oh, but you can derive what the individual point on the curve is. It's just such a weak position. He bailed again when he realized he was still muted.
Welcome, Aquarel.
Well, even a globe Earth that's stationary that utilizes this method would come to wildly different results. And there's no way to determine which one is ultimately true unless you actually measure what the Earth is said to be doing. So we measure what the Earth is said to be curving, can't find it. We measure what the Earth is said to be moving, can't find it. Nobody can.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I would expect it to be difficult to find. Maybe not impossible, but
Yeah. I mean, we will shut this place down tomorrow if somebody could show us how it is done, and it can be verified, or it is at least verifiable.
yeah, I understand that. I do know it's very difficult. I don't expect it to be an obvious thing, to be honest.
Right. I mean, pretty much everything we're told about the prevailing cosmological wisdom of the universe, right, is the exact opposite of what we can actually see and experience too. And it leads to all kinds of contradictions. So there's almost like what's built in is some kind of academic integrity here. Like, is it ethical to just accept all this when we can point out and not reconcile these contradictions?
I'm not sure what you're labeling as a contradiction, to be honest. Like, I can understand some things maybe haven't been shown to be true, and maybe some statements are being made under assumptions that haven't been shown to be true. But
I'll give you a simple example, right? You've heard this before. Sorry to interrupt. I don't have a lot of time. That's why I'm like so snappy. So I got to go in a few minutes. But a sunset.
Okay.
We watch the sun set. We don't say, hey, in the evening, did you ever watch the Earth rotate back? No, you say the sun sets.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is language that was developed like well before it was established that the Earth rotates. So I mean, the language developed around the idea that the sun moves. So I mean, it makes sense that we still talk about it that way. Well, that's what it looks like it's doing.
Well, the point is we see it move. We can measure its movement. We can't measure the Earth moving instead. I gotta go. I'll be listening. Good chatting with you, Justin Russell.
Yeah, same here. But yeah, I mean, I guess I'll respond to the "we see the sun moving" comment, because I mean, I feel like this has been brought up multiple times, and I almost see where it's going before I even open my mouth. But I'll just say it anyway. Right, the relative motion. Anytime you measure something moving, you could be sitting in a car with the car moving. If you have some sort of, I don't know, device that can measure how fast things are moving, you could point it at a sign on the road as you're driving by. It'll measure that the sign was moving.
Right. But here's the difference. There's going to be a thermodynamic process that governs the motion of one relative to another, which can be measured. Nobody can measure the thermodynamics of gravitation in relative, gravity fields. I got to go. So just like you can measure the fuel consumption of a car and the torque of the axis of the wheels, and know that the car is indeed moving and not pulling the Earth underneath, or the Earth rather rotating the wheels of the car above it, I should say.
Okay. I hear you.
Hey, Necros, good to see you, man.
Hello, brother.
Yeah, good. Oh, I see. Hi.
What's going on? Yeah.
I'm good.
Haven't seen Necros for a little while. Good to see you, man.
See you, brother.
Yeah, I was just looking into atmospheric lensing a bit while I was listening to Ross and Amish talk. Yeah, super interesting. You know, I was watching a bunch of those observations where they get they get like a light source, whether it be a flashlight or a candle or anything like that, and they put it on like something like so it can roll away on a flat table, and then they put a lens between the camera and the light source that's going to be moving away, you know, on the flat table. And then when you look at the footage through the camera, it looks like whatever light source or whatever object moves away, it looks like it starts to disappear bottom up.
And not just
So
that, it keeps its angular size too.
It keeps its angular size exactly. So then I watched Rob Skiba's got a great video on atmospheric magnification, and he's going over that observation in Ontario, Canada, where it looks like it's like a mill or something like that. It looks like it's giant and way above the the end of the street railing, right? It looks huge, and as they get closer to it, it shrinks, and then it looks tiny by the time they get to the end of the street. And then I watched the meteorologist on the news trying to explain the Chicago skyline observation, and they're going on about how the atmosphere acts exactly like a lens, and they even set up their own little demonstration where they were showing that if you put a lens down and like a photograph of the Chicago skyline, as you slide the camera away from it, it looks like it shrinks. It looks like it disappears bottom up, and it doesn't lose any angular size, like you said. So yeah, it's just interesting. I think the lensing effect is a great explanation for why we see the sun appearing to set in most conditions, and why it looks like things actually are looking like there is some of the Chicago skyline missing, right? And Globers will say, "Oh, what's that hidden behind?" Well, the atmosphere is definitely like a lens. I mean, even the professionals say it acts like a lens, and it's in the in the source material. When you look up mainstream information about atmospheric lensing and mirages and atmospheric refraction and things like that, they all refer to the lensing effect of the atmosphere. So yeah, I think it's
Yeah, definitely it have to. It contains particles of water, so not liquid water but vapor, but still it's particles of water. It's not atoms of hydrogen, separated atoms. No, it's still water, but in just small quantities, so small droplets that we call vapor, or sometimes in the air you call it humidity. When it's just dissipated in the air, you call it humidity. That's always there in the air. That acts as a lens.
yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I want to put together like a little presentation about that with a bunch of a bunch of real world examples of it, and then a bunch of meteorologists and mainstream citations, also agreeing that it most definitely does act like a lens.
Yeah, watch this short video. I like this one. Whenever I talk about atmospheric lensing and magnification, I share this one.
Yeah, that's the one that I was talking about, where you got the mill Now I need to take a clip out of the Rob Skiba video, because what he did was he showed it played in reverse from when they were up close to it, and then as they're going backwards, you just see it just get huge, right? Like ridiculously big. Yeah, it's exactly a great example. Yeah. So yeah, a combination of lensing and perspective will absolutely explain why the sun appears to set bottom up.
Yep. And if you are trying to make a presentation or something, add to the information that you are bringing. When you zoom on something that is far in distance, like a human in the top of a mountain, that mountain is so far, and you are using the camera with the high zoom power or binoculars or telescope, you see that effect of that humidity being accumulated because of the zoom, because that camera will just take that distance and shrink it down. So that person that you see in distance, or that building that you see in distance, you will be able to see it like if it is inside water. You see it waving and moving such a way like if it is inside the medium of water. It's not inside the medium of water literally, but with the camera and those zoom scopes, you shrink the distance between you or between the camera and that object in distance, so that humidity is accumulated in just that in between you and that person. So when you zoom at that person, you focus on that humidity, so you'll be able to see that water vapor. Like if you are watching something behind vapor, literally you are boiling water and you have an object behind that boiling water, and you see it through that vapor, you will see the same exact effect. Why? That's because it's the same thing. That vapor is that same thing that is between you and that distant object, but it's just less dense than the vapor, so it's dissipated because of the transfer of energy and physics laws like thermodynamics.
Gotcha. So here's some examples in the side chat. You've probably seen most of them, but I will just post them quickly for anyone else. Right, so as he slides away, the sun, it looks like it disappears bottom up and doesn't lose angular size. Same thing here with the candle. Same thing here with a torch. Now, it would be cool if oops, I was on mute the whole time.
No, we could hear.
Oh, you could hear?
Yeah. Now I can't hear. Now you're mute. You're still on mute. Now.
Okay, cool.
No, it's
so I got like 2 Discords open so I can copy paste these things from a different server. But yeah, some good examples there in the side chat. Now, it would be cool if someone could do a Sky Free, or someone could do an example of this on a small scale, where instead of using a lens, we add like a bunch of water vapor, steam, I guess, but steam's maybe it's too opaque, because we need something to simulate like how much water vapor there would be in the air over 10 or 20 miles, but to do that on a smaller scale might be hard to do. So yeah, there's a good Rob Skiba video. He goes over the shows a bunch of good footage. He goes over that Ontario observation that you linked, and then he goes over the meteorologist on the news talking about lensing and things like that.
Yeah, I think what you were looking for was like a spray of everything spray to simulate the atmosphere, you know?
Yeah, something like that. Maybe out of like would that be different to Steam, or would it be the same kind of thing?
Well, you do the test to evaluate. You know, like you get these polish, liquid polish that come out of a nozzle, and you can set the nozzle to be light or heavy, and you could use one of those on the light setting and spray it away high above and see what happens. That's it. Yeah, that's a good idea what you put forward, by the way. Very good idea. You know?
Yeah, if we could have like a camera and then a flat table and like a candle, and then you show the camera moving away from the candle, slide the camera away, just without adding anything, right? And then do the same thing, but add the mist or the spray and see what happens.
It does happen. You can make it in a small scale, but it's a little bit difficult. So what you have to do is just try to replicate that test that have been done with the paper boat in the road, trying to show refraction. Remember that one? When that horizon just obscures the paper boat from bottom up. Remember that one, DJ?
Yeah, I know the one. Yeah,
like that video. But at that moment, you will take the boat and make it go farther, because in that video, the boat didn't even move. So it shows just that obstruction bottom up because of the refraction. So what they call refraction, we can call it like that. So you can, if you take that boat, which will continuously continue to disappear bottom up, even if it was on a straight roll. Or those home tests that have been done with using changing the temperature, those refraction tests that we have.
Yeah, but I'd like to do it with a stable temperature, because that way it's not like bending the light, right? It's not like a miraging effect. It's not sinking or looming or anything like that. If it could be a stable temperature, I just want to see if the how much the atmosphere can act as a lens, like a magnifying glass.
I see.
I'm gonna try to find some random videos about it now. See if I can find some examples.
I share with you a video made by that Alan, the guy from Ether Cosmology server. He made a nice video with about horizon, the horizon, and he talks about those things too. So he invokes the effects that we are talking about, humidity.
Actually, we can see a good example of the magnification in the Black Swan as well. I mean, that second oil platform looks almost the same size as the closer platform, even though it's a smaller platform and it's 4 miles further away. I mean, 4 miles is a pretty long way, but they don't look like they're 4 miles apart when you look at the footage. There's actually tons of videos on it on YouTube. If you just type in atmospheric magnification, there's tons of examples.
Oh yeah, okay. I'm just now noticing like what's being posted in the side chat here. Yeah, I'm saying this is the atmospheric lensing idea is absolutely a great idea to think about to explain why the sun might have the appearance of setting, even though all it's doing is moving away. Yeah, it's definitely a great idea. I never would have thought of it.
Yeah, as much as I've thought of it, I haven't thought about it deeply. So, I mean, I was having a bit more of a look into it today, and it definitely seems like definitely something worth looking into more and considering.
Yeah, because that was one of the things that was bothering me about flat Earth is like the appearance of the sun is always like the same angular size as it at pretty much any point in the day. I mean, I've talked about this with someone on here recently.
Yeah.
And we ended up talking about tennis balls at certain distances. But I feel like this lensing.
What's interesting,
is a much
I think
stronger
most.
argument.
Yeah, definitely, and it's interesting because it doesn't always happen like that. Like you've probably seen those videos where it does look like the sun sort of shrinks into a little dot as it moves away, which is very different to what I would see in Australia when I would watch the sun move away, right? When there's a lot of moisture in the air, a very humid place where I live or lived in Australia, and as the sun moves further away, it's even sometimes it would look giant on the horizon. Just depends how humid it is.
The explanation I've always heard about why like the sun and the moon look bigger on the horizon than they do way up in the sky is it's like our perception of what the sky is. Like we kind of, I think, like.
I get that argument. I kind of agree with that as well.
Oh, yeah.
No, sometimes it looks like the moon looks giant on the horizon, right? But it's just like an optical illusion, like a trick of the eye, because you don't have that small objects, right, that are on the horizon in the distance, right? So you'll see little tiny buildings, little tiny trees, and it'll make it look like the sun's giant. But if you put your thumb out at arm's length, your thumbnail will usually perfectly cover the moon, right? And then if you do the same thing when it's up in the sky, you'll still be able to cover the same amount of moon, right? So it's more of an illusion, but that's not what I'm talking about, right? Sometimes we see those footages of when the sun's setting, and it looks like it shrinks into a tiny little dot as it moves away. And then sometimes it doesn't do that.
Yeah, I've seen that, and I feel like every time I've seen that in like a GIF or something, it always seems to be that there's clouds right at the horizon, and the sun's like just dipping right behind the clouds at the last second, and that's like what kind of
but it shrinks in. But it shrinks into a
down.
tiny. It shrinks into a tiny dot. Like if you look at footage that's not zoomed in, right, with a normal sunset, it looks like the sun stays the same size and it just goes down, 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 and then disappears bottom up over the horizon. But then we see these other footages and it looks completely different. It looks like it's that large size when it's up in the sky, and then it shrinks into a tiny little dot, and then it kind of like fades off into the opacity of the atmosphere or whatever. Completely different.
Yeah.
Completely different.
Okay, you're giving me an idea of something I could do, because I've done something because I bought like I bought this like polarized lens that I can put over the camera on my phone. And actually what I did one day, like when I first got it, I was like, oh man, it's so cloudy, I can barely even see where the sun is. But I went ahead and decided, let me see what it looks like. I pointed I put the lens over my camera and pointed it roughly where I thought the sun was, because there was a bright spot in the clouds. I'm like, okay, the sun's probably behind there somewhere. And like I was adjusting the lens to like be brighter and darker or whatever, to like block out more light. As I did that, I actually uncovered where the sun was. I could actually almost make out the outline of the sun. And it was way smaller than the big bright spot it was lighting up on the clouds.
Yeah, but the thing is, when you use a solar filter, it cuts out, like, it's not like all of a sudden you're seeing the true size of what you're looking at when you're looking at the sun. It's cutting out so much light. Most often you just see like a tiny little dot, and that doesn't align with how they say in the globe model that the sun and the moon appear roughly the same size in the sky, right? That doesn't happen with the moon, as far as I know.
Yeah, with the sun, you're cutting out the glare, all that glare, and then it as well. That's another expression I use. The glare, the noise, and then you can see the side of the sun. Yeah, that is possible. You see the object a bit clearer. Yes, that's been well observed.
Yes. Yeah, so I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, as you see the sunset going on, like, it looks like it's just getting smaller and smaller and smaller, but really I think it's whatever clouds or, like, even just the water vapor in the atmosphere, there's more of it between you and the sun as it starts to set. It starts to, I think starts removing that glare, and you can actually see the size of the sun for what it actually is. It's actually probably a lot smaller than what you imagined it was.
Yeah,
but that doesn't.
I've actually, with my naked eye, closed one eye, looked at the sun, and as I kept looking, I could see through the glare to this circular object. Okay, I've done that a few times just with the naked eye. Nothing, no optical equipment, and I've seen the shape of the sun. It's circular, but I can't tell it's spherical. It's just like a circle. That's all I see in the glare. Done that many times over the years. Okay, and then using, obviously, I haven't done it myself, but I would like to use infrared. That would be really nice. I don't have that equipment. That's something I want to have to clip onto my camera and then look and take pictures. I'm sure I'm going to find some fascinating shots coming from that.
Yeah. It's been lovely chatting with y'all. I do actually have to get going. Hope to see y'all soon. Maybe we can continue this.
Well, we appreciate your time anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, have a good one.
You too.
You too. Try and look at the Rob Skibber one, because I did post it. It's worth a watch. Really learning curve. Excellent job, DJ. Excellent job.
Yeah, it's always easy to have a chat with Ross. He's always a good sport. He doesn't get super emotional.
Yeah.
unlike some other globe earthers.
Yeah, most others, we'd have to say, most others there. It's very rare that you get one like Rod, who questions and then actually goes out, investigates, come back. He's going for it at least. Fine, anyway.
Yeah, he actually went out and did some observations, which is good, even though they could have been better.
Yes,
I mean,
the
conditions.
I always find that. Yeah, I often find that when they do go out and investigate, they're not doing it hasn't been the best. They could have done better all the time. I would agree there.
That goes for like nearly every single long distance observation I've seen from the globe side, right? They're always super blurry. It's always like terrible conditions.
Yeah. I accuse them of choosing the worst image. Every time you choose the worst image to present your case, why would you do that? Especially if we've seen better images ourselves from other people, and even your own personal shots on top of that. They're offering you something that's really terrible, and I always wonder why they do that. Why don't you wait for a better day? Why offer me this? This is not good. Can't use it.
Yeah, I think that they don't have anything better because when you go out, there isn't that curvature there. So what are they really going to present? They have to wait until there's some crazy miraging effect or something taking place.
Yeah.
To get anything roughly.
Something.
Yeah.
They have to present something that masks what we really want to see. That's what they're doing. What we really want to see, we won't see because they've offered us this worst condition possible. That's what they've gone and done because they don't want us to see the clear day and then have to concede that, yes, there is no curvature there because they don't want to say that, do they? They most certainly do not want to say there's no curvature. But that's what they have to say. We've said it. I want curvature to be there. It's a shock to discover that there's no curvature when there should be.
Like this is their go-to long distance observations, this rainy lake nonsense. And then if you have a look in the side chat, the type of footage the type of footage that they're showing us is just ridiculous, right? There's crazy miraging effects taking place and it's just so blurry and choppy and just absolute shite.
Yeah, exactly. I call it an abortion. Excuse the expression, but that's what I call their stuff. You offer me an abortion, this abortion of an image? Come on, now, what are you doing here?
And this last one I posted, right? This is what they call clear image, low refraction, but it's still way blurrier and like more refracted looking than what we're presenting. So if they're classing this as low refraction and saying, well, this kind of matches up with the globe, what about our observations that are 10 times clearer than this, where we can see 20, 30 times further than you'll be able to see on a globe? But they'll say that's extreme refraction. It has to be. Otherwise, it would be impossible on a globe. So,
silly statements, really. Yeah. Fighting against nature, because we're not cheating. We're waiting for the best conditions, and the best conditions have allowed us to see that far. We're not changing the conditions. We wait for those conditions, and those conditions are regular. They're regular as having bad weather. You've just got to wait and pick your time, that's all. You've got a whole year. If you're in the tropics, you've got a whole year what you can work with. In England and that, you've got to wait for like the season to be favourable. So you're looking for like summer. I think it's good to take pictures all through the year anyway, so you can make the contrast different. What's the word I'm looking for there? Yeah, different variations of the same place through the seasons. So it's always a good idea to take multiple shots, bad ones and good ones, but don't offer up the bad ones as if that's the best you could do, because it's not.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Like I've said, I've seen some right abortional pictures, and I've just said, what are you doing here? You're insulting me with this. A blind man could do better. desperate. That's why they do it, because they are desperate. And then you get to wonder, who are these people on these servers? Who actually are they to offer up this, deliberately putting up, horrible images?
Desperate anti-flat earthers. That's what it is.
Yeah, they're desperate. Yeah, I get the feeling that some of them are working for some kind of agency that are out there to dissuade everybody. They have to infiltrate. They have to infiltrate because this deception has to be kept a secret for as long as it possibly can. So you're going to have these people who are working for the government, whoever the agencies, and they're getting paid to infiltrate to come in. They have to. That's what it is. The government's got to have its spies out there. They want to know how much we know. And they know. That's why they're still confident in banging up, sending up rockets. I mean, what was it? We're in 2025. So in 2023, March of 2023, I watched a documentary that stated that in the next 20 years, there will be 200 missions to the moon. And it won't be by NASA. It's going to be by private companies sending these rockets up to the moon. So, I mean, they're planning 200 missions next 20 years. So they're well planning ahead. Keeping the deception alive at any cost. We know Japan is lying. They didn't send anything to the moon, but they've now joined the space agencies now, and they're lying big time. And when I actually put that to the students, has man gone to the moon? And some of the kids say yes straight away, but the adults are a bit reluctant to say no. I said, well, did America land on the moon? And then they eventually said no. Okay, so if America never landed on the moon, can Japan be in the ISS? Can Japan have gone to the moon recently? And they don't want to say no immediately. They take their time to answer. But I was, well, if NASA never went, Japan is not better than NASA at this stuff, is it? Are they? Oh, okay, right, yeah. So so that means that your astronauts are lying to you. Yeah, they're lying to the children, is what I say. Because they always have kids there. When you got the astronauts, it's always a big bunch of kids there, yay, screaming and, cheering them on. They're lying to the children, okay? And this is after they learned, because in Japan, in elementary schools and secondary schools, you get a lesson called moral education. It's an actual lesson. Moral education, okay? So there you're going to learn to be honest and not lie and, do things properly. I said they did all that and now they're lying to your children. And they did moral education like everybody else. My children learned it. Yeah, it's just nice it's interesting to see their reaction, the adults, their response. Because at one time they were saying that Japan doesn't lie, but America does. I said, well, but Japan can't have landed on the moon because America never landed on the moon. Japan doesn't have that technology, so they're lying. Okay, Japan, yes, and then the realization hit them that they're astronauts, yes, and it's taxpayers' money that they're using. The money that the children need to improve their schools, because their schools are. In some schools, they aren't very poorly maintained. Accidents have happened. Children have died because of lack of maintenance. Now, if they use that money properly and maintain the school properly, those accidents wouldn't happen. But no, the money's going to space. This is what I'm trying to say to you, Japanese people. I know because my children go to the schools. I've seen the lack of maintenance in places. They have a session in Japan here where they offer the parents to come in and clean the school as part of like parents' observation. I didn't clean anything. I'm not paying taxes to end up cleaning schools. Thank you very much. You better do that properly. And they get the kids to do it, and the kids can't do it properly because they haven't got the equipment to do it properly. They don't give the kids the gloves, the proper mops, hot water. There isn't any. It's cold water. So it still stinks of piss when they finish washing the toilet out. Still stinks. They can't do a good enough job. Yeah. So, and this is what they do in some of these Japanese schools, I said to my students in England, no child is expected to clean the toilets unless they've graffitied. Then they'll have to remove that off the wall, of course. But outside of that, they don't clean the toilets. We have Toilet cleaners come in every day to do that. When the school's closed, they come in and clean the toilets out every day. In England, that's what happened in my school anyway. My elementary schools and secondary schools. They came in and cleaned the toilet out properly. Okay, but they don't do that in Japan. I said, that's where the money is being wasted again. They don't go to space. They could have used it to do that. Yeah. Because that was disappointing to see that, they're not cleaning the toilets out properly. The caretaker's an old man. He's doing his best. There should have been 2 or 3 of them doing that. So basically, I tried to put it to them that the government could be better using the tax money instead of lying that they're going to space. Okay, stop there. Very often we have that question, why does it matter? How is it going to change your life, etc., etc.? Well, there's many ways it would change people's lives. I mean, it's totally unfair that children not yet born are going to be born into debt. And then when they turn of age to start paying taxes, they're going to pick up that debt that they didn't create or benefited from. There you are. That's why it's important to speak of the flat earth truth and the heliocentric lie. And change the world to make it better. And that's our responsibility. That's our responsibility. We've got to do that. And every time we all run off to the ballot box to vote, you're voting for more of the same. The absolute wrong move. You're saying, yeah, give me more taxation. Yeah, waste my money on bombs, weapons, and space. Yeah, carry on doing that. That's what you do when you go and vote. That's why I said no flat earthers should be voting. There shouldn't be a flat earther that votes because they've seen the writing on the wall. They know what's going on. So you definitely do not vote. Why would you do that? And Dave Wise said he voted for Obama. I said, why did you do that? Why did you vote for? I didn't vote for him. I would never have voted for him if I was in your country. Why would I do that? No flat earther should be voting. Why are you voting? He says he's never going to vote ever again. I go, you should never have voted in the first place. Well, why were you voting? I don't understand. What were you thinking? This was on Skype. I was talking to him privately. So I just want to give you a little insight into the Japanese situation where the realization that their government's lying to them did hit them hard, but then I said, that's the truth, Your astronauts are lying. They're not on the ISS. They can't be. They're in the studio. I had planned to take my children to the Japanese Space Center, actually, and I was going to be wearing my Flat Earth T-shirt, and we were going to ask them if NASA went to the moon, show them the links to where they did go to the moon, and explain to them how it's not possible. Really going to challenge them. I didn't get round to doing that. Got too busy to actually do that one, but I did plan to take the kids there. Yeah, and another thing, when we've been talking about aeroplanes forever, and we will continue to do so, because it does prove that we're not flying over a globe Earth. Aeroplanes prove that. If there is a circumference, then there must be curvature. You can't have the word circumference and not have a circular trajectory when you're flying. That's impossible. You can't fly 9.5 hours, which is a quarter of the globe. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's just like the people who I saw someone running a survey on people on whether they believed whether the moon landings happened or not, and some people were saying that they do not believe those landings happened because they could not see any stars on those photos that were supposedly taken on the moon. So I guess these people, they were very clever. Like, if you can be able to see the stars here on Earth on a clear night, then those photos should have had we should have seen the stars around those images they actually like created in those images look CGI, like they're electronically generated. Yeah.
You've got the Photoshop composite CGI images, and they've been subjected to the latest digital forensic software, which can authenticate whether or not the picture was taken from space, or if it's copy and paste, if it's Photoshop, because what it does is it looks for what's called noise, and it comes in a kind of like a grey, depending on the app. It comes across the image, a grey ash sheen right across the image. Okay. Now, if the image doesn't have this grey ash sheen noise, then that's a fake image. If it doesn't have that, if it has the grey image across it, that's authentic. None of the NASA images have that. None of the NASA images.
Exactly. And then that part about the photos was the hardest to generate electronically, because I believe the people who are like doing it on a computer were asking themselves, then how do we fake stars on these photos? And then that just became it.
Yeah, it became impossible, so they just had to go with what they went with. And back in the 60s, everybody was naive to this. So no one would know about this, so you believe what they're telling you, you see. But they didn't know that in today's world, we're going to have modern technologies like digital analysis software, you see.
Yeah, exactly. So lying to people is very...
Go on. Let him talk. Yeah, go ahead, Timothy. You speak.
Yeah, so I guess the people who were, and then they asked NASA to explain this, and then they just come up with a very clever manipulation that while on the moon, light behaves this way, it behaves that way. Yeah, the atmosphere on the moon, very weird explanations. So they trying to say there's science works differently on the moon, and it also works differently here on Earth. Which is a very controversial claim.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they always do that. They'll put up some kind of convoluted explanation to get out of their troubles that they're in, but they can't escape it because this digital and software analysis. One's called JPEG Scoop. Another one is called Forensically. And then there's another one, I've forgotten the other one. Okay, there's 3 of them. I'll revise that, review that one. But yeah, there's a group called the Apollo Detectives. And if you go to their site, Apollo Detectives, and then go to playlist and look at Fake in Space, that's where you're going to find this material.
Okay.
Yeah, it's called the Apollo Detectives. All right, and then you go to their playlist. Once you get to their page, Apollo Detectives, you scroll down to the playlist section, or go across.
Is it a YouTube channel?
Yes, it's definitely a YouTube channel. Yeah, ApolloDetectives.com, if you will. I think maybe that might help you. But yeah, and then you have the home, you have the video, and then you have the playlist. You go to the playlist and scroll down to Faking Space by Paul on the Plane. And he shows you how NASA pictures are faked. Many. He gave the number as 8,000. 8,000 images from NASA have been faked. You copy and paste in particular. It's a really good one.
I do believe that at some point in the future, maybe NASA will be forced to declassify some of its top secret documents, and people may actually realize we've been lied to for all these years.
Yeah, they're going to have to shut down, really, because you can't. It's an embarrassment. They'll be too embarrassed to carry on once you know that they never went. And then people will be looking for compensation. Exactly. Money back, please.
Sure.
There's people who have bought paintings that have had moon dust mixed in, okay? Moon dust mixed into the painting. So now if that comes out, that painting's value drops dramatically.
Exactly. And then how they said that they came back with moon rock. So like, how did they fake that?
Okay, yes, that's good. In the documentary called What Happened on the Moon, parts 1, 2, and 3, there's a guy called Bill Woods. Now, Bill Woods is NASA's rocket propulsion engineer. And he said that NASA has a machine that can irradiate the rocks to make it seem like they've come from outer space, okay? Okay, that's what he said. They have such a machine that if the rocks are from Earth, and they are subjected to this radiation from this machine. Okay, that's how they did that. And they the radiated version as well. And then you get the Geiger counter giving it the.
Yeah, and then they just like tell people like, here's the rock from the moon, just feel the texture, and people like, hey, I've never seen this one on Earth, and they buy the lie.
That's right. There was a friend of Bill Casing, and Bill Casing was the guy who worked for the company called Rocketdyne. That's Rocketdyne, D-Y-N-E, Rocketdyne. He was the technical journalist who had the grey pass. He had the special grey pass that allowed him to go anywhere in NASA. No door was closed to this guy, And he said, he spoke to one of his friends who was a geologist, and says, tell me about the moon rocks. Can you help me with this? And the guy who was telling him that the upper echelon of NASA are hiding a big secret, right? Because they're from Earth. And then that guy and his wife died of cancer in 3 months.
Yeah, exactly. I read about that guy after he retired from NASA. Then he became the first person to actually raise the flag that the whole thing was faked.
Yeah, that was Bill Casing. Yeah, he worked for Rocketdyne, and Rocketdyne made the F1 engines that they fitted to the Saturn V rocket. Now, he left Rocketdyne because he noticed that Rocketdyne didn't have any integrity. Okay, that's why he left. Okay, because he, doing his job and his duty properly, and he and his colleagues to work out how what was the possibility of sending a man to the moon and return back to Earth. Okay, 0.014%. That was the number that they had.
That was his probability.
That's the probability of going there and coming back. 0.01%, 14%.
So exactly after he made that claim that it was faked, he died within 3 months.
Not him. No, not him. No, the colleague he was talking to, and the colleague's wife, because he asked his colleague, his friend, help me with my project. Are these what? How did they fake these rocks? And he said these rocks are coming from Earth, and the upper echelons are keeping a secret. And then Bill Woods, he's a separate guy. He's the rocket propulsion engineer. He tells us that NASA has a machine that irradiate rocks. Okay, separate guy. He tells us. You got to watch that documentary. What happened on the moon? If you want me, I can post it for you if you want.
Okay.
It's one of the best documentaries on the moon landings. Okay, one of the best, made by a guy called David.
And also, like they say, if they went to the moon in 1969 with technology that was by far very inferior to the technology of today, then why is it so difficult for them to go back there? Then that just becomes like they supposedly have a project to go back there called Artemis, but then it's taken them 2 decades to plan that, while they claim that actually, so that also becomes a problem for them.
Well, yeah, it has become a problem for them because sorry to cut you off there, Timothy. Because they keep putting the date that they're going to land man on the moon again, the date keeps being pushed back. They keep pushing the date back.
Exactly.
And the reason problem was the radiation. The suits were not protecting the astronauts from the radiation. That was one problem.
The Von Allen. So they claim right now they cannot go back there because of the Von Allen radiation belt.
Right. And then people are asking, well, how did they do it in the 60s? And why can't they use the same suits that were made in the 60s? Because with that suit, you had 90% of nude mobility. 90%.
Exactly.
Okay, of nude mobility in that suit. Whereas the new suit now, I didn't see 90% of nude mobility. It was rather a stiff kind of suit. The new ones.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there was this reportedly like Buzz Aldrin told an 8-year-old that they didn't go there in the first place because the girl asked Buzz Aldrin why they didn't, like, if they went to the moon, why is it so hard for them to go back there? And then like Buzz Aldrin replied to the girl and told her that because they didn't do it in the first place.
Yeah, he said because we didn't go, he said. And if we didn't go, we have to find out why we didn't go, he says. Words to that effect.
Yeah.
You see? Yeah.
Sure.
That's not a question. He says that's not a question for an 8-year-old. That's a question for me or the adults, right? And the reason why we didn't go, you see. And if we didn't go, we have to find out why we didn't go. He says. Yeah. So he's trying to let it out little by little, but no, we already know you didn't go, Buzz. We already know. Yeah, there was a period.
Who believes in Earth is flat here?
Sorry?
Who is here vouching for that Earth is flat?
Well, you're talking to me and the other guy, Timothy. My name is Gene CBO1. Yeah. How can I help
believe
you?
Earth is flat?
Well, it's not a belief. It's that I know it's flat. I don't believe it's flat. I actually know it's flat. Why? Why do you ask?
Where is a PayPal button to put charity to cure your disease, your mental health?
Okay, so you come in, you don't want to discuss, you want to insult.
One thing is that there is so much scientific research about this, like all of the space agencies, like, are they stupid?
Mr. Amitabh Bachchan, did you come here just to throw a logical fallacy and go back to what you were doing?
You are trying to prove something that.
No, it's a logical fallacy. You still doing the same logical fallacy. So you asked if we believe
that is God you are using.
No, just listen. Try to process this information that I'm trying to tell you. So you came here. You asked if someone here believes the Earth to be flat. So the guy answered you, and he told you that he doesn't believe that. is something that he knows. And your rebuttal to that was an ad hom. It's a logical fallacy. Have you ever heard about the word or the term ad hominem? When you talk about the person, when you attack the person instead of attacking the argument. So he told you that, yeah, I know that the earth is flat, and you told him, oh, we need to get charity for you because you have mental health. That's a logical fallacy showing that you have the mental health. You are suffering from something called cognitive dissonance. It's a mental issue if you didn't know.
Man, it's proven that Earth is not flat. You know.
So go ahead, share
Let me just tell you like how we can solve this problem right now. Like, guys, do some research, build your own satellite, and then show us pictures of flat Earth.
You said that it had been proven. So it's something, you said the sentence in the past. So something that have been done already. Can you share the proof with us, please? And I hope that proof doesn't necessitate a belief. It's just a proof, something that we can.
Just look at the pictures of all the telescopes, all the telescopes are, thrown by the
Yeah. So if pictures, so do you believe pictures? Can
so
I show you?
Why not just create your own satellite?
No. Just listen. You said that you have already proofs. And when I asked you to share with us some of these proofs, you said pictures. Are pictures proofs? So if I show you a picture of a unicorn, is that a proof that the unicorn is real?
So is that a proof that Necros is real?
No. I'm not sharing.
Are you real or are you also in the air?
I'm not sharing with you a picture of me. We are talking about the evidence.
Everyone knows unicorn is imagination. It's not real.
Just listen. Gish galloping also is a fallacy. So why are you coming here armed with just fallacies? Can't you follow the discussion with logic? Can you use logic? So if you can use logic,
talking about logic, guys, like
Mr.
just build your own satellite. Just launch your own satellite, and then
can we start from the beginning? Mr. Gupta, can we start from the beginning? These are the questions, okay? If the Earth is a globe, what is the proof? If the Earth is flat, what is the proof? Okay, so let's take it from that step. Mr. Gupta, you offered up satellites. And photographs and imagery. Let's take it from the actual physicality of the Earth, first and foremost. If the Earth is a globe, should there be any curvature that we can measure, first and foremost? Can we measure the curvature of the Earth if the Earth is an oblate spheroid? Can we do that?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah,
okay.
We can do that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gupta. Now, Mr. Gupta, have you measured the curvature of the Earth yourself? So you know.
Not myself.
Thank you very much. So you haven't measured the curvature of the Earth. Okay. Another question. What is the supposed circumference of the oblate spheroid? What is the size of the Earth in miles? Do you know? Do you know?
I don't recall in my mind.
Okay,
it's just
thank you very much. You don't know. That's okay. Yeah. We're going to save time. Do you know the radius of this ball Earth? Do you know the radius?
I didn't find that much big instinct to
I don't know. Just say I don't know. That's simple. I don't know. That's 2. I don't know so far. And he hasn't checked it. That's 3. Now, what is the actual tilt of the Earth supposedly on the axis? What is its angle tilt, the Earth, supposedly? You don't know. Okay. What is the on that axis?
Earth is tilt.
On the axis, you're talking what I'm talking. On the axis, how fast is the Earth spinning at the equator? How fast at the equator, supposedly? You don't know. Okay, thank you. Then the other question is this: how fast is it spinning in India or Pakistan, wherever you're from? You don't know. Good. You don't know. How fast is it spinning in England? You don't know. Okay, right. Now, how fast is the Earth orbiting the sun, supposedly? You don't know. Good. How fast is the Earth, together with the sun and the solar system, orbiting the galaxy? You don't know that. How fast is the galaxy? Last question. How fast is the galaxy moving through the universe, supposedly? You don't know that. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a Mr. Gupta, I think he's from India or Pakistan, I'm not sure, comes in knows nothing of the model he says he lives on, hasn't investigated to make sure whether or not the Earth is curving, but we're wrong, okay? We know the model inside out, we know the numbers, and we've measured, tried to measure the curvature, okay?
Now let's talk about this.
You're interrupting me. You don't know your model, you haven't done any investigation, so you cannot say we are wrong, sir. You don't even know the model.
So you tell me how Earth is flat. Prove that.
Yes, I'm going to do that now for you. That's why I asked you. Yeah. If the Earth is a ball Earth, we should be able to measure the curvature. Yes, you said. Good. Right. So the curvature we were looking for now is 8 inches per mile squared. Okay, ladies and gentlemen? We're out to look for this curvature. We are finding extended horizontality. We're not measuring a single degree. I'll give you an example, a small one. London to Japan is 6,000 miles. Okay, London to Japan. Okay, so 6,000 miles, that's 9.5 hours if you're flying in an aeroplane. Now, the predicted curvature that you should experience through the 9-hour flight is 3,740.47 miles of curvature. It's not there. That plane flew horizontal all the way. How do I know it flew horizontal? My senses told me, and then also on my mobile phone, I have a spirit level app that I use to check whether the plane is taking a curved trajectory or not. It didn't. It was level. So this is one way we prove that the Earth is flat. And then the last thing is this. The black box in the plane that records the in-flight telemetry data shows that the planes are flying horizontal, not
Oh man, this thing is totally false. Like thousands of millions of flights till now, and you are saying that all the black boxes are just and millions of people, all the governments, all the airplane companies are lying to you. What the hell,
Mr. Gupta? The black box is an instrument that is used to record all of the flights. By law, every plane is fitted one. By law, fitted to the plane. Why? Because if something happens, you're interrupting, Mr. Gupta. Mr. Gupta, you're interrupting me.
You are all the time. You are not asking my questions, man.
Mr. Gupta, you are interrupting me, Mr. Gupta. I haven't finished speaking, Mr. Gupta. Don't ask a question until I finish what I've said. And because you are wrong in what you said.
Take forever.
Yes, I'm going to take forever, Mr. Gupta, because you're not listening and you're interrupting me. That's your problem. Remember, you came in here, you don't know the model, you haven't done any investigation, so you don't have any room to speak. Pay attention to what we're trying to say to you is that the black box is an instrument that is fitted to all aeroplanes, and the reason why is so that if there's an incident that happened during the flight, it will be recorded, and then it is taken to a court of law, for example, to help those who are looking for compensation if they've died or have been injured. Okay? So don't tell me that we're lying here. No, we're not lying. You're lying. Thank you. What is your question, Mr. Gupta?
Okay. If Earth is flat, what's the end of this? Like, if Earth is flat, then you must be, it must be like a terrace. It must be like a terrace that you might fall out of the universe.
Why must it be? You who don't know the model of the globe, now you're telling us how the Earth must be, ladies and gentlemen.
Now I'm asking question and you are not answering. What's the end of the Earth is flat?
You are interrupting again.
You don't have any answer. You are just saying you are interrupting.
I'm trying to answer, but you keep interrupting, Mr. Gupta. Mr. Gupta, you keep interrupting. I am trying to answer you. Don't interrupt me, please. Ladies and gentlemen, the man that doesn't know his own model that he's trying to defend, no investigation, no measurements, knows nothing, zero, empty head. He's trying to tell us how the flat Earth should be. He hasn't even investigated that. Yet he's telling us how it.
You haven't answered. Now you are just gaslighting. And
no.
You are not answering my question. What's the end of the Earth is flat?
I am making sure you understand your position clearly. It is not in integrity. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Now he's a flat earther, so now he didn't just stop. He didn't recall what you said about the surface being horizontal. So now he understood that the Earth is flat. His problem is where is the edge, if there is an edge. Or
exactly.
So go ahead. Since you are already a flat earther and you agreed that the Earth is not curved, and you agreed with all what Jim said, and you jumped from that topic, you gish galloped. It's a logical fallacy. I already told you that. You gishgalbed from what you were talking about, which is the curvature, being the Earth being a globe or flat, and he answered your question. You jumped from that to the edge of the Earth. So nice.
One thing. Let me tell you, I'm not a professional debater. I'm not jobless, so I don't have any idea about how you guys debate. Just tell me.
You shouldn't make accusations.
I'm not jobless.
You don't need to tell us that you don't have any idea about the globe Earth or the flat Earth. We already know that because Jin already showcased that by asking you simple questions about your model that you didn't even know.
Just make a simple rocket and we'll know that Earth is flat or what. You know, you haven't built a single
we made simple rockets since thousands of years. We made fireworks. That doesn't show you if the Earth is flat or not. It's
throw satellite with that rocket.
What's relevant is what Jin talked to you about earlier, which is measuring if there is a curve or not. Imagining a curvature in your mind and assuming that the Earth is a globe, that's your problem. That's
all the scientific discoveries till now has just proven that Earth is globe, because all the space companies, they all have the same idea. Like, what do you think? Like, and the Discord you are using, you are able to use because
That's
of
stupid from you when you say that. When you say all the scientific discoveries show that the Earth is a globe. No, the geometry of the Earth is not a scientific question. Showing the geometry of an object, you don't use science. You use geometry. You measure that shit to know if that table is square or disc or curved or flat. So those people who work the tables, who work those furniture that you have in the house, they are not scientists.
No,
they
they're not doing any
use
science.
geometry. They use measurements and geometry. They don't use science to discover.
how Elon Musk is able to throw rockets in the space without knowing about physics and geography.
Yeah, Mr. Gupta, you got it wrong again, Mr. Gupta, because you think whether the Earth is a globe or it's flat, it's scientific. It's nothing to do with science at all. It's geometry and observations we're making here across the land. We're not doing any science. Measurements is what we're doing.
Observation is bullshit. Like, proof is proof.
Mr. Gupta, why do you interrupt when I'm talking? You're making a problem. When I'm talking, do not speak, because I know you're embarrassed, number one. Number two, you're being exposed as somebody who knows nothing.
I'm not.
You are interrupting again, Mr. Gupta, right? You're embarrassed. That's why you're interrupting. You're suffering from cognitive dissonance. You don't know your model, and all you're doing is throwing insults at the moment. Insulting us doesn't prove your case. You came in, you don't know.
I asked you one question: what's the edge of the Earth? You haven't still answered till now.
Well, we're going to try and do that for you. We're going to try and do that for you. But the point is, what we had to highlight is that you're telling us how the Earth must be, and you don't even know your own model. You're telling us that the flat Earth must be like this, but you don't know your model, sir. You haven't investigated.
So, let me just end this quickly.
How dare you, Mr. Gupta?
Talking to flat earthers is just beating around the bush.
Mr.
They are mentally ill and I'm leaving. That's
Mr.
it.
Gupta, you don't know your model, sir. How dare you tell us what the flat Earth should be like, Mr. Gupta? You don't know your own model, Mr. Gupta. But you're telling us. Does that make logical sense, Mr. Gupta? That you, who know nothing of your own model, yeah, of course he's going to leave. Of course he's going to leave. He has to leave. It's an embarrassing situation. So, ladies and gentlemen, there's a clear case of an individual, Mr. Gupta. I think he's from India, because Gupta is an Indian name, I think. And he comes in and he insults us and says, I need mental health. The man doesn't even know his own model. And how can he be correct? He's believing and guessing and just hoping, and then relying on the appeal to the scientists, who are not the scientists who did the measuring of the Earth anyway. You see? Can you see how silly that is there? Ridiculous.
He's a little bit confused. I can agree with what you said, that he's suffering cognitive dissonance because he couldn't process the informations and he couldn't process what he was asking, the questions that he were asking. Because his first question was about why you think that the Earth is flat. And you talk to him and you explain to him that we try to measure the curvature, that those 8 inches per mile squared, so we don't fight that, so meaning that a surface that is not curved, it's just a flat surface, so curved is opposite to flat. And he agreed with that. So he jumped from that question to the edge. So, nice. So if you are agreeing with the to be flat and you are good with that answer that he were given, okay, let's discover that edge that were never been discovered before today. There is one. We don't claim a flat earth with an edge. No. We just say flat earth. We are not specifying if there is an edge or no edge.
Exactly. We never went there. He went there, of course, because he's coming from his friends who all of them don't know the model, and they think that we're crazy, flat earth. How stupid we are, They don't even know their own model. They know nothing of the model, nothing they know. And they're coming in saying we're wrong. This is how silly it is. At least you've got to know your own model, and then you've gone out there to confirm. You say, I know the Earth is a globe because I measured the curvature of the Earth. This is me doing it now. Look, I show you my methodology. Here it is, A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. Location, time, distance. Here it is, the instruments we used. That's what you do to prove us wrong. You don't just tell us we're wrong, and you don't even know your own model, and you haven't done any investigation. And now you're trying to tell us how the flat Earth should be on top of that.
Okay,
Who's crazy?
Publish your results then.
Sorry?
Publish your results so I can read them.
Well, let's say that I gave you. Have you been listening to what's been going on? Have you been listening? Have you just come in? So you're not going to answer the question. There you are. Can't even answer a simple question. Have you just come in? Have you not been listening to what's been going on? You would have heard me talk about the distance between London to Japan, Tokyo, being 6,000 miles. Being 6,000 miles, ladies and gentlemen. Okay.
Can I say something interesting?
Stronger, that was stupid. That task that you are asking is totally stupid. So when you are asking for publishing the result, you have to ask that to the Globers. Publish the results of you measuring the curvature. Because if there is no curvature, it's just a flat surface.
Publish your results.
So if there is no curvature measured, just listen. Don't repeat that stupid task again. Not stupid. Repeat the stupid sentence again. Publish the result. So if there is no curvature measured, meaning if there is no result of a curvature, it means that it is flat. If we can't measure any curvature, so no result of a curvature that we can publish to show that there is a curvature, it means that it is flat. Are you stupid? So when you don't find any measurement of a curvature, it means that that surface is not curved. Not curved in one word is flat. So flat equal not curved. That's the meaning of the word. Flat equal not curved. A surface that is not curved because you don't have any result of any measurement of curvature, it means that it's not curved.
Yeah.
So
no deviation from the horizontal baseline. It's all horizontal. There's no curvature at all. And by the way, as my colleague was telling you, you have the burden of proof anyway. If you are so sure that the Earth is a globe, please tell us how you know.
Let's hear what he has to say.
Yeah, let's hear what he's got to say. Yeah, go ahead. Prove to us how you know the Earth is a globe. That's all you got to do. It's quite simple.
Really. Sure, I told you to publish your results.
Well, I've given you the.
Not him. There's a guy named Builder. Oh, he already left. Forget it.
Yeah, he's a bit of a Wally. Wally's statement, and you know why he did it? Because it's an embarrassing thing to realise that you're believing in something you can't prove. You think you're on a globe, but you haven't even proven it to yourself yet. But you're going around the world telling everybody it's a globe, especially to the flat earthers, asking us for proof when you haven't even proven it to yourself that the Earth is a globe. It's an embarrassing situation. That's why they have to leave. The pressure is too much, and it's going out live. Yeah, and everything that we speak of, ladies and gentlemen, you can repeat yourself. In the case of going to Japan, okay, that's going to cost you some money. The point is that trip can be done, and you can find out that there's no curvature on that disc
Write down
within
exactly
the 6,000
what you did
miles.
so I can do it. Go ahead.
Sorry? Don't speak when I'm speaking because I don't know what you're saying. When you hear my voice, don't jump in because whatever you said won't be heard by me. And then when I say sorry, that is your turn now to speak. So what did you say? I didn't hear what you said. Don't be a coward now. Speak up.
Publish
Let's
your
hear your
results
words.
so I can reproduce them.
Oh, I've given you where I went. London to Japan. Okay, there's 6,000 miles. Predicted.
No, you can't reproduce them. You can't reproduce any results because there is no results of a curvature. You can't you can't measure a curvature. So to repeat
That's
that,
right.
you need
Dude,
the curvature.
Necros,
So
I don't know
because
if you
there
have
is
brain
no
damage today, but you got to stop talking.
Listen. So because there is
No, you're the one with the brain damage. You're not listening.
Because there is no result of the measurement of a curvature, you can't repeat that yourself to show us that the Earth is a globe. No one could do it before you, so you won't be the first one doing it today. It won't change
And
anything.
the thing is,
the Earth is not curved. You will do the same exact thing as everyone. So, like surveyors, geodetic surveyors, you will measure the surface to be flat. So like the surveys, it's published already. So go and find every measurement, topographic measurement made by a surveyor in the world. The entire world is flat. They are plane surveyors, geodetic surveyors, they measure it flat like the plane surveyors and they add the curvature that is missed there in the measurements, saying that it is because of some optical illusions like refraction or something like that.
they even use the word local level. So they measure local level. So if you're measuring local level, all you do is extend that. So once you've measured local level at one point, from that point you measure another local level, from that point you measure another local level, and you just extrapolate that right across the earth. It's a flat earth. So they even mention it themselves that they're measuring local level. So it's for the young American who is uptight and distraught to prove to us where we've gone wrong. If the earth is a globe, show us our mistake. That's all you got to do. You're the glober.
Yeah,
You're the one that knows it's a globe.
so I can reproduce it.
Again, it's an unreasonable request because you can actually do that for yourself. I've given you the location: London to Tokyo, Japan. Distance 6,000 miles. Predict amount of curvature to be experienced during the flight of 9.5 hours is 3,740.47 miles of curvature that's not there.
Yeah, write it all
and then when you
down
extrapolate,
and
I'm not
send it so I
finished
can
yet.
redo it.
When you extrapolate that onto the globe, it makes up 1/4 of your globe. That's 90 degrees of curvature that you do not experience. So that's the distance, that's the length of time, and the destination is there. Go and do it, and you will learn for yourself.
Yeah, so go ahead and write that all down for me. So
I don't need to do that at all. I don't have to do that at all. I don't have to do that at all.
Longer, it's already live on YouTube. You just have to roll back the tape and listen to that shit. Activate the subtitles to be written for you because you are. I think you're disabled. You don't have the hands. You are using your phone by pressing on the screen using your tongue. Okay, so try to listen to what he said times and times and times and times and times again. I know you won't be able to use your brain to process what he said, but try to just record it. And try to repeat what he said. You wanted to repeat those measurements. Go ahead. He said.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Why don't you do that?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. You're gonna repeat. Yeah, without doing anything. Yeah. So, Chwonga.
Are you manic or something, dude? What the fuck?
No. I'm playing with your little brain. I'm tickling your brain. So, go ahead.
You're actually freaking me out, so I'm gonna head out.
So,
Goodbye, sir. Goodbye. He's blown a gasket. No proof, no evidence, and unreasonable request fallacy. That's all he's done. And we've given him all the data, go and replicate it for himself. I did admit that it would cost a little bit of money, of course, in this particular case.
I think he went to replicate that shit again. So we'll give him his time.
Yeah. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, if we are so wrong, they should be in earnest to try and prove us wrong and to show us how to do it right, because they've got it right. So they should show us this so that we can then go and replicate it and make sure that they are right. But they don't offer a single thing, just insults and unreasonable request fallacies. That's all they're doing. Makes you laugh. We're always victorious, ladies and gentlemen. And the reason why we are victorious is because the Earth isn't a globe. Of course. If the Earth isn't a globe, how can you lose your debates?
Jen, I want to consider that shit like that. We are not victorious. No, we are not. So people are still globers. So they are still stupid. So to be victorious, we have to just elevate those people to a higher grade and make them understand the reality. Like those people could change their mind and make them globers. So we can't say that we won till that moment, that day, and I don't think that it will happen someday.
I've said we've had a 10-year victorious defeat against the Globers. They have lost every single debate. So that piece of data should make people who are believing they're on the globe think.
There was no debate since those thousands of years that they claim. Aristotle and Eratosthenes are those people. Since those days, since the first one who claimed the globe, there was no debate at all because there was no proof for the Earth to be a globe.
Exactly.
Since the first moment, it was just a claim, and it's still just a claim. The Earth is a globe, and it's moving, and it's spinning in the vacuum of space. Prove that shit.
There's been two court cases where the Globers have lost in a court of law twice. They failed to prove the globe, ladies and gentlemen. There you go, in a court of law. So, there's lots of evidence where they haven't been able to prove. In a court of law, that's a perfect arena, a legal institution right there where you're meant to prove the Earth is a globe. They failed twice. Twice they failed.
The day when they win those cases, I'll try and make a complaint and try to prove my unicorn too. If the globe Earth is provable like that, if they win someday, I'm gonna try my unicorn to prove my unicorn too.
Exactly.
Using the same things. I don't need so much things. Just what they have: imagery, videos, and some testimonies. I won't fail to have testimonies of people who believe that unicorns exist.
Yeah. I mean, you can present them, but you have to prove the actual physicality of the unicorn. That's the thing, and you won't be able to do that. Just like they can't prove the physicality of the globe. That's why they lost twice in a court of law. They couldn't prove it. They couldn't prove that the Earth was curving in any way, shape, or form. That's why we, the flat earthers, are victorious at this point. And the more we win these debates that are being had in various servers and on the streets as well, that's when people begin to wake up. Slowly but surely, we are moving towards the tipping point. Every day, more and more people are becoming flat earthers. Every day. That's good news. Great news.
How many chances you have to prove that the flat table is a ball?
Well, you've got no chance of proving that. You've got no chance of proving that. But what we want to try and do is make people aware that they're carrying a belief of something that they actually haven't checked. And that's a dangerous thing to do because now you are in an indoctrinated state of mind. And you need to break that indoctrination. And then you realize that there have been other deceptions have happened whilst you were busy being indoctrinated. And then you hit the brakes, you review your life, you go back in the past, check it, and then you make yourself a new road that you are now in control of to a certain degree. Okay? Right. That's what happens to a flat earther. You do things properly. I had 48 years of a belief of the globe, 48 years. And the reason it was that long is because I trusted the experts, so-called experts. I trusted that what they told me was the truth and correct. Why would I think they were lying? You see? But if I had checked it all those years ago, wow, man would be a different person. Definitely. Cool. Yeah. You know? That definitely changes your outlook on life.
I think you couldn't, no one is able to start thinking about the flat earth if there is no starting point, there is no starter, no first information that will trigger your critical thinking. At that moment, you'll try to research the thing. Do you think that someone can just turn flat earther without hearing about flat earth at all, living as a globe, and one day you will say, whoops, hey, it's not a globe?
Okay, no, that's a good point you raised there. No, indoctrinated that you're on a globe, that's it. You're going to be thinking you're on a globe. But if you haven't been indoctrinated and you're living out in the bush, you're not going to say the earth is a globe, because all you would have experienced is horizontality. You haven't seen the curvature at all. You haven't experienced it. So for you, the earth is flat. That's what it's going to be like. The ocean is a clue as well. So it's because you go to school and they indoctrinate you. Because if I was asked at the age of 5 or 6, right? This is before we go to elementary school. Is the Earth a globe? I'm not going to say yes, because how would I know that? I wouldn't have experienced it. So I would have said no. Or if I'm thinking out of the box, maybe. But that wouldn't be me. I would be saying no. I wouldn't be saying maybe. Someone who says maybe, that individual is thinking out of the box. That little kid would be thinking out of the box. Me, I would be saying no, it's not. And the reason why, I haven't experienced it. So my answer would be no, it's not a globe. I've not seen it. Okay? So 2 possible answers would be no or maybe. It cannot be yes. For it to be yes, where's the proof? What is the experience being had? So if a child said yes, you'd be asking, how did you know that? What did you experience, kid? You see? So the answer is no or maybe. That's when you're a child. But when you go to school, you're indoctrinated to believe that the earth is a globe. They don't give you any proof. So you're running on 100% belief now from what your teacher tells you. That's it. And then it's reinforced through the cartoons that you watch, music, movies, science programs, Tomorrow's World Today, for example. And then you've got like the History Channel now, Geographic Channel, the Discovery Channel. All these channels reinforce the globe. Corporate images with globes on it. Okay. And then the news, everybody's on their insignias. This is how you believe that you're on a globe. Okay? So yeah, no, it's not easy. And I myself have been in the army. We've jumped out of planes. I've seen the earth level and not registered that levelness, because I'm not thinking about it. I'm thinking about enjoying the view and then getting ready to land. I don't want to break my legs. So you're busy, you're occupied. So you're not thinking about the actual shape of the earth at all. So what you said is true, by the way. I just thought I'd elaborate on that a bit. So, yeah. The clues are there. What I'm trying to say is that everybody's uploading, living on a horizontal plane, but they're not connecting to that. So in their subconsciousness, everything they've experienced is horizontal. They've never experienced living on a globe. It's only when you put it to them and you challenge them on their beliefs that they then begin to realize that they have to go and look. And then when they go and look, they find out that it's flat. That's when they wake up and think, wow, I was indoctrinated for 48 years. That's me. Wow, what an error I made there. Ooh, I'm never going to believe in anything ever again. That's what I said. So I don't do any believing now. But yeah, great point, sir. Great point. Yeah, I think your name is Necros. Very good point you put forward, Necros. I thank you for that, because people learn from what you've said.
Thanks to you, Jim.
Yeah. Yeah. So clearly, Mr. Gupta came in. He didn't know his model, and yet he's throwing insults at us who know the model inside out, and we've investigated, right? So he made a big mistake. And then he proceeds to tell us how the flat earth should be. There's an indoctrinated individual. And they think it's a joke because they're laughing all the while, laughing and laughing and laughing. Yeah, as I was saying before Mr. Gupta came in earlier on, if the Earth is an oblate spheroid, a ball shape, there must be curvature. Must be. If there's a circumference, there has to be a circular trajectory for aeroplanes when they fly, because they have to follow the surface of the Earth. Have to. But there is no such trajectory. And also, for in the case of the aeroplane itself, an aeroplane, when it's flying horizontal, that is the most safest position for the plane, okay? That's the safest, flying horizontal. That's what they're designed to do, to fly horizontal. Because when they're flying horizontal, the aeroplane is under no stress now, right? It's designed to drag the air through the jet engines, create thrust to move the plane forward. When you change to a curved trajectory now you're going to increase power. You have to keep it up. And now you're putting stresses on the components. Those components will be the engine, where it meets and marries the wing, articulating with the wing, where the wing itself articulates to the body of the airplane, the fuselage. Okay, these areas are being stressed now. And then the tail section as well. And also the undercarriage door, as it flexes and twists and torts as you're flying through a curved trajectory for 9 hours, 9.5 hours non-stop. Curving puts enormous stresses on the aircraft. No doubt about it. That's a dangerous maneuver, by the way. And you couldn't go to the toilet if the plane is flying in a curved trajectory. You couldn't walk out anywhere. You have to be seat belted, as a curved trajectory is a dangerous move. It's not a safe move at all. Can you imagine that for 9.5 hours? Which would then result in the plane landing at the destination after 9 hours. It would then have to go into the hangar and be inspected. All articulated points. Engine with the wing to the body, tail section, undercarriage. These things have to be inspected before it can come out and then get back to work. Okay? Because 9.5 hours is a long time to be flying in a curve. All that stresses. Okay? This is engineering now we're talking about. This is where being an engineer helps to bring that home to you. Okay? Yeah. It's that simple. I'll give you another example. If you have a car traveling at 30 miles an hour in a circle, just going around and around and around and around in a right-hand circle, so you're turning right. Now, what's going to happen is that the stress is going to be on the left side front and rear tire, and the suspension, because the weight is shifting to the left. The right side tire and rear and front tire and suspension are having less stress, okay? And you're going around in a circle. So you're going to get uneven wear of the tires. The suspension is going to be very hot on the left side versus the right side because of the impact of the stress for 1 hour, 2 hours, just going around in a circle. That's engineering, okay? And that's just a car. Imagine traveling at 600 miles an hour through a curved trajectory of 3,740.47 miles for 9.5 hours. Okay, there you are. But these are the things that you people don't think about because, you're not thinking about it. But we the experts can bring that to you. Yeah. And finally, when you see if you ever go to an airport and you see the planes come into land, as they land, they park up, and then the luggage is removed. Right, the luggage is removed from the plane. The toilets and the excrement that we did in the toilet, that container is removed. A new container is put in. The food is put in. The empty tins and pots and things that we used, they are removed. The new ones are going in. The new luggage is going in. All right, they're removing the the little bits of cloth on the headrests of your seats, all that's replaced. All that takes about an hour and a half. And then the plane is ready for us to get on to go out and fly off. No, you don't see any inspection going on the plane at all. They're not, oh, yeah, sorry, and they fill up the plane with fuel. You might be lucky to see that. But you don't see them inspecting anything. They're not checking the wings. They're not checking the engine. They're not doing any of that. Nothing like that is happening. Just a quick turnaround. Okay? So obviously they're flying horizontal. Obviously. Yeah. Clearly they're flying horizontal. Every jet fighter pilot and his aircraft, when they finish their practicing sessions, where they simulate they're flying in the air and they're simulating battle maneuvers, avoiding aeroplanes coming from behind, shooting up and then coming back down. When they finish all that training, the whole aircraft goes under inspection, straight into the hangar, and they inspect every nut and bolt on a jet fighter. Okay, right. So, and that would apply to an ordinary aircraft if the aircraft was doing the same thing, curved trajectories, okay, and then looping the loop and twisting and doing barrels. Well, we don't do that in a passenger airliner. We only fly horizontal. We don't even fly a curved trajectory. The only time the plane is deviating from horizontal is when it flies up to take off and it climbs up to the 30, 40, 50,000 feet altitude and then levels off. There might be some turbulence along the way, so it might drop in altitude, it might increase in altitude. But for the most part, it's horizontal. And then it starts to lose altitude as it arrives at the destination, starts to drop in altitude. That's it. It doesn't take a curved trajectory. It doesn't do that. That puts enormous stresses on the plane and on the passengers as well. So, yeah. It's quite easy to understand that the plane is not flying in a curved trajectory. So easy. It's all about the physicality of it. If the Earth is a globe, we must physically be able to measure it and experience it and see it and photograph it physically. We don't have that. No human being is experiencing living life on a globe. You don't have that experience. All you've had is horizontality everywhere. You just haven't noticed it. See? That's how simple it is. Which is why I'll never get fed up of flat Earth. It's where I live. And I love this discussion, debates, explanation. I love it. It's really good. It's really good. Very good indeed.
Hi, Radius, you've been unmuted. We don't want to hear what you have to say. I wanted to avoid you getting banned from the guest VC. You've been muted for a couple days, so I'd suggest just if you want to go speak at a different room in this server, you go and do that. If you want to stay here and listen, you're more than welcome. Yeah, we definitely don't want to have conversation with you because it's the same thing every time you speak. It's like listening to a broken record. So.
Well, I kind of get the same feeling about what you guys are saying. It's kind of the same thing. So
well, you don't have to be here.
I have no problem with it. I'm good. I'm comfortable with it. I'd like to hear what you guys are saying again so we can talk more about it. I'm happy. I'm good, brother. You know what I mean? I'm just asking if you guys would like to speak. If you guys don't like to speak, well, I can't force you. You understand? I can't. So you guys are cool. You guys have a certain belief structure. You guys have never heard me disrespect you out of my mouth, right? I don't call you Emma F for this or Bia or this. I've never said that. I always just try to talk about the subject matter. Sometimes I get low.
No, you call us liars. You call us liars.
No, liars. Hey, big man, if you're lying, you're lying. Hey, you can call me a liar. That's okay.
No, you call us liars.
Yes, that's fine. If I know
no, it's not fine.
If I
no,
know
it's not fine, you idiot.
Of course it is. Okay, look at you.
Get out. Just leave.
The reason it's not fine is because you're a bigot. If you had the idea, and again, not only that, but you're going to interrupt my point of clarity after saying something as heavy as that. To try to understand where I'm coming from, that's when you shut up. Because that was a heavy fucking statement. Right? Mike, but
I did not hear what you said. I was asking you to repeat. Calm down, man.
I am calm. I'm in the middle of chewing some food. So, again, if you're to take a title or a group and say, oh, they're liars, that just makes you a bigot. Because that's like saying, well, tree huggers are liars, or Christians are liars, or stargazers are liars. You can't group a group of people, even if they're in the same location, and generally call them liars. Makes you a bigot.
It was on a specific point. It's not flat earthers generally. I didn't say generally you guys are liars. It was on a specific point. We are debating. If you said something that is patently untrue, right, and I'm giving you the information that says it's untrue, and you're still carrying it on and you're disrespecting me, I'm going to call you a liar in the middle of that. Right? But I'm not saying flat earthers all. I've never done that. Why would I do that? That's foolishness. That's like asking to be thrown out. But on a specific point, if you point out you have an observation, 1 foot to 1 foot over 30 miles, and you do not show that, you're going to be called a liar. And that's what I did.
All right. If that's what happened, and so be it. Understood. I understand.
I don't come into the room and just like you. Many flat earthers have done that to us. You guys come to our rooms and call us globetards and blah blah and on and on and on, right? Idiots and all this kind of stuff, right? And we suck it. Like you guys are not barred from any of our spaces. You can come to any of our spaces at any time. Nobody blocks you guys.
If crying about something, I also can cry about. That's why I'm saying humans are humans. Like it doesn't need any unpacking there. Because when you say you guys, you obviously can't include me, and that's the point. Generally,
that's not true. That's not true.
What's not true?
What you said isn't true. It's not true.
I don't call you globetards. I don't go into your service.
Hold on. What did I say that wasn't true?
The thing you said.
Which was what? Which was?
He's just arguing for the sake of arguing, Elijah. Like I said, people just want to speak.
I mean, look, he's laughing. He's actually laughing. Why don't you just mute the guy? He's laughing at us.
You just mute him for now anyway. Well, he left. Yeah. So
yeah, but what you were referring to, right, Elijah, was speaking in generalities. When people speak in generalities about all flat earthers, it shows a lack of intelligence, and that's not a dig. That's just what it shows. It's a behavior. You know, you don't critique the person; you critique the person's choices and their behavior. So that's the problem here, is when we're speaking in generalities, globers or flat earthers, all, you know, it just shows a lack of understanding of how nuanced every individual is. So I don't agree in speaking in generalities, and I don't lump every globe believer into one basket, because that's foolishness. Anyway, I asked, you know, you've been very respectful today, right? But then you go into this, flat earthers are lying, right? Speaking in generalities, right? Lumping everybody into a basket. That's what Elijah was getting at.
Yeah. Can I just interject here with a point of fact? Okay. A few weeks ago, let's say about a month and a half ago, 2 months ago, Robert was in the Earth Awakening server. I was talking about Bill Kaysing and his book, We Never Went to the Moon. And then this guy, Robert, says that Bill Kaysing is grifting the public. If I was in the same room as him, I would have smacked him in the mouth for that. Because that's how can you make such a statement of a man of impeccable integrity and say that he's actually grifting the public? You don't even know the man. You know, you have no affiliation with him at all. You don't know when he was born. You don't know where he lived. You don't know how he lived his life. You know nothing of his life, but you come out with, he's a grifter. See what I mean? This is Robert. There you go.
I apologize. Okay. I don't remember the conversation.
But I remember it clearly because I told you this.
Okay, you do, but I
remember this.
Remember. So Bill Kaysing, do you want to go over it again?
Robert,
I do not know who Bill Kaysing is.
Robert, listen to the words I said to you that day. I said, you are descendant of slaves. You come from a slave as a black man to make that statement, is what I said. That's how angry I was. I was very disappointed in you for you to say that. You come from, your descendants are from slaves, and you come out to grow up to make such a statement. A man is a grifter. I don't even know who he is. Okay? That's why I was so angry. You were lucky we were not in the same room. I would have smashed you in the jaw for that. It's an embarrassment and just absolute downright rude. Don't even know the man.
Again, I don't remember the conversation.
Yeah, of course you don't.
Sorry, there was a misunderstanding there. I do not remember what you're talking about, brother.
Well, yeah, I'm speaking clearly. I don't forget. I don't forget that at all. That's why I said
I really didn't talk to somebody else. That was not me.
It was you, Robert. Robert, it was you. You're lying now. Now you are lying, Robert.
So if it was me, that means I did not understand what you were saying. If I said that,
you said this, that Bill Kaysing called Bill Kaysing. You called him a grifter. Honestly. Okay? Very lucky that day we weren't in the same room, Robert.
I think Robert, we were. I think how many people were talking? Maybe
you were lucky we're not in the same room.
I'm sorry. Because usually when I go to the spaces, a lot of people are hurling a lot of epithets of me at me and stuff like that. So I may be responding to one person and not you. I apologize.
It was me and you that was talking. It was me and you that was talking. Red Cloud was there. Red Cloud was silenced by me because he knew he had no room to talk. Then you wanted to take up the challenge, and we were talking about Bill Kaysing and his book, We Never Went to the Moon, and how NASA faked the moon landings. And you said that Bill Kaysing was a grifter. When you said those words, I thought, how can a man state that to a man he doesn't even know? And this man who buys a ship to house 20 Vietnamese veterans who were homeless. So together they built the boat and tidied it up. Bill Casing and his wife is living in one section of the boat, and then the rest was for the homeless to live on the boat together. And the idea of the book came from one of those Vietnam vets. You don't know this story, you don't know the man's life, but yet you call him a grifter. That's what I mean. Just to say that, like I said, you were very lucky we were not in the same room. I would have smashed you so hard, you would know about slavery.
That sounds like bigotry behavior. It seems like, he can correct me if I'm wrong. Seems like he was in an area, where all these different epithets and insults and things are going on, and he felt comfortable because it was probably pointed out to him, I guess, by you, something about this dude who doesn't believe we went to the moon. And without knowing anything about the guy, because of how he feels about flat Earth, he just did a bigotry move. And he said what he said. And he said the dude was a grifter, and he didn't know him.
I think that's a misapplication of the word bigotry. I apologize.
Well, how so? Because the way that I'm applying it is, you take a group you see a group of people under a banner, something that they may have interest in or something that they call themselves, and you treat them all the same.
What? We're talking about Bill Casing, one person.
Well, I'm talking about didn't I just lay out a situation where potentially you were talking to some random flat earther in a room full of people that are hurling insults back and forth, and you felt confident or secure enough to call someone you didn't know a grifter, potentially because he was saying the moon landing didn't happen. Now, why would you call them a grifter? Because everyone who's going to go against heliocentrism and what the government says is a stupid flat earther to you, right?
No.
Because there's no other reason that you don't remember the conversation. There's no other reason for that line of thought and for what you said. Why would you call someone you don't know? Did you read his book?
I know the story. I know the story that he tells about the Apollo missions. Yes, I know of them.
So you didn't read the book?
No, I did not read the book. Sorry.
So what was your justification for calling him a grifter?
Yeah, because the information about the Apollo landings and so on and so forth is factual. There's more information that backs it up. The actual Saturn V rocket is sitting in a museum on the Cape Canaveral campus. The actual Saturn V booster, which I have seen. And you have, and the thing is, Bill Casing is a person that you read a book about. I have actually seen the actual booster, and I've spoken to the astronauts who went. So I have first-hand knowledge from the horse's mouth of what occurred. I'm not sure why you're talking while I'm talking, but that's okay. Go ahead.
Well, it doesn't matter. You said that at the end of me interrupting.
Round, bro. Earth is round.
But the bottom line is this. So you're basically telling me you didn't read his work, but you know he's a grifter because you know for a fact that we went to the moon. So
moon landing is fake.
So that does make you a bigot, because bigots usually are very staunch in what they think they know, their view about a certain thing, and anything opposed to that is going to be spoken about in the way that you just spoke. I said, did you read the guy's book to call him a grifter? You basically said, I didn't have to.
in outer space. So I was wrong, right? And I admitted to myself. I said, "Oh, I was wrong about it." So then, I kept looking, through the information. One day I will wake up, I say the Earth is flat, and then the next day I say no, it can't be. I know too much about the globe. Everybody, understand or know the Earth is a globe. Blah blah blah, this and that. So it can't be flat, right? So I would say about 2 years, and to the point, I come to conclusion. Oh my God, we don't have any direct evidence of the Earth being a globe at all. That's when I became a flat earther. And then, yes, I did my long distance observation, right? I used to live in Florida. I was looking from one island to another island, and I think it was over 12 miles, right? According to the globe, it should be, I think, over 70 or 80 drop, right? I wouldn't be able to see across, the 2 points.
The laser from the top of a 44-story building if the Earth was curving. Now, do you understand what I said?
Yeah, but the biggest flaw.
No,
in
yeah, but.
Don't fucking literally. I let you talk, and now you're talking over me.
What I just said. I want to make sure
you're literally talking over me, bro.
You're right. Steel man what I said so that I know you understand it.
Stop fucking talking and I'll do it. Jesus Christ, dude, you got diarrhea of the mouth. Okay, so since you're not that smart, I can tell. Are you not familiar with a part of land or the basin of a lake or pond being lower than surface level 2? So how do you explain the fact that just the level of water can be sitting lower than the surface of the land that's being measured from one point to another?
Yeah, we know that. We measured the height of the laser from the water surface. Remember when I started, I said,
hold on, I don't sit on Discord all day looking at shit.
No. Okay, you asked me a question. I'm going to answer it. You're not going to answer the question you asked me for me. I'm going to answer it. So when I started, I said, we measured the laser. It was 10 feet off the surface of the water. That's why I asked you to steel man what I said. So now, you're going to steel man what I said, tell me exactly what I said, or you're going to be muted forever. You're unmuted. No one in your DMs can help you. You're unmuted, buddy. We're waiting. You got all this airtime.
We want to hear the steel man. If you can't do it because you weren't listening, just say that.
Hold on, what was the what were we talking about? I have this Indigo guy turned down because Jesus fucking Christ.
We're talking
Yeah,
about
you can't do that.
ability.
He's the one. Yeah, he's the one talking.
Okay. Well, how about
We're
can
talking
one of
about
you
your
guys
inability
ask the same?
Stop interrupting everyone. Dude. Just relax.
Yeah,
We're just talking
Alpha,
about your
you can talk
inability
to
to
him.
answer.
I'm all done with this dumb fuck. So go ahead.
Okay.
Can I just say one
so
thing before
maybe-
I forget, before AV goes on with him, that did you tell AV about how Brendan was here last night? You gave him that Bolivian salt flats argument. He said he was going to go take a look at it. Did you tell him?
Oh, Brendan, the meteorologist.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was here. I didn't tell him. No, you can tell him though.
Yeah, Well, I just told you. He was here last night, and Indio presented that same argument that he just did about Bolivian salt flats, but in more detail. And Brendan was like, I'm going to go look at this. It's really interesting. And I also showed him the 8-foot observer black swan. He said he was going to look at that. So he's supposed to report back next time he comes. And he also reiterated what you talked to him before about the air pressure measurement. So it was cool.
Yep. That's a solid argument, by the way. So Tansom is he's not capable of actually producing at least one shred of evidence for the Earth being a globe. He just continuously talks about things like he knows what he's saying, and I'm pretty sure he doesn't. So Tansom, if you're there. I think you'd like touting your own self as somebody who's knowledgeable, but I don't think you are.
But what are you even trying to prove here, bro? You're just gonna.
We're trying to prove, that your method of trying to produce.
So, I was literally trying to explain before, and I got talked over.
Yeah, because you don't know how to shut your Dorito hole when someone else is talking, bro. That's why. Yeah, it's pretty simple. If you understand how to do that, you can join the rest of society, where we understand mannerisms and the ability to withhold our tongue until someone's done talking. Yeah, but you can't even do that.
So, wait, are you done talking, or?
Well, I'm gonna wait for you to respond to the question.
Wait, no. But I want to wait and see if you're not done talking. I don't want to interrupt you by accident.
Oh, you don't have to. I have the red mute button. It's pretty simple for me. So I can ask you a question simply and just ask for you the evidence of it. Do you know if the Earth is a globe, and can you produce evidence for it? Now I can unmute you and you can say your piece.
Yes, I can.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So I'm guessing you guys understand how air pressure changes at altitude. So how can you convincingly?
Okay, that's wrong. You're asking a question. I'm demanding evidence. A question is not evidence, sir. So you need to reform your answer to directly answer what I'm asking for is evidence of the Earth being a globe. That's all.
Okay, then the air pressure changes at altitude. Checkmate. So prove me wrong.
Okay, so how does that determine that the Earth is a giant oblate spheroid? Go.
Because the closer to the center of gravity, the higher the air pressure.
Okay, that's a nice little chuckle, but how do you know the surface is curving to form an oblate spheroid based on what you said? Go.
Because things are denser at the center. Oh, dude. Okay, never mind. You're right. I'm retarded. I'm sorry.
Well, I know, but I'm just exposing you to the whole world, and everybody else who declares that the Earth is a globe basically have an IQ of a road cone. That's what I do.
Exposing me to the world?
Yeah. You're
Is that why you're isolated here in a fucking...
No, this isn't isolation. You can see how as many people is in here, and then we got live streams going on that's recorded for all time. That's going to be on the internet, and everybody can come back and watch how Tansom didn't have an answer for the Earth being a globe, and declare that he's not smart enough to do so.
You're right. I'm not smart enough to do so.
It's excellent.
But anyways, having 15 people in a Discord chat.
Yeah, don't need the color commentary. That's why I put a red mute button by your name. Don't need that. I just need your concession and your declaration of how you are not smart enough. That's pretty good. I think we could tie a bow around this one, yeah? Feels good, doesn't it, Tansom, to declare how you don't know if the Earth is a globe? Freeze your mind, bro.
Well, he finally told the truth.
Yep. Your mind is now free. You can think of things that are logically consistent.
Oh my God. Thank you for the permission.
Well, he can't help you because you're a liar. So,
what did I lie about?
What's with this
that's
fake laughter?
It's a nervous chuckle. Some people actually have that.
Laughter.
It's a nervous chuckle.
Because
used to
why
it.
would
Many people
anybody laugh at a flat tard? Yeah, that makes no sense whatsoever.
Oh, dude, what did you lie about?
fun.
That you were some sort of honest person coming in here. Now you're calling us flat tards. Okay, so your mask is now falling off, and we see your true face.
That's his true face.
He sounds like one of those evil villains in a cartoon, right?
Yeah. He probably
He's like the evil, like in the Pinky and the Brain sense, dude. He's like the wrong fucking evil villain.
Yeah, he probably took all the jabs and the boosters as well.
Indio, Small Fox has a question about the Bolivian salt fox thing. Salt flats. Said, wouldn't
you say Bolivian salt fox?
Huh? I know, that's what I did say. That was funny, wasn't it? Yeah. Is there a little fox running across there? That'd be cool. Yeah. Wouldn't it be the case that if it were slightly curved, there would be a difference that may not be perceptible to the human eye? I mean, I know that's not the case, but I don't know if you had any other details you wanted to give him.
Yeah, so that's one of the things that Brendan asked for. So I asked like three large language models this same question: at what distance would it start to be distorted? And it spat out all three of them, and it gave all the mathematical formulas for it and the calculations. So it would start to become
different. You guys are expecting
different. Okay, I can check the math, dude. It's pretty simple. You can check the math that it spits out. I don't have to believe anything. Okay, so I'll continue. It says that the distance from which it would start appearing distorted is 0.7 miles. Okay, so for a 6-foot observer, the horizon is 3 miles away. Okay, it's just basic. The law of reflection states that the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. So you have a curved surface, and all the light that hits that curved surface is going to have diverging angles of reflection. Okay, so the ground can't possibly look like the sky, because the sky, all the rays that are hitting your eye, right, are straight, right, straight from the sky to your eye, the clouds, whatever. But the rays that are bouncing off are diverged. So you can't have a mirror image where the features in the reflection have the same proportions as the sky itself. Does that answer the question? We know what the visual acuity of the eye and the minimum angle that we can resolve the difference. That's 0.02 degrees. Using that fact is what ChatGPT spat out. So I can actually give you a link to the prompt.
Yeah, he's saying that he can't talk, which is unfortunate because you're saying it's not answering your question, but I think it was answering your question. So there must be some part of it that you don't understand, because you said I'm talking about the amount of curve, not the distance. But that's what he's talking about. That there can't be any curve or.
The argument is the symmetry of reflection. That's the argument. You can't have a symmetrical reflection between the object and the object's reflection. They can't be identical, right? So I look at an object, say it has an angle of 0.5 degree, and then I look at its reflection, it also has an angle of 0.5 degree. That's not possible on a curved surface, because the curved surface has a changing surface area diminishing from my viewpoint, because it's curving down, remember? I don't know how I can go into it in any greater fucking detail than that, quite honestly.
He just argued for imperceivable, which means it looks flat because we can't perceive the curve. Well, thanks for that. It's imperceivable. Yeah, you just lost right there. You shouldn't have said that. Now that it's imperceivable, you can consider it flat until you perceive it. Yeah, I know, until you perceive it. So if you can't see it with the eye, and you can't test it with any measurement, Huh. I guess it must be flat. Whoops.
You know, they hate this argument because they can't invoke refraction, gravity, or any other nonsense thing, right? In the law of reflection, it isn't any relative value, right? It's dead set. Light hits it at 45 degrees, bounces off at 45 degrees. 35 degrees, about 35-degree bounce. There's no like, well, it depends on the relative density of the medium and blah, blah, blah. Like there's no escape.
All right, so he thinks, okay, I'm reading what he's put in here. It says, something can be perceivable in ultraviolet and not perceivable with the human eye. Okay, can you turn on ultraviolet and see the Earth curve? Can you use infrared and see the Earth curve? Can you use any spectrum and see the Earth curve? Other than what you perceive with the human eye. Come on, I'm challenging you. My point is not moot. It's very much in play. Can you detect it with anything? Give me your best shot. What do you got? Yeah, no, we're not. We're staying right here. You said it's imperceivable. Yeah. So, and then you said, well, you could use just like ultraviolet and see things that the human eye can't see. Okay, I'll bite. So what can you use that determines that when any other...
Bro, he said you're moving away from the original point. The original point was the symmetry of the reflection. You're the one who fucking went to ultraviolet. Are you claiming that in ultraviolet, the reflection's not symmetric? Otherwise, you went to, oh, well, we don't have perfect information. You changed the point.
Yeah. And he's saying with something other than our eyes, you can detect that the Earth is curving. No, you can't. I'm challenging you to find something that's going to do that in any way. And I bet you anything right now you're scouring the internet because you're not going to find anything. There isn't any. Sorry. See, this is why you need to be talking, because this little pause in between you typing like a long paragraph, it's no bueno.
Yeah, we got their Globe believer candidates in here if they want to bring their evidence. CW, he was here last night for Ladies' Night or the Ladies' Night after show. Joshua, standard old standby Joshua, and Leaf, who yesterday could barely put together a coherent sentence. I don't know if he got a good night's sleep.
Oh, this is an after show?
Well, I don't know. I mean, let's see. There was when I came in here, it was still going on. Yeah, it still says Ladies' Night After Show. Yeah, but the Ladies' Night After Show, anyone can participate. AV.
Okay.
Yeah, we're still doing it. That's why I had to come back in. I'm like, oh, better put a lady in there for the Ladies' Night After Show. No, last night we did it. It's over. It's really over. Yeah. Let's put to bed.
Small Fox, you need to get your mic on. And then we got CW. Welcome, CW. Do you believe with all your might that the Earth is a globe? If you do, unmute your mic and let's talk about it. We got Tansom, who's throwing a tantrum. And we got Small Fox, who apparently says that you can maybe detect the Earth as a globe with other things in your eyeballs. Well, he didn't produce anything yet, so we're still waiting on that.
Yeah, I think they write a limerick about Tansom having a tantrum. I think that would be good. Maybe I'll get to work on that.
Yeah. And we got Joshua coming back in, planting his flag on globe, not being moved by any argument.
That's right. Yes. No logic, no reason will move Joshua from his fantasy globe. I could definitely write a limerick about him, Joshua, but he would enjoy it too much, so I'm not going to do it. But to myself, that'd be the only thing that would really get under his skin.
Yeah. I think he's so vain. He probably thinks this song is about him. Very well.
Yeah, he totally does. Yeah, he thinks all the songs are about him. You betcha.
And I'll try to sing the Carly Simon.
What can
You're
I
so
say?
vain.
I'm a stubborn dude.
Yeah, certainly. But you're good for content because, whatever. So Small Fox, so why don't you quantify your Earth too biggie argument and put some numbers behind what you're saying, other than, your feelings that Earth too biggie. So you wouldn't see it anyway. Why don't you like actually quantify it and stop using like intuition?
I just think it would be too big. That's
Yeah. I attempted to quantify it, and apparently you don't accept that quantification. So give us the correct one. The number one global tactic is FUD. If you don't know what that is, it means fear, uncertainty, and doubt. That's all they have, is try to throw FUD on the flat earth. Well, you can't know it's flat because I can imagine something where it wouldn't be flat in my head.
Yep. That's good. They often use that a lot in crypto when people are fearful of the markets.
Yeah, it's been used probably since like the late 70s. IBM used to do it to its competitors. Well, we're IBM. You don't want to use our competitors. They've only been around for a little while. IBM's been around since 1888. We're trustworthy. We're not going to disappear and leave you in the lurch. I tell you what this guy's doing. Stay with the globe. You can't don't go with this newfangled flat earth stuff. The globe is reliable. Everybody believes on it. You can buy them at Walmart.
Honestly, dude, I think that Small Fox doesn't. I mean, he doesn't have the confidence to get on the mic. That's what I do think. It's not that he doesn't have a mic. It's just he doesn't have the confidence to get on the mic. It's a bit scary.
Well, should we start like a guest VC where like, we prep coach him? Try to like boost up his confidence.
Come on, you can do it. I know you can. Do it. Do it.
What is that? Is that the Jack Handy video? Like where you look in the mirror and say, "I'm good enough."
Not smart enough.
I'm smart enough.
Gosh darn it! People like me.
Yeah, like a green room. Did we have a green room in the home server? Am I imagining that, or did we just talk about it?
I think we did for a while. I think we did have a green room.
I totally think we did. Yeah, it was like the prep room. Yeah.
Yeah, the prep room is like it's like a bowling alley, dude. You set up the pins, and then Indio's like the big old bowling ball comes and knocks down the pins.
Yep.
Dude, I'm more like Raiders of the Lost Ark, man. It's like trying to run out of the cave.
Yep. Then they take a break. Yeah, we towel them down. They look for their evidence. They can look for their evidence in the green room, so they're not disturbing the main chat or spiraling out on some random thread.
What's that bowling that really hard thing to hit? Is it like the 7-10 split? Is that what that is? I might be getting the numbers wrong.
Sounds familiar. I actually did win a bowling trophy when I was in like 5th grade. I had it for a long time, but it was plastic. My little like 5th grade bowling league. Yeah.
So you know how to knock down bowling pins then, huh?
I bowl. Yeah, we bowl around here. What else are you going to do in the winter?
Probably have on your mantle all the like number one trophies, and you're like, yeah, I kind of bowl, you know.
In there.
Well, just some of these Globers are like bowling pins. You're just like, Steve Reich. Irrelevant. Small Fox, get on the mic, bro. We got Leaf coming back like a leaf in the wind. Fantastic. You guys just can't get enough, huh, Leaf? Joshua, Leaf, who else?
Yeah, I was concerned about Leaf during Ladies' Night last night. I kind of like to do a welfare check on him, but he did manage to reappear here after disappearing, so that means he was capable of pushing a button, so he's still conscious. He was like, I don't know, like slurring his words and stuff. But you're capable of speech, right, Leaf? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. But it's on a live stream, so everybody could hear it anyway. But we had a lot of trouble understanding him last night. Have you had a coherent conversation with him?
Well, he often tries to put the square peg in the round hole, but we help him out sometimes.
Yeah. All right, leave. Just give me a little shout out. Just say hi, Dandelion. You don't have to say anything else if you don't want.
Yeah, Tanson's really upset. He's been ranting for freaking 30 minutes now in the text chat.
He's like one of those like I put him at like the age of like he must be in his 50s. He's just one of those guys. He's your ordinary like, you know, your beer guzzling conservative, you know. I peg him somewhere like either Midwest or somewhere around there. And he's just like, he thinks he's smart enough, you know, he's got enough knowledge. He watches a lot of, you know, sports. Flat Earth. Can you imagine such a thing?
That was totally the tone. I mean, I wanted to tone police him. I held myself back, Avy, because his tone was like so insufferable and grating and disgusting. Yeah, it's hard to hold back. But yeah, he's totally had that. Yeah, he knows better. He's going to educate us.
Yeah, he goes golfing every now and again with his buddies, and they chuckle at things like Flat Earth and such. Yeah, he's that kind of guy, you know. Watch. Ain't that right, Tensum? Got you down to a T, huh?
When was your last golf game, and how'd you do, Tansum?
That's Spaceman. He's a
wait,
dumbass.
someone's talking to me? I actually don't play golf, but it's cute that you think I do.
Do you bowl?
I don't.
I'm surprised you like the globe so much. You'd think that'd be like your favorite hobby. What kind of ball-related
bowling
sport
and
do you do?
being a globe earther relate to each other?
You like balls?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
I
too
just
much
gotta say it.
too much logic and
So it's so it's not an intelligent connection. It's just some gay shit. Like what the fuck?
You'd know.
I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it like that. But
it's nothing. It's nothing clever.
I didn't mean it like that. I just meant like you like balls, like you know.
That's the punchline of the joke. You like balls? What the fuck? Are you 5? What the fuck?
Well,
no, Tansum. We often hear that, don't we, AV? Yeah, that's. Oh gosh, we need to record like a compilation.
I get muted for not participating in your intellectual conversation, and then you make a balls joke.
Because you couldn't hang, dude. We got to lower the bar.
Jesus Christ, have some fucking standards,
gotta lower the bar.
guys. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, dude, like you're all social commentary. You literally have nothing else.
And what's the famous thing? Don't argue with an idiot. He'll drag you down to his level and beat you with experience.
And more talking about people. You're literally just a gossip queen, Karen.
Yep.
Yeah. That's all you do is gossip. The whole time you've been here, you guys this and you guys that, and you think this and I think that, and look what you're doing. And Karen. Do you want to talk to the manager? Hanson, you want to talk to the manager? Heretic, you want to talk to the manager?
I've seen this idiot many times. His Spaceman.
Wait, I'm literally responding to this fucking Flat Lloyd guy. You didn't make me nervous, kid. I think you're overestimating your ability to be intimidating.
I'm looking at that thing that
more social commentary.
That you see that GIF that Apocryphon put in there, and you hear that guy speaking. When the lips of that lady, it looks like he's what? Say something.
Except you're the only one speaking.
It's funny. I guess
imagine that a flat earther can't stop talking.
Dude. Your issue is inward. Your issue is inside, not outside. Your issue is inside you.
Yeah, that's definitely true, Tansum. You might want to consider, since you're meeting new people, to humble yourself and see if there's anything that you can learn from them.
It says the people that are perpetually on Discord. That's kind of a weird thing to say. Like, do you do anything besides sit on Discord?
Hey, who cares? You're here too. Yeah. You're sitting on Discord too, so what does that make you?
Oh, well, it's actually my day off, and I thought I'd have some fun.
My day off, of course. It makes sense. It's my day off.
Every day.
You don't know what a day off is because you don't work at an actual job. My bad. I totally forgot, bro.
Can't clean toilets every day.
Holy shit.
Dude, Tensum.
You're good at that voice, Avy. You're good at that voice.
You're on Discord with us. You're on Discord with us.
I'm so flattered.
You can't just say, oh, you guys on Discord, because you're doing it too. Come on, bro.
Yeah, but like I said before,
Well,
you're
what? It's different this
perpetually
time?
on Discord. You're perpetually on Discord.
That's
dude.
nonsense.
Perpetually.
You
If
do
know-
anything?
listen, you know what
Do
the
you
weird thing
do
is? If
anything
hold
besides
on, dude.
be on?
Let's explain that logic just a little bit. You're perpetually on Discord means that you have to know that we're perpetually on Discord, which means you would have to be perpetually on Discord too.
So did
How's
you
that
know
strike
there's
up?
actually a web
Steve Reich.
time in a certain Discord and chat? I'm guessing you didn't know that because you spend all your time in this retarded chat.
How do you know
Yes,
that?
yeah, this is so. Yeah, I mean, this is so tedious. I'm sorry, AV. Yeah, I was actually
This is
complimenting
actually.
AV.
Well, I'm just gonna say this is like the first time AV's been in this chat in like 4 or 5 days. So like
Oh,
I don't know what you're
know.
talking about.
I haven't seen him in a while. I agree. Yeah, it's funny. Tansom doesn't know what he's talking about. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, I was actually complimenting AV's impersonation of you, not you. So just wanted to clarify that because wouldn't want people to think I was supporting your current behavior, which is clearly unhealthy and is never going to lead to any kind of growth for you. But maybe you're not interested in that. I mean, we're interested here in making examination of evidence. So I don't know. Have you presented any? He hasn't, right? He hasn't presented any evidence. Yeah, if he did, then I missed it.
He turns
So, yeah,
around every time you allow him to, he will turn around and just start saying, "Well, you flat earthers," and then you interrupt him, and then he starts crying about it. Well, you never let me finish speaking, and we're like, "Yeah, because you're going to talk about us. We want to hear evidence for the globe, not talking about us." He can't keep it together though.
You didn't let me finish my insult. You're
Yeah.
muting me.
You're muting. Yeah,
You're
why you
censoring
guys-
my opinion.
He doesn't know how to give
to be
evidence
honest-
for the globe.
To be honest, your imitation of him is actually more likable than him.
Yeah, that's true. You're right. It is. Yeah, you're right.
Still waiting for Tansom to connect the gas pressure to a curving ball.
So can you? Okay, yeah. So,
Yeah, dude, he starts off with a question. Yeah, can you? He's like, can you? It's like, dude, no, can you give an explanation of what Sonny was asking for? It's that simple, dude. Why is it difficult for you to answer? You got some kind of comprehension problem? Like, what's going on here, bud?
no, that's my fault. No, that's my fault.
Jansen,
I
you know what a
forgot you
pressure
guys
cooker
are
is?
incapable of.
Jansen, do you know what a pressure cooker is? Pressure cookers actually have a pressure gradient if they have a release valve inside them. The bottoms of them are flat. So the idea that you can't have a pressure gradient on a non-curving surface is nonsense. So now please present your proof of the globe. Back to the drawing board.
Yeah, you're the one here now, Tansom. You're the one who is being expected to present some kind of evidence of your positive claim of the globe. So no questions, no commentary about our lives. Just show us what is the best evidence you have for globe Tansom. What's your best evidence?
I don't know why you guys keep unmute. I'm just going to keep insulting you. Stop unmuting me.
Oh, that's
Are you
boring.
that dumb? Like, Jesus Christ.
Gosh, you're so
Oh,
boring. So you're
as if
admitting.
it-
So you're admitting you have nothing. Then got
So
it.
I'm guessing that you guys have nothing or know nothing about pattern recognition, right?
Yeah,
That's just a
no,
foreign concept to all
dude,
you
it
retards.
isn't the win. It isn't the win you think it is.
Well,
So
I'm
think
curious,
insulting us
collectively,
on a
how many
live
pennies
stream
did you
in
guys
front
shove
of
in light
hundreds-
sockets when you were kids?
in
Collectively,
front of
not
hundreds
as
of
individual people.
Ask for evidence of a globe, and all you can do is insult. I don't think you're shoring up the beliefs of
If
other
it's
people.
less than
dude.
10,
Yeah, I guess he couldn't do it. He's like, watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat. Pattern recognition. What? Like I couldn't think of anything more incoherent.
He can't answer questions. I don't know, Sonny. He's incapable of doing so.
Yeah, how is Earth a ball? Pattern recognition. Bye-bye.
Yeah, he gone. Says who says I'm still muted by him, so he can take a hike.
Yeah, see you in a couple of days, Sir Tantrum. The tantrum.
Yeah, I mean, he admitted he's not going to give any evidence and he's just going to insult us. I mean, what's the point of that?
That's the latest globe proof. Insult flat earthers. That's what they've resorted to.
Yeah, well, I'm sure
Flat
you can
earthers
find
dumb,
plenty of.
therefore globe.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
sure you can find plenty of friends to do that with somewhere else.
You actually think that guy has friends? Really?
Well, I mean, I could introduce him to some, like, Gem
I need evidence.
McToon.
I need actual evidence, man. You're not getting away with that baseless claim, lady.
Yeah, I have no evidence, Indio. No evidence at all.
Is that Helio Skeptic in the chat? The heck?
That's what it says. I don't know if he's actually
Helio.
here. He hasn't said anything.
I got you. Yeah, he must have had a long night or something. He's not speaking.
He was in here when I woke up. Tried to say something.
Was he on The Voice?
No. I don't know if he was before I got here.
Let's just start yelling, Helio, you're hot micing for old time's sake.
Hey, can you find some Helio clips and play them in the chat, and then we'll yell at it and tell it it's hot micing?
I love those. I know there's some really good clips kicking around of Helio, you're hot micing.
Okay, Small Fox. Is he in here listening still? Okay, Small Fox. GPS uses something called Earth-centered Earth fixed. It does not use a reference ellipsoid. Sorry, try again. I don't know why you believe it does, but it doesn't. If you look at how GPS does calculations, with its 3 coordinate values, X, Y, Z, latitude and longitude are 2 coordinate values that are not X, Y, Z. I know what the WGS84 is, and GPS don't use it.
Yeah, there's another one. Let me pull a rabbit out of my hat.
This isn't an agree-disagree thing. I'll post you Earth-centered Earth-fixed coordinates. WGS84 is a geodetic system. Completely different.
Yeah, don't have a clue about GPS.
So GPS, that little diagram, you're in the square. You're not on the ball part. You're on the square part. Dude, it's got to be like Joe or one of these low tier guys. Oh, Helio's like, that's not me.
What?
Yeah, hold on, let's see. Oh, it's the same user ID.
Must be in here on something.
Small Fox is a new account, probably Rich Evans or similar.
Yeah, could be. Yeah. God, he's like persistently wrong. Like who hurt
Yeah.
him? Which one of you guys did it?
Yeah. Small Fox, nobody conceded that GPS uses a reference ellipsoid. Nobody conceded that. You're making shit up. No, the shore that Flat Lloyd used is sarcasm. You don't get it though.
All right, go ahead, Joshua. Syria cook for us.
Oh, go on, what? I thought I was just listening in.
Surely you know the topic.
Oh, yeah, by now. I'm just curious, what do you guys think of, like, when you look at, like, Starlink, like, live streams and stuff, and they get to, like, a certain altitude, and then you start seeing, like, the curvature of the Earth?
What was the question?
Isn't there some TV that's
About Starlink? What?
Yeah, like SpaceX like live streams their Starlink missions.
Yeah, they live stream the Loch Ness Monster too. So what? Google Nessie on the net. Yeah, Google Nessie on the net. What do you think about that?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of fake news, but SpaceX is.
Oh yeah, like SpaceX live streaming their Starlink missions. Yeah, that's some fake news.
Well, I'm just asking you, like, for a bit more information.
Yeah,
Do you think
I think it's fake news.
Okay, so the whole company's just pretending to like just launch rockets?
Well, how did you get from fake news to the whole company? Like, that's the logical leap.
Wow, maybe you should just expand on your reasoning then. Then I don't have to assert anything.
I use the reasoning that you used for the Loch Ness Monster being fake news.
Right. So what is SpaceX doing? So, like,
I don't know. I don't work there.
Yeah, but you accused them of lying.
No, I said that allegedly live video is fake news. That's what I said.
Right, and people that spread fake news are lying. Would you agree?
Oh, that's what fake news is. It's lying?
Yeah. There's usually, probably not people who spread it, but the people who originate the stories.
No, that's not necessarily true because they might not know how that story is going to be used. So they wouldn't be lying. They say, hey, make a freaking video. Okay, I'll make a video. And someone else takes the video and gives it to another person. Another person is another person.
Right.
So
for the case of SpaceX,
I don't have to evaluate the honesty of human beings, okay, to know what the truth is.
Okay.
In fact, that is a foolhardy method.
I'm just asking, like, what do you think? What's the reasoning in your world? Like, why is SpaceX?
How would I know why they do anything?
Well, they're launching like satellites up. So and you're saying like, no,
really?
Fake news. But and I want to understand your justification behind that. That's what I'm trying to ask.
What's your justification for believing it? Are all claims true unless like you have a justification for not believing it? You claim you're just asking questions when you come in here, and I don't believe that. And neither does anybody else.
Well, it's like, for example, if I told you I don't trust doctors, I think they're all con artists or something, and then you'll ask me,
well, that's a
"Oh, Josh, why are doctors? Why do you think doctors are like fraudsters?" I'm like, "Why are you asking me questions? Does every claim has to be substantiated?" Like, you can see how it's like a bit annoying.
Yeah. Why do what? Well, let me ask you. Since you want to use doctors as an analogy, okay? So you trust doctors?
Yeah.
Based upon what? Based upon what?
Because they're qualified. We can measure their results if they're effective.
Yeah. So here's a result that's been measured. Okay. Deaths from medical malpractice in the United States is nearly the #1 cause of death. Never mind the prescription medication, which is a whole nother fucking can of worms.
I feel like I've just stepped into a
your
landmine.
belief is not based upon actual data. It's just based upon like your feelings. You have no idea what the efficacy of modern medicine is. You have no fucking clue. Not even the slightest. I don't know why you guys bring up medicine as an example, especially in light of the pandemic, dude. It's like literally the dumbest example of trust to ever bring up.
Because usually it's a concrete example. I wasn't expecting you to.
It's a concrete of what? Of being wrong?
I wasn't expecting you to. I don't know what to call it, like medical denialism. I don't even know what we want to call that. And you mentioned the.
Well, it's the stats from the bro. It's the stats from the medical industry themselves, dude. It's not my fucking numbers. Dude, Google.
Joshua.
Number of deaths from medical malpractice. Google it right now.
Okay, sure. I'm game. Deaths. Are we looking for the US?
Number of deaths from medical malpractice.
Sure thing.
Joshua, while you're doing that, can you tell me? I just got back here. I don't know what were you guys talking about before that you went into this analogy?
Starlink, and he was trying to make an argument that I need to auto believe what they say.
Oh, okay. Starlink is the argument. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Yeah, I made the mistake of talking about medical stuff, and I didn't realize I would have to start proving that as well. But in all fairness, I have Googled it. And the first result is MC Gills University. The medical error is not the third leading cause of death. I'll have a read.
Yeah. Great. Awesome. One study reported the approximately 400,000 hospitalized patients experience some preventable harm each year. Another estimated greater than 200,000 patients die annually were due to preventable medical errors. That's a bad example to bring up with trust because you blindly trust them and they kill people, and you're more likely to get killed doing that.
Yeah, but even from what I'm just listening to what you're saying, when we talk about like malpractice or misuse, like it's not like they're actually killing the people. It's like they're probably getting
preventable medical error is killing people.
No, like for example, if the patient did not have any medical care whatsoever, it would probably result in their death. What is probably
you have no idea. There's no justification. You have no justification to say that. None. None whatsoever. Post the statistics that that supports any of that. You can't because those statistics don't exist. Because if they did exist, nobody would go to the doctor ever.
Did you post an argument about Starlink, Joshua? I'm just.
Well, he wanted me to justify why. He's like, well, can you tell me how you know what they're doing is fake? I said, or why I don't trust them. Like, I want to know why I should trust them in the first place. And then he used doctors as an analogy. Fucking worst analogy ever.
I know. Tell me about it.
Yeah, so you should come up with something better, Joshua. You got anything better? Is this supposed to be your proof of globe or what?
Oh, I just wanted to know. Because we know that Starlink works, so you can connect to it. And we have GPS, and we have like a live stream of a rocket going up, deploying the satellites. And I just wanted to know what his opinion was. And
yeah, we have a live stream of the Loch Ness Monster and witnesses and all sorts of shit. So what?
Yeah, but I would imagine there's more witnesses and probably more substantial evidence to rockets flying up than Loch Ness Monster.
Yeah, but you don't see them go to space, dude. You see a rocket take a parabolic arc to the horizon. That's what people on the ground see when they see a rocket launch. You know that, right? So there's what you imagine, like what you're imagining in your head of what actually happens, then what actually happens. Those two things don't touch each other. Okay? Because what you see, if you film a rocket launch, you'll see the rocket take a parabolic arc and disappear at the horizon. The same way a fucking intercontinental ballistic missile, a medium-range ballistic missile does, a short-range ballistic missile does, they would all look identical.
They're doing that to get into an orbit. That's why they take
yeah, that's a cool story. Except for no one's ever observed an orbit. Ever.
I mean, that's not true. Like
Ever.
I'm sure there's an app you can go on where you can see like what satellites are passing over your
Grand
area.
Theft Auto. Yeah, I can go on Grand Theft Auto. There's an app.
Excuse me.
I mean, like
go ahead.
you could see with your own eyes. Like for example, like you could see Starlink satellites go overhead.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Are they in space?
Yeah, I would say they're in space. But
Why? Why would you say they're in space? Is it from the visual evidence or is it from the story you're told?
the reason why they're in space is because if they were in the atmosphere,
You can't answer a question, dude. This
they'll
is
be
getting old.
drag. Hang on, I was at middle speaking. The reason why they're in
No,
space.
I said, is it from the visual evidence or from the story you're told that you're basing it, your evaluation that they're in space?
Well, you immediately say story being told. Like I reject
Yeah,
that
because if you
premise.
just saw lights in the sky, right, you wouldn't go, oh, those are in space.
Okay, so what's your explanation for why these light dots go across the sky?
You don't need an explanation.
I don't
That's
fucking
convenient.
need an explanation, man. Why would I need one?
Well, I'm saying, oh, it's X, and you're saying it's not X.
What?
So I'm like, okay,
No,
well, what
what
is
I'm
it?
saying is, you're saying it's X. I'm saying you have no evidence it's X other than hearsay.
Hey, you know what's wild, Indio? When he talks about rockets going over the curve to get into orbit, those same rockets, Elon will show a rocket going straight up and falling straight back down. So why does it go over the curve?
Yeah, that's weird.
He has self-landing rockets, so when he goes up, he deploys the satellite, so he's in orbit, and then
But
what
it's
he
not
does
going
is
over a
he
curve, it's just going straight
deorbits the
up.
rocket and then goes back.
Listen,
It's
dude,
just
how do
going
you know
straight
any
up.
of that? Let me ask you, how do you know any of that? Would you
I mean-
know any of that unless you were told?
Well, there's more than told. Like,
No, I'm
there's-
asking you,
there's
would you
literally
know
video
any of that
evidence.
unless somebody... Okay, I'm going to ask you the question again, and you're going to answer this time. Would you know any of that if you weren't told that story?
Oh,
No,
what,
you
like-
wouldn't. That he shoots rockets up and straight up in the air, and they come straight back down. He shoots them up so they go into orbit. Blah blah blah. That whole story you just told. What is that based on? You heard somebody say something and you believed it.
Hang on, this is how information works. We share
And then
information. Like,
Yeah,
say
yeah,
what you learn
great.
English
And I'm
language.
sharing information with you. And I'm sharing information with you that you simply believe the fantastic stories of strangers and I don't. Okay? That's where the rub is. I don't have to prove or demonstrate or justify why I don't believe the fantastic claims of strangers. It's up to the strangers to provide evidence for their claims. Not hearsay stories, not a bunch of bullshit. You know what? He could go up and he could film the fucking satellites from the moon, right? So do that.
Yeah, but when you ask for evidence and I show you evidence, you
didn't show me evidence. You showed me claims. You showed me claims, dude.
Hang on. If I get a word in edgeways, just
Yeah, but claims are not evidence. You're mischaracterizing what you've shown. You've shown claims.
Right, I'll link. It's straight from the SpaceX website. Like that's one of the.
Oh boy, that seems credible. Self-serving claims from the people in question. That seems like a good source of information.
I mean, I address your information whenever you send me pictures. I think it's just as fair. if you
The
present-
information. There's a difference between the information I give and you give. I give empirical evidence. You give stories. Right? Shit you seen on the screen and the story behind it, you happen to believe. You know, I'm sure if SpaceX told you the movie Gravity was fucking real and it's a documentary, you'd believe that too.
in order to
Yeah, you can't even address that because you know
Hang
it's
on.
true. You think that Star Wars is a documentary.
No, it's very much in the fictional realm. So
How do you know that, dude? What if they claimed it was real?
I would highly doubt it.
Why?
They did say it was in a galaxy far, far away in a time long ago, so it could be history.
Why would you doubt it?
Because you can. I mean, it's completely documentaries of like the making of Star Wars, and even the people themselves. It's like it's part of a movie franchise.
What if,
So I
what if
don't
that
know
was
why-
disinformation? What if that was fake news? That like those documentaries about making Star Wars, they were all fake.
Well, then, if I was going to Well, then I would have to engage with the premise, wouldn't I? I would actually have to understand what the claim is.
Yeah,
and then
the point, you're deflecting from the point. If you were 5 years old and just saw Star Wars and they claimed it was fucking real, you'd believe it was real. That's a fact of the matter.
The problem
You just believe anything and that anybody says on the image, you happen to think that they're in a position of authority. You're a total cuck.
This is just insults and...
Yeah, that's right. That's what that was. At least you didn't call it a straw, or you didn't call it an ad hoc.
I didn't call it an ad hoc. I'm just saying that's just an insult.
The fact of the matter is this, is that people that you deem as authorities could show you anything and you'd believe it. You have no standard at which you would not believe it. Unless you do. Like, if SpaceX made some claim, at what point would you not believe it? What if they said they made like a teleporter where you could teleport to the moon? Would you believe that?
The difference between me and you is like...
Why can't you answer the question?
I am answering the question. If they said a teleporter, I would ask for evidence, and then I would see the evidence, and then I would judge for myself.
And then you would see the evidence.
I can see the evidence of the rockets going up.
Okay, here's their evidence.
Down.
They have a split screen
working
camera
on my phone or the internet connection, so I can see in real time like what's going on.
You don't know it's real time. The only reason you think it's real time is they said it's real time.
Do you use a GPS on your phone?
So check this out. Here's how the here's how your evidence for the teleporter. They broadcast the video, 10, 9, 8. So you have a container, and there's a person inside of it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And then the other side of in the split screen on the other side, boom, you see the person over there, and he's not in. And what they actually did was just swap the video sides, right? The left becomes the right of the split screen, and the right becomes the left of the split screen. And they teleported him to the moon. There's your video evidence. Right. Now SpaceX invented a teleporter.
Right, and we would evaluate those claims. We would have independent verification.
Oh, what's the independent verification of SpaceX?
Yeah, exactly. There's lots of media outlets that would...
media outlets that use SpaceX as the source of their information.
Verify SpaceX.
Dude, SpaceX PR department told the media outlets, dude, this is like what fucking... Who did this shit during the Gulf War? Cheney. The source was Cheney. He tells the reporter reports it, then he goes on the news and then cites the reporter as confirming what he said when he was the source of what the reporter said.
Sure, this is why we have independent...
These tricks don't work, bro.
And multiple outlets.
Oh yeah, all coming from the same original source, SpaceX.
No, SpaceX...
You realize SpaceX is a private company.
Yes, I'm familiar.
Yeah, they're a private company. Inside is a black box. Nobody knows what they're doing.
Okay.
We do know that there's over 400 government agencies coordinating with SpaceX. Do you know how we know this?
They have government contracts with NASA, I am aware.
Okay, do you know how we know this, though? Because Elon Musk went in front of Congress, swore on the Bible, and said, we have 400 government agencies working with us.
Working with?
SpaceX.
I don't think he controls the government, and I don't think the government controls all of the media outlets.
Oh, my Lord. Who said anything even remotely resembling Elon Musk controlling anything?
You were hinting at it.
No.
Yeah.
I said... No. What I said was, Elon Musk confirmed that SpaceX, for all practical purposes, is not separate from the government. But unlike the government that you can FOIA and get information from, you can't get FOIA SpaceX's information and get anything out of there.
Yeah, SpaceX is under no obligation to share anything with the public as a private company.
I'm not just...
And they have no obligation to tell the truth. They have no obligation whatsoever to tell the truth at all.
So would you find it satisfying if he did do the teleporter experimentation and multiple outlets were to record it and examine it?
I wouldn't believe it.
Okay, then so the issue isn't SpaceX, you don't trust the outlets at all then?
How are you independently verifying this?
No, dude. Claims are not evidence, dude. Do you realize? Okay, really simply, do you understand that claims are not evidence?
When I talk about news outlets, I'm talking about recordings.
Evidence.
I'm talking about recordings.
News outlets are news outlets make claims. They don't provide evidence.
News outlets often report the news from some kind of source. Sometimes the source is in the outlet, sometimes it's not. It's depending on like what article you're reading.
Okay. And a thing like SpaceX, do they got like free reign? Is it like free reporting? Where they're like, hey, here you go. Let's see your pass. Here's an ID. See you later. And they just go wherever they want and do whatever they want and just like report?
No, but they do have interviews.
Yeah, that's right. What they see and what they report is controlled by SpaceX themselves.
I don't think you care about that because you've already said that you don't trust the outlet. So even if they did allow full reign,
no, I didn't say
you still
that.
wouldn't trust them.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
So you would trust some outlets then?
No, that's not what I listen. If you're trying to oversimplify things and turn this into a childlike argument, dispute.
It's either you do or you don't.
You're just saying I don't trust the outlets or I do. Okay, I don't go by trust to evaluate truth. Okay, what they say might be true, it might not be true. I say I don't know until I have actual evidence that can be tested.
Do you trust anyone? Like if someone gave you a piece of information?
Certainly don't trust you.
I'm not asking you to trust me. Say like another flat earther came to you and said, we've done another laser experiment.
No, I would not trust them. No.
Okay.
I don't automatically trust shit.
Does this mean you have to like verify like every single claim,
if you want to claim you know something, yes.
Okay.
So I know it's really hard. I know it's very, very hard to actually think critically about things and make nuanced and particular decisions about what you know and don't know and what's a belief and what's not a belief and having the courage to say, I really don't know. I could adopt that, but then I would only be believing it and I wouldn't know. And I just like running around as if it's truth would be deluding myself. So you don't know that there's satellites in space. You believe it to be so. You're running around saying you know the truth, but that statement is actually you just deluding yourself. You decided to convert belief into truth. Because you like
it. I can see evidence for my claims where you're just saying I'm just trusting inaccurate sources.
There was a lot of evidence that all swans were white until they found a black swan. You know that, right?
I'm not familiar with that example, but sure.
Okay, so in Australia, swans are black. And the theory was all swans are white. And they looked for white swans, and that's all they ever found. So they were like, man, I got lots of evidence all swans were white. They must be white. And then they went to Australia and they found a black swan. So as soon as they found one black swan, all that positive evidence meant nothing. Okay? This is how actual inquiry works. This is how actual inquiry works. Confirmational evidence does not tell you anything. It's the attempt to falsify it that tells you something.
Well, even with your like swan example, all it took was a confirmed evidence.
It's Karl Popper's example.
So
it's not mine.
Hang on. So it's like new information. So it's like we've acquired new information. There's no conspiracy to cover up this information. This information is shared. Now we know that not all swans are white. With the space situation, you're a bit more of a difficult situation because you already have rockets that are going up. So there is no like black swan. They're already doing it. So the next thing you'll have to do is to explain like why are those rockets fake or however you want to claim it.
Oh, they're real rockets.
Okay.
The only question, are they doing what they claim they're doing with them? That's the only question.
Cool. Okay, I feel like I'm...
And whether we are capable of even evaluating that claim, right? Which we're not. because
let me try something real quick.
Hold on. Just let me finish.
Yeah.
You can go right after me, Sheep. I promise. So, a medium-range ballistic missile, which goes 500 miles, would look visually identical. You have no way to know from watching a rocket launch if it goes to space, if it goes 500 miles away, 200 miles away, 100 miles away. You can't tell. So the question is, can you even evaluate it for truth? And that answer is a big fat no. Go ahead, Sheeps.
Yeah, so another example of like the all swans are white argument, and then when you find a black swan, that disproves that all swans are white. Another example would be like boats going over the curve is the only explanation for boats disappearing bottom. Would you agree with that statement, Joshua?
You have to repeat that again.
Boats disappearing bottom up is only explained by going over the curvature of the Earth.
No, that would be false.
Okay. Do you have any examples of boats disappearing bottom up, going over a flat surface?
The claim that you said, like all bottom up, like you can obviously find a situation where maybe a boat is going behind some landmass and it might disappear bottom up.
No.
I would not say that is the curvature of the Earth.
If you're behind some landmass, so there's landmass in the middle of water that's preventing you from seeing the bottom of a boat.
I'm not saying that's in all cases, but you specifically said...
Name one fucking example where land in the middle of water is causing bottom-up obstruction of a fucking boat.
Most of the time, if it's on the ocean, then yes, it would be from bottom up because of the horizon.
Okay, so if I show you an example of over water, no land between the boat and your observation, where a boat is disappearing bottom up, and there's no way that it could be the curvature of the Earth, because the curvature of the Earth is way further than what the observation is being given. Would you say that this disproves curvature of the Earth?
It depends what's obstructing the bottom. Like I gave like a off the cuff like landmass, but it could be other things that could be obstructing, like another boat, for example, could be getting in the way of the shot. Like, you know what, we can talk around this. Why don't you post your evidence and we can have a look at it?
Okay, cool. I'll post it. Like, there's nothing in the way, bro. It's just water. The boat is on water. There's nothing between you and the boat.
I'm trying to be particular.
I know you're trying to be particular. I'm telling you, there's nothing in between you and the boat. You're saying, oh, it could be land, it could be another boat, it could be something else causing bottom up obstruction. And I agree, it could be something else, but it's definitely not fucking physical.
Sure, I just haven't seen the evidence. You have to post it to me so I can have a look.
I'm going to post it. Give me a second. I got to go through my Twitter account. It's dense, bro. Now, in this argument right here, right, I'll give you a chance to go watch it. Indio is actually giving an argument for this video. This video is not done by Indio. This video is done by Sky Free on YouTube, and they have over 100 examples of bottom-up obstruction over a flat surface where there's nothing in between you and the object, but for whatever reason, the object is disappearing from the bottom up. And so the idea that only curvature can cause bottom-up obstruction is asinine, because you can do it. You can give examples. There's actually physical examples of how you can do bottom-up obstruction over a flat surface. So I guess I'll give you a few minutes to watch the video. They take measurements throughout the whole video. So even though Indio is talking, there's visual cues for you to watch, and tell me what you think afterwards. We can have a discussion. Are you still here, Indio? looks like Indio left. I'll try to stick around long enough to have a discussion with you, man, but I'm
It's
also
fine.
at work. I apologize.
Yeah, if you gotta go,
But
you
it's
better go.
self-explanatory, because if you listen to the video and you watch the video, like you're hearing the argument, the same argument that you're going to make, you're going to hear it in the video. And Indio is giving the rebuttal to your argument that you're obviously going to make because you can't wrap your head around the idea that the Earth could be flat.
Well, I mean, we could talk about it now before you go. Like, I've jumped to like 4 minutes, and I can see that the waves are obstructing the boat.
The waves are not obstructing the boat.
Sure. Hang on, I'll watch some more. I've watched the video.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks so. At the beginning, the footage is reasonably clear. But again, like because it's like low down, I think they give you measurements at the beginning, like it was something like I don't know, wasn't it like an inch or something? No, 1.5
inch or 2 inches, yeah.
Yeah. So obviously, like some of the waves can obstruct that much. So, but I think the video proceeds to get like even worse. Like the further out it goes, like it keeps going blurry. I can't tell if that's like because of the camera or
maybe some optical happening off in the distance.
Yeah, like sometimes, like on a hot day, as you know, you can have sort of a heat wave, and they can distort the image.
So some other effect other than curvature.
Oh yeah, no, curvature's not stopping you from seeing the boat.
Right. So could you say that this is also something that could be happening on longer distance observations out over the ocean?
Yeah, you can have like very giant waves. You obstruct things. You can have temperature differences that can cause refraction.
Maybe some temperature inversions.
Right. I think when we say like the horizon's cutting it off from the bottom up, what we're usually talking about is I'll give you. You've probably seen this image like 1,000 times already. But we're usually talking about like these kind of photos where you can see the horizon where the sky meets the sea, and like the bottom of the legs are basically like cut off. And when I look at your image, your video, I'm not seeing the same effect. It's not so much the sky meeting the sea. It seems to be like a lot of waves are obstructing it.
Right. So it couldn't be a wave doing some obstruction in that video or that image that you showed me. The image also looks very Photoshop, like it's been cleared up a lot. Maybe had some noise removed out of there that would normally be observed in a natural observation.
You're talking about your one or my one?
No, yours. Your windmills.
I guess like I think the concern that there is that then going forward is like if I'm going to take your evidence at face value, I think there's an understanding you'll have to take my evidence at face value. Otherwise, we're just going to.
I'm not asking you to take mine at face value.
Okay.
I'm just asking you to ask a question.
You're
not wanting to ask a question because you're satisfied with the globe, even though you have no evidence to support the globe.
You guys
what you should be saying is, I don't know. I don't know would probably be the best answer you could give when it comes to what's going on in observations that you can't verify yourself.
Well, no, we can verify these. Like, if I go to Scotland and I'll take some photos of offshore wind farms, because I live in the UK, like, I would expect to see these.
Oh, okay. So, expecting to see these, have you gone and made those observations yourself?
I don't have evidence for this, but I used to live in North Wales, and I think it was around Llandudrog. We had some offshore wind farms, and yeah, like you could kind of see like the bottom was cutting off. It was a difficult experiment because you're quite high up, because the road to the town goes around a mountain, so you're at an elevated height.
Okay. Again, you're not doing the observations that we're asking, where you get down to sea level and you make a long distance observation over sea level. So you really have never experienced what many of us in this server have. And for the things that you feel like you've experienced, those were probably observations that you made before you even thought the Earth was ever flat. You just looked out there, you saw the wind farm and turned your head, never giving it a second thought because you've never been presented with the idea that maybe the Earth might be flat.
Sure, I grew up with the idea of like the globe model, but I can have both models in my mind. I can verify each other's claims. And to me, it's very clear that the globe model makes more sense.
Okay, so what works on the globe model?
Well, for example, we like I mentioned before, we can have like this to bring the conversation all the way back around. We can.
Well, this is what it always comes back to: is it's always circular reasoning for people who believe in the globe, because the curve verifies the model, which verifies the curve, which verifies the model. But the problem is the model doesn't work. If it worked in completeness, then maybe it might be an explanation for every natural phenomenon going on, but it doesn't. Because let's face it, gravity at the molecular level is not the same as gravity at the planetary level, is not the same as gravity out in the universe, right? Like those are three different gravities and three different models, and nothing is unified under the globe model, which you claim is the only model that works.
Well, I think the answer is then clear. Like the whole idea is to have like the excluded middle. It's either flat or it's globe. So we would look at things that would only happen on a flat model, or something that only happens on a globe model, and we can measure those, we can test those, we can see.
How about this? All right, try this one out for once, right? Flat or curved, you can't measure flatness, right? All you can do is measure a lack of curvature, right?
Sorry, measure. Do you say measure flatness?
No one ever measures flatness. What they measure is zero curvature, right?
It depends what kind of measurement device you're using.
Well, when you're looking for flatness, what you're looking for is a lack of curvature, right?
Yeah, if you're looking for something flat, yeah, you don't want it curved. Yes, I can agree.
Right, because you don't really measure flatness. It could look flat, but if you hold some kind of a level or something to compare it to, maybe a parallel thing, something that runs parallel to it, what you're looking for is deviation from the parallel, right?
Right, but even with the level, it's using a bubble, and that bubble is determined by the center of gravity. So it's going to be relative to. Like,
I'm not even talking about the bubble, bro.
You said spirit level, so I immediately just thought about the bubble.
No, I didn't say spirit level. I said level, as in parallel.
Okay. Carry on.
So when you're looking for flatness, what you're really measuring for is a lack of curvature, right?
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Correct. Because you can't measure flat. What you do is you measure zero curvature. With zero curvature becomes parallel. And if it's not parallel, then you'll find a point of intersection or deviation, correct?
Correct.
So that's pretty much all we're asking you to do, is to go out there and measure the curvature. If you have a lack of curvature, what does that mean for your observation?
Well, like I said before, like we can have an observation when the SpaceX rocket goes up, we can see the Earth starting to curve as the higher up it goes. So that is a direct observation.
You're going to have to post an example of this, because there's many reasons for whatever observation you think you're seeing going on, but I'll need an example of this in order to understand better what you're seeing in your mind, because that's what you're seeing. That's the only place you're seeing it is in your mind.
Okay.
Not a direct observation either. It's a faith-based, thing. You kind of have to trust them. You have to trust that it's,
you have to trust that the lens doesn't have any extra curvature involved in it.
I timestamped the video, but you can watch it from start to finish. But yeah, it has the process of like the whole rocket going up. And on the timestamp, if you just pause that, you can just about see sort of the slight curvature of the Earth.
So this is like a non-continuous edited version of like where they're just constantly making camera angles.
Uh,
So it looks like I have an external view, like a third-person view, and I'm guessing it's going to cut to a first-person view, right?
I get. Yeah, there's like different. Yeah, there is like different shots. So there's like one from its launch, and it watches the rocket go up, and then it will switch to a, I guess you'd call a first-person view of the engine. But don't forget, it's like it's more than one rocket. So it's like, I can't remember actually, because you have like the one self-landing booster.
All right, so more than one rocket, huh?
Well, yeah. So you
more than one launch.
Well, no, it's one launch, but so how it works is that they'll have a staging system, and it will go in two stages. The first stage would be the booster, and then the booster would detach and land itself, and then the main rocket itself would carry on the journey.
Yeah, see, they're cutting through all these different things, dude. I could make a CGI video if I had the artistic skills that they have. I could make a CGI video and make it cut to that. You wouldn't fucking know the difference.
Well, isn't there a way how to detect for CGI?
So you trust the government's equipment to detect CGI for you?
I mean, you could always just learn it yourself.
Or I mean, you could have just one continuous shot without using a fisheye lens, and maybe send up a few regular people to go up and have the observation. But even that is like not really verifiable, because there's actually what are they called, simulations that are said to astronauts couldn't even tell the difference. They said the simulation felt so real.
Just really quickly as well, Sheepdog, I was just looking at his video. I mean, we can see obvious effects of the lens. Here's the same altitude, and then just, a few seconds later, when the camera's panned a little bit differently, completely different curvature, showing that it's just, it's a lens effect. Yeah.
I mean, you really got to scrutinize the shit out of something, dude, before you could accept it as is, right? Measure twice, cut once.
Joshua's just punching the clock to sow FUD here.
I think so too.
Wait, punching my clock to do what?
Your morning routine, or our morning routine.
It's actually the evening for me.
Yeah, we know. You're in the UK. But yeah, the only unedited video of a rocket going up and coming back down uses severely distorted fisheye lenses, so that's questionable right there. What altitude they go to is still in contention as well, because, like you said, when rockets launch, they have to turn sideways to go around the curvature of the Earth, but then Elon's rockets also go straight up and come straight back down. So which is it? Is it going over the curve, or is it going straight up and straight back?
No, it's accelerating. So you'll see that the speed clock is going up. That's like relative to the Earth, and the idea is it's like if you can move fast enough, when the ship would fall, it would miss the curvature of the Earth.
The speed clock? You're talking about the thing that measures the miles per hour, how fast the rocket's going?
Kilometers per hour.
Or kilometers per hour? You really believe that thing? Like, have you ever, when you were in school, did you ever have the teacher turn on the computer and tell you to count as fast as the computer has the numbers right on the computer? There was a little program that would just count sequentially in order to count as quickly as you can with it.
I'm not sure what you're trying to get at, but no, teachers never asked me to count off a computer.
Well, that was one of the things that the teachers would do in like first grade to get people distracted. While the teacher and the principal would have a conversation in the classroom, because you can't leave kids in a classroom by themselves. But anyway, like so you're telling me that like they just couldn't put a number on the screen and make it count upwards and then tell you that's a speed clock?
Sure, you can claim that, but the fact that the rocket is performing what we expect it to do, that there is a curvature and then there is gravity, and in order to maintain its position, it would need to speed around the Earth as quickly as possible. So it would miss that curvature by literally just watching the video. Like again, like it starts going at an angle.
So you believe the video?
Yeah.
As long as you say you believe it, and that it's not knowledge.
But just like your main point was that you see the rocket going up and you see the curvature, and that's how you know that it's curved, because you can see the Earth curving. But I just showed you screenshots from your same video that show just within a few frames, right? Like it's curving the wrong way, and then it's curving the other way.
When it curves the other way, it's obviously they're switching the camera around. So
that makes the Earth curve concave, like a donut Earth.
Well, sure. If you don't accept like the image of the curved Earth, I'm not exactly
it's curving the wrong way.
Yeah, because you mentioned, or they're probably just switching lens or something. I'm not sure.
No. It's the lens, right? So you understand how wide-angle lenses work, right? So if you have, let's say you have a straight line and it's in the center of the frame, okay, and then you pan the camera, like you pan the camera so that straight line goes above center frame. It's gonna look like it's convex. And then if you pan the camera and that line goes below center frame, then it's going to be concave, and that's what we see in this footage, right? It just depends on at which point within the frame the horizon line is. So it's inconclusive. It's just showing a distortion due to the lens being used.
So you're not accepting like...
No, I'm just saying it's inconclusive because obviously there's a lens effect taking place, which is distorting the horizon line and making it warp, concave, convex.
Sure.
But you understand that we're back to I don't know, right?
Well, no, not really, because you're still seeing the rocket going up, and you're still seeing it perform what we...
That's awesome. I'm seeing the rocket go up. But what does that have to do with the camera angle and the camera lens on the rocket? I can see the rocket from the ground going up and going far away and going down. Looks like it's going down, but due to perspective, it could just be flying level with the Earth. Who knows? I can't verify that. But you also have this camera lens that's on the side of the rocket that you're putting yourself into that lens, but you're ignoring all of the miscues that lens is giving you, like the distortion of the outer edges of the lens, which when you change the angle of view, you go from a convex line of the Earth to a flat line of the Earth to a concave line of the Earth, just by changing the angle, because the camera lens is panning. You're not changing the camera lens. It's just the lens is panning across the view. You understand?
Well, what I understand is like when you're contending with the camera, the one camera is showing the curvature of the Earth. The other camera is obviously on. No, it's the camera's on the different side of the engine. Like that's not disputable because you can quite see. On one camera, you can see part of the engine, and then on the next camera, it's covered with light reflection material.
The engine is on the right side of all of these views.
Correct. But the Earth changes what side it is on. Actually, just to say we're talking about the same
Earth
thing.
is on the left, and the engine is on the right.
Hang on, I'm not trying to be funny.
Maybe it did a roll or something like that.
Maybe
it's different. A roll. Who knows?
We're looking at
It's on
two
the
different
same side.
footages.
Rocket moves.
Hang on, we're looking at two different footages. Let's let me link what the bit I'm on. So I'm at 16 minutes 21.
I understand that. You're using that one particular moment as your example, but there's an entire 16 minutes before that where the same camera lens is showing you different types of Earth.
Obviously, throughout, yeah, it depends which one they're switching to. Now I got a reference point. Obviously, like the closer down to the ground they're not going to see that curvature. But through the course of the video, as the rocket gets higher,
Are you looking in the side chat?
I'm not.
Look in the side chat and go back up to 55 minutes past the hour.
55.
So 53 minutes and 55 minutes.
Yeah. Actually, that's going to make more sense if I just screenshot it.
I know what the thing looks like at 16 minutes. It literally shows it for 2 seconds.
Hang on.
I watched the video, maybe 5 seconds.
Yeah, sure.
And then it cuts again.
Let me post the latest. So camera angle 1.
Uh-huh.
And then I'll repost your one. Yeah, these are two different cameras because as you can see, like the Earth is on the left side, and then on the first image, the Earth is on the right side, and then on the latest image, you can see that the reflective material, and then on the previous one, you can see bits of the engine. So they are two different cameras.
Yeah, but clearly the
No,
Earth
they're
is
not.
CGI there, though. Can't you see that the Earth is not real in that image on the left? That portion of Earth is not Earth. That's a CGI Earth you're looking at.
Well, we're talking about like the SpaceX like videos where they stream like the whole launch and they
Yeah,
like
yeah,
Starlink
I covered
satellites.
that. I recognize the engine nozzle, but the thing is, you can see clearly that Earth is CGI.
Curious, what about the rocket itself? Do you think that's real or is that fake?
Hold on. Before we get to that, I got to ask you, why is the rocket not on the left side of the image if the camera angle has changed? Or if the camera has changed?
Sorry,
if the Earth is on the left side, why is the rocket on the right side?
I'm not sure.
Dude, it's just these things like it just the rocket spins. Okay, it doesn't matter
rolls.
even if it is yeah, exactly. It doesn't even matter if it's a different camera, but
is the same. The rocket just rolled. Is all that happened?
Exactly.
You think you think it's one camera? Just so I can understand, you're saying that it's just one camera and the rocket rolled.
No, there's other cameras on the rocket, but that particular image is from the same camera.
What about the two photos are they from the same camera?
Yes, because the rocket is on the same side of the lens. You realize if you do a barrel roll in the air, the Earth will go from being at the bottom of a camera to being at the top of a camera, right? You understand that?
Yeah, I'm understanding it. Let me.
You have to put yourself on the rocket.
Yeah, that would be
No,
your frame of reference. You're on the rocket itself, and that image is those two images are coming from the same camera. You can tell.
No, I
He just did a
disagree.
barrel roll. That's all
Hang
he
on,
did.
You can see that there are different. There's like.
Do you know what a
literally
barrel
see
roll
the
is?
error- I can understand what a barrel roll is, but when we watch the video, it's literally a second later. They switch to the different camera, so they didn't barrel roll in under a second.
Jaron has proved. I know we don't like Jaron from journalism, but he exposed that they use the same camera, right? And then they edit it after it's on YouTube and everything else. They could still again. Jaron highlighted that, so I'm sorry. What I'm seeing here is a replica of that. It's the same camera, different, just barrel rolling. That's what we got.
And
here.
we can get into they can use an LCD screen to in the background and do CGI over that. So that's a whole nother conversation. But we can't even prove that. What all I'm saying is in this image, these two images, it's the same camera because the rocket is on the same side of the camera. The Earth is on a different side, and it's only because the rocket would have done a barrel roll where it rolled 180 degrees in the other direction. Now, if you move a lens that has curvature built into the lens, as you pan in your direction of view, you will see a flat line go from convex to concave.
Obviously, the lenses can alter things, but you can clearly see it's a different
We
size.
can't go to space anyway.
Because
the
you can
vacuum of
see
space will
the
kill a
part of the
spacecraft
engine.
anyway. Anyway, there is no
on the other
such thing.
side, you can't
I
see
know
the
you're hanging on
reflection
to
material.
it desperately, but unfortunately, those are the facts.
Just
we
trying to get
can't
my
go
word
there.
in edgeways.
One sec. I'm confused. What is this supposed to prove?
Curvature of the Earth. That the Earth is curved.
Oh, why? How? Because I see concave and I see curved. So which one are you going with, Joshua?
One camera is showing the curve. The other camera on the other side
shows concave.
Well, it's got a more narrow view of the Earth.
Yeah, it shows concave. I don't care about the narrowness. It shows concave.
Excuses. The rocket's still on the same side.
So you're going to choose the one that shows curve because that's your bias?
Can you not see a curvature?
I can see a concave one as well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
On a
so
different
why is
camera.
one curved? Why is one convex, one concave?
I presume it probably to do with the way that camera is angled to look at the engine, and that it's on the facing side of the Earth, so it's taking less of the Earth into. You can even see with the clouds.
I don't care how much less it's taken. If it's curving, it's not going to show it being reversed and concave. Do you know what concave means?
Yes, and it's going to invert on itself, so it's going to move in towards itself like at a focal point. What I'm saying is, sure, you have like one camera showing a curve and the other one is a little bit concaved, but to me, there are two different cameras, so all we have to do is just look at the one camera and its process.
You realize that if everything was a little bit, you realize
the one.
Why?
You realize if something was a little bit concave, that eventually it would go all the way around, right?
Why are you only going to look at the one which shows convex?
Because it shows the curvature of the
right, because of your bias. Because you want it to be that. You want that to be the accurate representation of.
I didn't say the other one wasn't an accurate interpretation.
Oh, okay. So what is the Earth thing? Concave or convex?
I told you they're two different cameras.
Right, so you want to choose the one that shows the convex because you think the Earth's a ball, right?
I know the Earth is a ball.
How do you know?
There you go.
Yeah, you don't know. You don't know that. You haven't measured curvature. You don't have photograph of curvature off your own back. You haven't.
But how do you know that?
You haven't
do you know
proven
that,
that the Earth is spinning. So We've gone out to measure the curvature. We can't find it anywhere.
How does he know
you don't
that?
know the Earth is.
How does he know that?
Yeah, it's a great question. How does he know that? Great question.
Knowledge means a first instant measurement. So obviously you've gone out and made some actual measurements, right?
Knowledge does not mean like an actual witness.
Knowledge is first instance. Knowledge is from experience.
Firsthand, firsthand. Basically, you would have to have measured the curvature of the Earth to know that the Earth is actually a globe, and then you would have had to have measured the rotation spin, and then you've proven to yourself that the Earth is actually in a vacuum, hurtling at said speeds without a container.
So
you'd have to know this. You'd have to prove all this to know it. Come on, man.
Hang on. Knowledge is facts, information, and skills acquired through experience or education.
Yeah, exactly. That's
first-hand or practical understanding of a subject.
How do you know? How do you know the Earth is curved? How do you know that? How does he fucking know? How many steps beyond the question are we going to go? How do you know that it's curved?
Yeah, let's go. What's your first-hand experience?
I didn't say anything about first experience. I've already told you what knowledge is, and that.
Knowledge is first-hand experience.
No,
it's experience.
Facts, information.
He's going to deal with education.
Through experience
or
education.
What's your education? What's your education that the Earth is a ball? How did you gain first-hand experience in your education that the Earth is a ball?
Yeah,
that's a really weird word. Or is either or the other. It's not both. You can't just go experience and.
Well, education is first-hand experience, right?
Yes.
Like if you go out and you do something and you screw up, and then you do it again, but you do it differently, and you find out how it works. Now you've been educated firsthand, right?
Sure, but you can also learn things in the classroom, and you don't necessarily have to experience it to understand it.
Well, how many times have you gone to school and they tell you you don't learn anything in the classroom? What you do is you learn everything out in the real world.
I've never heard that before. I would say whoever said that is must be an interesting person.
Have you gone outside and done anything
there are lots of
ever
things,
in your life?
There are lots of things There's lots of things we don't experience that are
No, you don't know. You don't know that the Earth is a globe. You'd have to have measured the curvature to know that. You haven't done that. Otherwise, you would say, yes, I went out to a certain place on a certain day. Here's a photograph. Here's the proof. Here are my findings. You haven't done that. That's real world and real life, real first-hand experience. You don't have that. Don't have that because
I already showed you a picture and you said it was CGI.
I don't have it. Now, yes, the picture you showed me, that's not of you firsthand anyway.
I can show you a picture of a unicorn.
CGI. We know it's CGI because Robert Simmons, the NASA employee, stated out of his own mouth, it has to be CGI. It has to be, he says. Okay? It has to be. So let's not get out of our, let's not get things misconstrued here. Definitely
Dude, only because there's no color in space.
So what I want to know is, how did you measure the curvature of the Earth? That would be first-hand knowledge. You don't have that first-hand knowledge. So you do not know that the Earth is a globe. Stop lying.
Hey, Jen, if I show you a picture of a unicorn, does that make unicorns real?
Oh, no, it certainly does not, because they don't exist.
If I show you a picture of a Pegasus, does that mean Pegasus is real?
That certainly does not exist either, no.
Right, so the only evidence you would ever accept would not come in photographic form. It would be you experiencing it firsthand.
For me,
here's the problem, Joshua. Here's the problem, Joshua. We're given a story. We go out and we test that story, and what we find out is that story is wrong every step of the way. So if that story is wrong every step of the way, and then somebody comes in here and says, "Well, I believe the story," and then we say, "Okay, well, where's your evidence?" and you give us this, and we say, "No, we want tests because every time we test it, it's wrong." So we want someone to actually prove the Earth being a ball, not just by showing us pictures, but actually, go out and make a measurement.
Yeah. Belief is accepting things without that validation or confirmation. That's what belief is. That's the citation of a belief.
The problem
that's
not
really
I have
working
is
for me.
like you're saying these things, but in order to debunk something, you need to actually understand what that thing is. And I feel like
that is the highest standard possible, and that is not a crime. If somebody wants to say to you, "I don't accept your story. Can you please show me? Take me there," then you'd have to do that, because that's the highest standard that individual accepts only. So if you say to me, "There's a satellite in space," you're going to have to take me there to see that, because I know that would be impossible. That's a fantastic story. So you'd have to show me. You'd have to go to space to accept that.
Joshua, if I told you I owned a Ferrari, and then I showed you an image of me throwing up a peace sign while standing next to a Ferrari, is that evidence enough to prove to you that I own the Ferrari?
Well, no, of course not.
Right. So what we're asking for is literal evidence of the curvature, not some photograph that may or may not be edited in such a way to demonstrate your confirmation bias.
Well, like I said, like you can see like firsthand, like whenever you have like go on a journey or a trip, you can access GPS, you can access the internet through Starlink or through cell towers.
That doesn't prove Earth curve.
Yeah, it doesn't prove Earth curve, and they all work on a flat Earth. That's right.
We're not denying that things are up in the sky doing tasks that we use down here on Earth. We're not denying that. What we're denying is the story that they're floating around in space, going around a spherical ball, because you need the ball in the first instance in order to prove that they're going around it.
Can't you guys like then go to like an observatory and then just like watch one of these satellites go across, and you'll have like a zoomed in picture, and you can determine
No, because I'm not denying that there's things up in the sky.
Yeah. Okay.
If I may quickly interject, so not all of us, but a lot of us also have done just observations of the sky. If you really want to go there, with telescopes and even high-end consumer optics like the Nikon P900 and P1000. At no single point did you see what you see when you get pictures of what outer space looks like and the planets. The only thing you can observe is lights in the sky that appear to be underneath water, and that's it.
Well, it's not even that. Like we just see what we see in the sky, regardless of what they're doing. Like, yeah, they could be underwater, or what something else may be going on. We don't know. But what we see in the sky, we all see the same thing. You see the same thing when I look up in the sky and I see Mars, I point to it, I'm like, oh, look, there's Mars. And you're like, oh, yeah, there's Mars. But in your mind, you immediately go to some NASA cartoon image that they've put together in a CGI instrument, and that's your idea of what Mars is. Or maybe you go to the Mars Land Rover, and that's your best guess of what Mars is. But when I look up in the sky, I just see a light in the sky, because I know that they use Photoshop. I know they have like the world's best CGI lab. So I don't need to take their word for it.
I think that we're at an impasse, because like if there's no actual visual data that I can display to you, even if I'd gotten that data myself, you're just going to say it's CGI. So the only way I can prove to you,
I would love for you to go get it yourself.
The only way I can prove to you that the Earth is flat is if you experience it yourself. Or I want
you to go get it. I want you to go get it yourself.
Here's a question for you: if other flat earthers went and did an experiment and it proved that the Earth was a globe, would you accept that?
What experiment? I didn't need to know what the experiment is, and I'd have to verify the entire process of it.
Yeah. We did have that final experiment recently, and all flat earthers.
It wasn't even an experiment.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly.
It was an observation. It was the first observation. It wasn't a final experiment.
Right, exactly. So that's why we flat earthers, we have a high standard, very high standard. The real flat earthers, that is.
Hang on, final experiment.
And just because I'm presented with evidence right away doesn't mean that I need to believe it. I can let it sit on a shelf for a little while and watch it age and see if the evidence still maintains its fruit after time. And you know, I can look into it and ask questions and scrutinize it and be hypercritical of it. There's nothing wrong with that. Wouldn't you agree?
I'm not against like critical thinking or anything like that. But I've just googled this final experiment, and with like a brief 10 or 20-second look at it, I get the impression that there was a recording of a 24-hour sun cycle, which would make sense on the globe, but wouldn't make sense on a flat Earth.
There's a lot of problems with what happened down there. That's a several hour long conversation.
Why wouldn't it work on a flat Earth?
Yeah.
I'd imagine on a... Well, I don't want to tell you how your own flat Earth works, but the reason why I wouldn't think it would work is because I would imagine actually I don't even know what is your model, because in my mind, on a flat Earth, when the sun comes up, the whole world would be lit up, and then when the sun goes down, the whole world goes to dark. And we know that we know around the world, even now, for me it's after evening, and for you guys it's morning.
What if I told you this?
Confused, false impression of what would happen on a flat Earth. Okay, and that's how you got to your conclusion that proves a globe. Got it.
Well, I keep asking you guys to give me some kind of flat Earth model, but you guys will never defend it, or you'll never talk about it.
Well, we don't know the answers to everything in the universe.
Reification, so I'm not going to argue from a model. No thanks.
Right. So here's the one thing you need to know. If the surface of the Earth measures flat, whatever is happening in the sky only happens over a flat Earth.
How'd you come to that conclusion?
Well, you have to prove curvature in order to prove that it's happening over a ball. If you have no measurements of curvature...
Yeah, but I'm asking you, how do you know that it's flat?
How do I know it's flat? Because I've gone out and made observations myself.
And experiments.
Okay.
Observation and measurement. You've got, trust me, bro. They told me this picture's real.
Okay.
And I don't need to present evidence to you that I went out and made observations, because then you can just turn around and say, well, how do I know that even happened? I don't need to give you that evidence. I will tell you, go out and make your own observation.
Hey, I've never accused you of, or any of you here, of misleading.
It doesn't matter. That's what it always devolves to. That's what it always devolves to. So what it really boils down to is you need to go out and have a first-hand experience. I understand, but you need to go out and have a first-hand experience yourself in order to prove it to yourself. There's nothing we can say in this room. All we're trying to do is show you that there's no curvature. If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
Yeah, so Joshua, I've posted some really interesting images in the side chat. Have a look at them, okay, because they are very damning and compelling against the heliocentric model, especially the globe Earth that you think exists. One of them is the video with Robert Simmons explaining to you how he actually makes the image as you would witness it yourself, as you would wish it to be. Basically, is what he's saying, as you would imagine it to be or expect it to be. That's the words he used, yeah, as you would expect it to be, right?
That's that blue marble image.
Where's the curvature? High altitude balloon, 120,000 feet up, 24 miles off the Earth's surface. High altitude balloon, where's the curvature there? Then you've got the actual blue marble. Is it a photograph or a painting? Right? Then there's the other one where NASA has been making these CGI images all over the years, and the continents are of different sizes. And then you've got one where they've been using the clone tool to repeat the clouds. You know what I mean? So, this is all to show you that every time you see the Earth, ball Earth, it's a CGI image. It's not real. That we don't have a real photograph of Earth as a ball from space. And all 8,000 odd photographs purported to come from space has been subjected to the latest forensic software, digital forensic software, and has proven that those images are fake and not from space, backing up our position that we can't go there anyway. Okay? So there's a lot there going on, and then you've got a set of photographs showing you what possibly is in the sky that you see: satellites, drones, etc., blimps, all sorts. It's all there. This is more realistic than a trust me, bro. I believe the story, bro.
There's even a picture of the blue marble where it's quite literally written out in the clouds the word SEX. Like, come on. Like, when do you see that?
Yeah, I forgot about that. That's right. That's right. I remember that. Yeah.
Well, a few days ago, last month, no, 2 months ago, I went to a trip to Malta with a plane, right? And I took pictures. Unfortunately, I need to level up again this account, so I can't post right now. But I took pictures. Firstly, it's level as the eye can see, and I see a sunspot on the clouds where the sun is directly above it. How can you have a sunspot if the sun is millions of miles away? Doesn't and the light comes apparently not directly straight parallel, but straight down. Doesn't make sense.
Okay, so I'll go through. I don't know what the first picture is that you sent. The second one, we say like all these images are from NASA. Like, I don't think NASA's like claiming like all images, like, because you'll have like artists' renditions of Earth's not claiming that those are, because a lot of our satellites are close up, so they're not going to have a whole photo. However, there are photos of the whole Earth, for example, from the Apollo missions.
They were paintings. They turned out to be a painting. The only image they have, which is called the original blue marble from the last mission, 1972, that was a painting. That's the one that you're looking at. That says, is that a photograph or a painting? And Matt Powell helped to prove that to us, okay? So that's the only thing that we have in the way of a photograph from space. And it was a painting. And then the other images, the cluster of planets there, that's NASA's image. Or those are NASA images. All of them.
Directly from their website. Yeah. Not only that,
don't you think that the authority in space should only always be posting only images, or not images, but photographs, actual photographs of everything, instead of giving us images, artist renditions, cartoons, illustrations? Like, I would expect photographs from the superior authority of space.
Same here. Like, but when we look at like the planets, right, that they show us, for example, Pluto, even though it's not considered a planet anymore, you quite literally got Pluto the dog on the planet. Come on, like, it's insane. And people are, oh, there it is. That's a planet. Yay, it's circular, but it's actually spherical.
What, like I said before, all NASA photos of Earth, like, yes, some of them are edited, I can tell you now, but they're not all claiming to be like straight shots from, like, I don't know, like a geosynchronous orbit. And I'm happy to find you an original image if you want, and then you can try and chew that apart. The third thing down, I don't know what this is, but about satellites. I'm looking at like weather balloons. I don't know, like
yeah, that picture. There's actually recordings of NASA sending satelloons, not satellites, from like close to the Antarctic or Arctic regions upwards into the air, where they stay for a couple of months to a couple of years. They follow the electromagnetic field of the Earth, and then they drop back down. Sometimes they even drop into like private property of people, right? That then they take pictures of it before NASA comes up and swoops it up.
Sure.
And it's always with balloons, not with anything else but balloons.
Balloons are quite slow. Okay, I'll post this video of like Starlink satellites moving across.
Joshua. So we've got everybody else's explanation for what they think may or may not be going on with the curve of the Earth. What do you have for the curve of the Earth?
No, I'm like going through like the stuff that's been, you've said like loads of things. I'm slowly trying to address all of them.
Yeah. Starlink, healing balloon. Starlink is old technology. Remember, they bought the Google Loon a system from Google. Starlink, Elon Musk, he bought it. So Starlink is just helium balloons with equipment attached. Nothing fantastic there. That's not a wow moment. It's not.
Jin, it doesn't even matter.
Technology. That's not the pinnacle of technology. It's just not.
He's going all over the place trying to get away from the actual measurement of the curvature of the Earth.
No,
We're
you
asking
guys
for
were
the
posting
measurement.
loads of evidence of like satellites of as balloons, photoshopped Earths and stuff, and I've stepped.
Well, that's
I've
the
kept to the
truth of the
topic.
matter. That's all we have. We don't
Regardless,
have. You
I'm
haven't.
not the one
Presented
sidetracking.
us. You haven't presented us from NASA or from whatever source the real picture of Earth in its entirety. You don't have that.
Well, I've already
So if you've got it,
already gone
show us,
through this
please.
conversation with other people, and they quite clearly
Yeah.
say they don't trust any evidence that I give or any other people give, unless it's a
I
first-hand
haven't seen
experience from
everything you've
themselves.
put down so far, Joshua, has
We
been
can have a
CGI
week
thus
long.
far. Yeah,
We can have a
Joshua.
week long discussion. We can have a week long discussion about all the explanations of why an image could or could not be the end all be all for the curvature of the Earth, or you can just give us some measurements for the curvature of the Earth.
Can I also just quickly tackle one thing because we're still in July? The 4th of July, is it the 4th or the 8th? I think it's the 4th. No, the 8th of July is Flat Earth Day, isn't it? That's when 71% of the Earth has daylight and sunlight. How do you explain that within your heliocentric model, considering that one part of the Earth is nighttime and the other part is daytime? Again, it doesn't make much sense unless you start using some fairy tale hocus pocus stuff. Oh, the light is bending through a medium that doesn't even exist, right? To the top. Doesn't make sense. Or simply put, we live on a stationary, non-rotating plane of existence.
We're just trying to get curvature, man. It's irrelevant what's going on in the sky or what the light of the Earth is. Just curvature. That's all we want. Curvature. Circumference thing.
I can answer that last question. I just want to. It's probably to do with like the tilture of the Earth, and we have like longer days, like in the northern hemisphere.
How do you know it's tilted?
Trust the science, bro. Trust the science.
So no, because your claim was like, why is like most of the population is experiencing sunlight? It's because the majority of the population lives in the northern hemisphere, and during the northern
Why didn't you
hemisphere,
answer my
it's summer.
question? Work on both the flat Earth and
I'm getting like multiple questions, and I'm answering them one at a time. Like, have you seen?
You're picking the question that you want to answer because you think it justifies for the curvature of the Earth. I'm asking you to give me measurements for the curvature.
Well, even if I did give you measurements, we'll be back down to square one of you saying, I don't believe you, you think it's bullshit, and then we'll try observations.
No, measurements can be tested.
And the observations are, it's CGI.
You don't have measurements. That's what you're trying to say, right? That's why you're diffusing the conversation into something else, because you don't have the measurement, correct?
Oh, when you say measurement, what do you mean? Do you want like a number?
What
do
do you
you mean to extend my ruler like 50
do we have
kilometers?
to tell you what a measurement means? Sheepdog explained to you, if you're testing something for flatness, you can tell if something is curving or not.
Yes, but the Earth is massive. It's really large. There's no.
Yeah, we know how massive.
Ruler.
5 miles should be 16 feet of drop.
Now you're acting
that's
like
a slope of
schoolboy.
16 feet. 16 feet of drop in 5 miles. We know how large it's supposed to be. We're telling you that all those distances, we're not measuring any of the drop that's supposed to be there with those distances.
I love that massive argument, right? Like the Earth is so massive. So you're telling me you know the Earth is flat, but you refuse to believe it. You know it's flat because it's so massive that it looks flat.
It appears flat, but when you constantly say like measurements, again, like I'm not aware of an instrument that is long enough to, I don't know, like stick out the other side. Like,
okay, 1 second. If you're not aware of an instrument that can measure it, right? How in the first place do you even have the formula for curvature of Earth? Can you explain that? Because somehow they had to come up with that formula. They didn't just magically hocus pocus it, or did they? So there are measurements, not from us, but from your side. And yet you still cannot provide.
They involve observations which you will not trust.
So how did they get the 3,959 mile radius then?
I do everything in kilometers, so it's like 40k. So sorry, 40,000 kilometers.
Yeah, 63,079 kilometers. How'd they get that radius?
Or
6,379 kilometers.
I'm going to say I would say we would go off the circumference, which is
okay. So how'd they get the circumference?
An ancient experiment, which you've probably heard before.
We can't duplicate.
Yeah, how did they test that? How did they test that?
Yeah, we can duplicate it. Hang on. I think someone already has earlier.
Sticks and shadows, or sticks in a well. So how did they validate those? Testing and retesting, repeatability.
Like just because you get an answer one time, like you'd have to do something else to verify that was the correct answer.
Well, again, it involves observations of shadow along the longitudes. But again, if I show you images or if I showed you a video, you're not going to believe me. So what's the
images and videos are not measurement?
Two different things, man. Like I can right now. I'm right now in my kitchen, right, or in my living room, if you will. I have a bottle of water here and a can. I can put them apart, let's say, from the end of the table to the end of the table, and take my flashlight, put it above one bottle, right? There's no shadow, or the shadow is directly underneath that bottle. And the other bottle, it's on the other side of the table, is going to have a shadow pointing away from the light source, right? Just as Eratosthenes did several thousand years ago, supposedly. And then I can take the formula for curvature of the Earth and measure, right, all the angles and everything. And the math is going to tell me that my table is a ball, and yet it's flat. So how can you even, do you understand what I'm getting at with this? Even though the math says it's curved, you can't say, oh, it's curved, and just go with it for now. It doesn't make sense.
If I turn off all the lights in my home except for one light bulb, right, or even just hang a flashlight on my ceiling, and then I put a soda can on one side of my table and a soda can on another side of my table, and those soda can shadows diverge from each other, or maybe one, like if I put the light over the top of one soda can so there's no shadow, then it's going to give me a diverging shadow on the other soda can. Does that prove that my table is curved?
Well, because your light is a local source. We're talking about the sun, which is far away.
So how do you know the sun is local or not local?
Oh my God! If it was, I think
if it was local, what would happen if it was local first? Can you tell us that? What would the sun be doing, or what would happen on the physical plane of existence?
So if it was local,
well, he's supposed to tell us how he knows where it is.
Hang on.
Right,
you asked if it was local. I would do an experiment of say have one person get the stick experiment on the longitude, have one guy 300 kilometers away. I would put the stick in the ground. If it's local, the shadows should be in opposite directions from the light source. But if it's very far away, we should get only a slight degree change in the shadows.
We get that observation anyway. We get that observation anyway because I'm in Texas, and someone who is in Germany is going to get a different shadow angle than I'm going to get.
Hey, I'm here, man. We can do an experiment. I'm in Germany currently, so we can do that.
I'm just saying, your sunlight. Let's see, where's my sunlight? My sunlight should be right overhead. So that means, do you still have sunlight in your time?
Yeah, yes, I do.
You're forgetting longitude. So Germany, you're going from east to west. What we're looking for is from north to south because the sun moves.
That's not longitude,
east
it's latitude.
To west.
Yeah, that's latitude.
Right, yeah. I'm dyslexic. I get words fucking muddled.
That's fine. So we put somebody at 35 degrees latitude, and we put someone at 60 degrees latitude. So you're going to have diverging light.
So the light, if it's a local sun, we should be seeing a longer shadow. If the difference is between the north and the south. The problem with your experiment from Germany, as I mentioned before, is the sun is moving from east to west.
Okay, we just restated it can be from north and south hemisphere, 35 degrees and 60 degrees latitude, which is then north and south hemisphere, not east to west, but north to south, as you want.
Right. So the closer
we can do that still.
Yeah. So
and
the
we'll still
closer
get
the sun
same
is,
result.
the longer the shadow, the further the sun away, the least longer the shadow is. And you could do this experiment, like you mentioned on the table. If you put the light at one end of the table, and as you moved it closer and back, it will change the length of the shadow.
I think you would get that you would get that result regardless. I don't think you're thinking this all the way out.
No,
you could literally.
Hang on. So you had your flashlight, you got your flashlight, or just like a bulb. Actually, a bulb would be better because a flashlight's focused. If you get your bulb, and the bulb is on the other end of the table.
Do you have some open space in your home? I'm gonna prove this for you right now. Do you have some open space in your home right now? Just an area that you could walk through that's maybe 6 or 7 feet long?
Not at the moment. Not at the moment. Well, actually, hang on. I can do it with a flashlight.
And then put a bottle or a soda can or something. Just point A and point B. Make them maybe 3 feet apart from each other, and then take a flashlight and hold it over your head, and then walk in between the soda cans, and you're gonna have divergent shadows by moving that latitude that you're talking about. They're in 2 different latitudes. You're going east to west because you're walking in between them, but they're on the same longitude, just different latitudes. That's going to prove that it can happen over a flat surface because your fucking floor is flat.
Not only that,
again, we're back to square one. Where's your measurement for curvature?
Yep. And if I may quickly just add something to that experiment, if you take a camera and put it on the floor at one point of the 2 points, A and B, right, and film while you're walking with the flashlight above your head, you're going to notice that the flashlight does the same thing that you observe every single day throughout the year. When the sun goes from north to south hemiplane, it goes further away from you and lower in the sky, right, when it goes away from you. And when it comes back to you, it becomes larger and closer. Same thing happens in reality. So again, curvature, please.
I don't know. I got I will admit I am using a flashlight for this, and I'm using inhaler. But yeah, no. If you change the distance from the light source, it affects the shadow quite substantially.
Right. And also, if you create a ball and you have a light source that's an infinite miles away with parallel rays, it mimics. It can also mimic what we see on a flat Earth.
What we're talking about, a local sun or a distant sun, and my claim is we have a distant sun.
So how do we measure the distance to the sun?
We would see a difference in the shadows.
How do we measure the distance to the sun?
Distance from the sun?
The distance to the sun. How do we measure the distance to the sun?
It's a weird, it really depends. Because the problem is, it's you have to have other assumptions in order to get.
You need assumptions.
I agree.
Okay.
It's all this is the problem. We'll go from point to point to point, and I feel and I've come full circle in these conversations before. But just
what we're looking for is a measurement in the first instance, and then
Which is
from there you can do every calculation in the world, but we need that first measurement.
Yep. Not assumptions, because as you just said, you need a whole bunch of assumptions. Your entire belief system and model is based off of assumptions, no actual physical measurements. That is the issue.
Do you accept?
I can assume a lot of things. I assume the sun is made out of rainbow farts, man. Right? I can assume that. It doesn't change the fact that it's still there.
That's the reasoning behind circular logic, right? I'll give you an example. We know the size of the sun because we can calculate the distance of the sun. Or we know the distance of the sun because we can calculate the size of the sun. Neither one of them has ever been a measurement in the first instance. You have to assume one to get a calculation for the other.
Yep.
There's never been a measurement.
And that is just fallacious in its nature, quite literally. Even to Eratosthenes, he assumed that the sun is far away, right? He assumed it. He didn't know it. So even in that experiment, which you say that is proof of curvature and so on and so forth, it's still an assumption. There is no actual mathematics and measurements behind it.
Well, we can at the very least know, like, at least the sun is far away. There are like other. Actually, I'm going to ask you. Do you accept radar? Is it something?
I'm actually going to let the room take over. I need to message somebody. I'm going to have to pause.
Sure. For example, like we can do radar bouncing off like the planets, and we know like Mercury and Venus are always on the sun's side, and we can see like how long it takes for these radars to bounce off these planets, and we can say, oh, it's quite far away, both Mercury and Venus. And since the sun is behind them, then we know the sun is far away.
Sorry, I took a phone call.
That's all right.
Can you take over the conversation?
For my own confirmation? Just for my own confirmation, do you understand what I'm saying, Joshua? Like if you create a story based off of a single assumption, then how do you even verify that the story is real if you've only always ever assumed something?
I'll you know what? Because it's it's not late, but I want to do some other stuff. But I will let you guys have the last word on this. But I wanted to explain like my worldview, and then you can say what it is. Life is unbelievably complicated. You cannot possibly know everything. So yes, there is a trust system of some kind. Whether you like, if you know how to start your car, like if your car works, how does a combustion engine work when you fly a plane? How does a airplane work? Like at some point in life, you just cannot know everything. So you're going to have to trust something. You're going to have to trust that the car does work, and you're going to have to trust that the plane does work, or the doctor's going to treat you with the right medication. Yes, I can. Hang on. Let me finish. I promised I'll let you have the last word, and I won't rebut whatever you say next. My situation. The thing is, we can check, we can verify, but it's going to be from other sources. It's not going to be from your first-hand experience, and you're going to have to have a choice between either trusting those sources or not trusting those sources. If you're saying the sources are incorrect, that means a lot of people are in on some sort of weird conspiracy, including myself. Alternatively, it could be just true, and this is what people have reported on, and these are how people have these models, and you just read about them and you gather that information that way. Carry on.
All right. So first of all, you do understand that there is compartmentalization in major corporations.
Of course.
So I could say I work for the post office. That doesn't mean I know how the post office works, right?
Yes.
Right. So I just want you to understand that I could say I work for NASA. That doesn't mean that I put rockets into space. I could just be some, computer programmer or whatever. But I believe that rockets are going into space. That's why I went to work for NASA. People do that all the time. That doesn't mean that they're in on it. Okay. Second of all, if you have a friend and your friend has a history of lying to not only you but everybody else. Sometimes they tell you the truth, but most of the time they're lying. And are you going to believe them every time they tell you something?
Yeah, of course not.
Right. So you're going to want some proof every time he tells you a story, right?
Yeah, of course. But like my point from earlier.
No, hold on. My point is that there's some groups out there that have a history of lying all the time. They literally get paid to lie and then tell you that it's top secret. It's on a need to know basis. And they consistently lie to the public every single time. I have a right and a duty to myself to say, you know what? I'm not going to just believe them anymore. Now, do I have friends that tell me the truth, but occasionally they might bullshit me. But because I know I've witnessed them do something before that that I believe them the majority of the time, sure. But I'm believing them. I don't say it's knowledge. Oh, I know it's true because my friend said it was true. Like that's the most absurd thing that I've ever heard. I just tell people, you know what? I heard something from someone once, and I believe it's true. It makes sense, but I mean, you have to go and figure it out for yourself. So that's what we're trying to tell you, that we've reached a point where we no longer trust the source of certain things because they have a history of consistently lying. It's not just they lie once or twice or whatever. They're batting 1,000. They're literally batting 1,000 when it comes to lies. That's all they do is lie. And so, you know what? We're just asking for a first instant measurement so that way we can say, oh, you know what? Maybe they're telling the truth here, or maybe they're telling the truth here. But we don't even have the first instance measurement. Like you said before, it's built on assumption. There is no first instant measurement. And I'll let you answer.
No, I'll let you get the last word. Oh, well, it's been nice talking to you. I'm gonna go and chill for an hour. Have a good one.
Yeah, have a good one.
All right, thanks, Joshua.
That's an interesting way to leave the conversation. And what you said, man, was spot on. Just because I said I live in Germany, does that mean you know I live in Germany, or do you believe I live in Germany, right? Can't just... Same thing. It's quite literally the same thing. So, unfortunately, people lack that discernment and understanding. Even his, what is it called? Analogy with like cars, right? With a car, you can at least physically verify what each part does and how it functions if you spend the time on it. With this, aka the distance of the sun and distance of all other luminaries, you can't. It's an assumption. So even that analogy was incorrect or fallacious to a degree.
Yeah, no, for sure, man. And like he said it himself. Like I'm glad that the conversation went as long as it did. You know, it stuck that it had to go to the sun and Eratosthenes, but I'm glad that I pointed out how do we know the distance to the sun? And then what does he say? It's baked into a bunch of assumptions. And it's like,
yep,
there we go. And that's where you see him like literally melt because he's completely defeated because he knows that he answered truthfully and he realized what he said.
Yep. And I hope at least now, after he's left the conversation, he's actually going to sit with what he said and what we talked with him about, especially you, because you've been here since the beginning with the conversation. I just recently joined. Because that is the main thing. Nobody wants to convince anybody. That's not our purpose, right? We just want to open your eyes so you can actually say, okay, I don't know. Maybe I should do some observations / experiments and measurements and decide for myself, right? And actually do some thorough research objectively. That's it.
Yeah, that's first-hand experience, sorry to cut you off there, my apologies. That was what we were talking about at the very beginning, you know, what first-hand experience does he have regarding the curvature? And he avoided it completely, just didn't even take it on. So much so that we had to put images up from NASA that are all fake to help him along. See, so now that he's left, if he has left the conversation, he's going to realize that the standards we have are not that difficult to achieve. First-hand experience. Have you gone out to check? That's all we're asking. Nothing more than that. Sorry to cut you off anyway. Please carry on.
Oh, man, you're good. And by the way, I missed you, man. It's been a while since I've been on Discord. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing okay, sir. And it's great to hear you as well. You know, the reassurance, the standard, the comfortable. It's like an old pair of slippers, if you will, you know, nice and comfortable. So great that you're back, and long may you stay and carry on. And well done, everybody, anyway, because you were all harping on the first-hand experience, and that's the key. So just keep it up. I'm just glad I'm here. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm glad you're here as well, man. Much love to all of you guys. I myself don't have the time nor resources, if you will, to do all these experiments, observations, and even these conversations with these individuals, right? Nor do I have the patience anymore for it. So I commend you guys for it.
Yeah, no, like looking into that definition of knowledge, right? Like he's latching onto that education process, like, oh, we went to school. And I can't believe he said that he's never heard the phrase, you don't learn anything in school, you learn everything after you graduate. Like, I've only ever always heard that from anybody that is in any job. Like, okay, cool, you went to school, now it's time to really learn what's going on.
That's the other expression or saying is, experience is a great teacher. Do they not say that?
Exactly.
The old saying, belief is the enemy of knowing.
Yeah,
Usually because they're too lazy. Oh, good, buddy. Go ahead.
I just wanted to add, you can't even spell the word belief without the word lie in it. That's all I wanted to say. So,
true that. Sometimes
you couldn't spell belief without the word bells.
Sometimes I lose hope with the ballers. They sometimes just blow my mind how stupid and lazy they are. But last night, my daughter and her friend were over. They're like 13, and they started asking me about the flat Earth, and they actually ended up watching Level with me last night. And today they're messaging me about it. So there is hope.
okay,
Level with Me was such a great documentary.
It was, and I'm really happy that that happened, man. For you, like truly, I had to. One of the reasons I broke up with my ex-girlfriend was because she did not even want to entertain the subject, and even started calling me like, schizo and so on and so forth. And you can't have a true relationship if both parties aren't on the same level. Pardon the pun.
No, that's not true. I don't like go crazy with my wife when it comes to talking about flat Earth, but she's not a flat earther, and I occasionally just mess with her and tell her that because she speaks Spanish, so I just tell her La Tierra es plana, and she just laughs at me. She's like, "It's too big to see curvatures." Like, I know. And then and it's funny because like I have a shirt that has like it looks like Coca-Cola, but it says "Enjoy flat Earth. It's the real thing." So enjoy Coca-Cola. It's the real thing.
That's nice.
That's
a good one.
She wears it all the time, and I'm like, you realize it's a flat Earth shirt.
Yeah. It took my
You have a
wife
chill life
8
about
years.
it, right?
Yeah. Go on. Sorry, I was going to say it took my wife 8 years before she became a flat earther. 8 years. Okay, 8 years. The kids knew it instantly. The wife 8 years later. I shall stop there.
I like that number though, 8. It's the karmic number, man. It's what comes around goes around. So that's pretty poetic in a way. I do have a question for the room, for all my fellow flat earthers. And besides having these conversations, right, and streaming all this, and obvious like experimentations, measurements, and observations you guys do independently, do you also like spend time or have the time to research, like, let's say, the mechanics of how things work, like what could be a possibility, what couldn't be a possibility? Because that's what I'm like really, really fascinated in.
Well, yeah. When it comes to like the moon landing hoax and the vacuum of space, I'm really interested in that. And thanks to Indio, who gave me a link linking me to the Apollo detectives. I've been following them for about a year and a half now, and I've learned so much through their experiments and the breakdown of the vacuum and how it's meant work. I don't know if it does work like that. Haven't been there, but it raises the questions as to how NASA could have overcome these unsurmountable problems. So yeah, I'm doing a lot of research in that area, for example. Yeah.
I kind of misspoke. I need to clarify. I wasn't actually referring now to the heliocentric model, rather our like quote unquote model, right? Because it's easy enough, even for me, who's like a normie when it comes to having these conversations with people, to explain and get my point across. Especially when you have the Sun Moon Clock app, where everything is right in front of you, whatever topic you want. But now I've gotten really hyper fixated on like, what makes the sun stay where it is, the moon stay where it is, how does everything function? That's where I'm like spending most of my time now. That's what I was referring to.
Yeah, there's a lot of speculation with that, though. You know, there's nothing we can really we can say that we know. Remember, cosmology, astronomy, these guys, they don't use the scientific method. They don't even use science. They've said it themselves. Michio Kaku said it. No one in his field he uses what's known as a scientific method. We do it from the seat of our pants, sort of things. It's all guesswork, theory. That's all it is, you know. So I mean, how would you know how the sun and the moon stay up there unless you go up there and try and work it out? But you can't, can you? Really? There are some things we're not going to know, I think. But carry on.
I recently amongst this topic, I'm also interested in many different things that are quote unquote what most people call that are pseudoscientist believers but claim they're scientists, right, and so on. I'm into like astrology, electromagnetism, electroculture for plants and stuff. And I recently discovered that there's over 200 years of published research on the topic, electroculture, and over 100 plus patents. Oh, sorry, vice versa. 100 plus years and 200 plus patents with the word electroculture being contained within them, right? And that's firstly very fascinating. And recently, my biggest or newest fascination is astrotheology. I didn't know that the word THE in Greek actually stands for God. That's God. So that's kind of cool in its own right. Now I'm into those things a bit more.
One thing I'll add really quick, I was like a flat earther for basically 10 years before I found you guys, like this Discord. I would say I was pretty much esoteric. So I found you guys about a year ago, and in that year, I would say I've learned probably double what I have in those 10 years of just kind of floating around being esoteric. You know, this group it's really, really amazing. The people in here, the information, and it's quite something.
I like that you used the word esoteric briefly. I assume you were into that subject or field yourself, correct?
No, just like I was more so, you know, like followed Flat Earth Dave and that stuff, and kind of, you know, more the imaginary side, like what's on the other side of the ice wall and stuff. And, you know, after coming here, I realize there is some stuff that we just aren't ever going to know, like Jinsey said. You know, we just have to come to that realization. There's some things we are never going to know, and I'm fine with that now. Before I wasn't really. I kept searching kind of and hoping, but, you know, I'd say this group grounded me, and I'm happy I found you guys.
Hey, we're happy you're here, man. Like, yes, I used to have a very big fixation on, like, well, what's behind Antarctica, so on and so forth, right? And it's cool to think about, right? It's good for your imagination and just to think about those things and open your perspective, if you will, right? It's an interesting conversation in its own right. But when it comes to, like, esotericism and stuff, I spent the better portion of the last half a decade or so in the esoteric field. And not just like what most people would think like esoteric, right? The occult, Freemasons, this and that, like truly going deep into it, going through all the scriptures, let it be the Bhagavad Gita, the Torah, Bible, Quran, so on and so forth, right? And it's interesting how just by reading with no bias, no nothing, just reading to see what comes to you, right? How many times you find similarities or even quote unquote coincidences, if you believe or don't believe in them, right? It's actually quite insane. And it makes a man think, right? Like, hey, maybe there's a bit more to this stuff. Like, why? Well, in the Christian religion, in some sects, you have the IHS symbology, right? Which is Greek for Greek letters. It's the name of the sun. It's pronounced yes, right? You also have that everywhere else. It's just a fun thing to look at, and doing that has brought me closer to God and to nature as well. I even actually not just ground myself like physically with the mind, but I ground myself with the earth itself. And ever since I've been doing that, life has improved quite a bit, both emotionally and mentally for me.
Yeah, that's quite interesting. Yeah, I do like talking about Antarctica and if there is a possibility of land beyond where we are now. That is quite an interesting thing for me to talk about and maybe offer some speculation on it. But then, because I think that's achievable, because we're on Earth, we can actually go there to check. You see, if we have a little bit more freedom to do that and less restrictions from the authorities, that's provable, isn't it? But the things like how the sun and the moon actually stay up there, that's going to be very difficult to prove, isn't it? Really, that's my position on that. So and yeah, again, religion as well. Some of it's speculative. There's a lot of belief that we've got to carry with us, but again, yeah, it all makes for a conversation. And you're right. It's good to always broaden your mind. Stretch the brain a bit. Nothing wrong with that. Absolutely agree with everything you said. And long may you live, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Those are some kind words from you. If I may, just quickly, not diverge, but talk about something like a couple sentences. So most everybody in this VC is familiar with the mystic term, as above, so below, as within, so without, right? That really stuck with me when I first got into my interests in the esoteric sphere, right, and mysticism and so on. And one day I was randomly looking at, reading stuff and looking at different subjects, and I came across, shockingly enough, that the word aether, earth, and heart are all anagrams for each other, which goes perfectly in hand with that principle, as above, so below. Not only that, but within Hindu Buddhism stuff, your heart chakra is green, the earth is green. From the Arctic, you have the aurora borealis, which is green, right? So that's all kind of that's something I like to look at. That makes me think there is a God. I know there's a God now. I don't believe, I know it. I've witnessed it, if you will, in my own way. And we are created divinely with a purpose. We are unique. And that gives me hope that there is hope for all of us.
How does that relate to the Earth being flat?
Well, not only is the latter that I mentioned, the previous things, right, with the green, aurora borealis, heart, so on, but even within the electromagnetic field itself, right, with redshift, blue shift, as Ken Wheeler and Dan Winter talk about, you also have the level plane of inertia, or Bloch domain, I think it's pronounced that way correctly, and they also depict that as being green, which is like the dielectric plane or level or inertial plane. So we do live on a level plane of existence, and nature itself is green, right? And nature is also level. So, but I also did say I want to slightly diverge from the topic, and that's all I had to say. So,
I believe the Earth is both flat and sphere at the same time.
Yeah, it's got a sphere-shaped dome and a flat surface. That's what a lot of people believe.
No, space itself in different dimensional viewpoint.
Well, friend, that would violate the law of identity.
Yeah, how could you prove that?
I cannot prove that. I believe that. Someone told me that there is a fifth or fourth dimensional consciousness viewpoint from which the Earth looks flat. I don't
Sorry,
know.
we're only talking about reality today. So if you're just here to troll and make certain claims, then you can go away.
I'm sorry.
I think the Earth is flat, but I have no clue because I'm not that intelligent. I just believe it's flat.
Why would you do that? Don't you taste that way?
Well, I watched a couple Flat Earth documentaries back in the day, and then I started to believe that it was flat because I've been on planes, and it seems like I'm flying over a flat surface. It never seemed like, we were like the nose was dipping to try and follow.
You just said you had no clue.
Well, I don't really because I'm going off
Well,
information that people tell
you just
me.
stated a clue.
Yeah, okay, I have clues, right? But I mean, I don't have anything like super hard proof. Like when I'm on a plane, it feels like I'm flying over a flat surface. It doesn't feel like I'm going over, above, or down over a curve. And I think to myself, if we really want a spinning ball, wouldn't the plane like kind of have to follow a little bit of the direction of the curvature? But the pilot said to me that it's to do with the atmosphere and gravity, and that's why you don't have to like follow it. But I just don't buy it. I just don't buy it. And then also
Okay, I'm
the
gonna
ships.
help you along here, sir. I'm gonna post a video called 28 Pilots Confirm Flat Earth. You listen to this, and I'm gonna back that up with another one that came out before that one. It's called Flatten the Curve. There's two documentaries, 5 hours viewing. Okay, and then you will learn a few things about flights and how the aircrafts should be following the curvature of the Earth. That curvature, but it's not. You don't have a curved trajectory, okay? Give me a couple of minutes. Stay tuned to the side chat and I'll help you along, okay? Thank you.
Yeah. It's pretty terrifying when pilots don't know what they're flying on, because I have seen footage of some pilots who say they think it's flat. Three hours, 28 pilots. Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention quick last night when I was talking to my daughter and her friend, they found out that we weren't allowed to freely explore, past the certain whatever 60th, and just their reply is, why would they be doing that if they're not hiding anything? She's like, if I don't want my parents to find something, I just don't let them in my room. And man, did that sure ring true to me. If there's nothing to hide, just let us go. Let us go check it out. And if there's nothing there, we'll admit we were wrong. But we all know that'll never happen.
Well, what if they one day do let you go to Antarctica? It doesn't really prove anything because what if they've hidden all the evidence and then they're like, okay, you can come now, but then they let you in once they've hidden what they were hiding.
Yeah, I don't think that's possible, but maybe.
It could be possible.
Well, if there's no South Pole, that's pretty much a nail in the coffin for them.
Well, how do you know the South Pole doesn't exist?
Well, if they let us freely explore, we could go try to find out.
Yeah, the thing about Admiral
Yeah, I
Byrd
suppose.
is that oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say the evidence for the South Pole would be a verifiable South Pole. Now, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It just means that to this point, nobody has given us any evidence of that. But really, that would already beg the question that the Earth is a ball in the first place, and so there's no need to hide any evidence because there's no Earth curve to hide. The Earth curve cannot be measured on the surface of Earth.
Yeah, true that. Boom. Put that in your pipe and smoke it, ballers.
I was going to say that Admiral Byrd didn't mention an ice wall, flying over an ice wall. He just said there was more land beyond the South Pole. So, as far as the whole story is that, as far as he knew, there was the South Pole, and he flew over it, and then there was more land which was not frozen, was green land. Yeah, so I think people get that mixed up. They think that he flew over an ice wall, and then there was more ocean, and then he hit another landmass. I think that's a misconception. But yeah, there could well be more land beyond, or the just Antarctica could be half green and much, much bigger than we think. Don't know.
If you listen to what Admiral Byrd is describing in that interview, I haven't actually looked at any of his documentation, but what he's describing almost really doesn't even make any sense. He's talking about land masses that are like on the other side of the South Pole, and then he says something about Middle America. But what is he describing? Does anybody make out what he's actually talking about?
I think he flew from America. Sorry, go ahead, Ted. I was just going to say, I thought he said Little America, but maybe I misheard.
Either way, if he says Little America, I guess what is that? Is that South America?
Base. That's a base.
It's a base.
Yeah.
Okay.
He said an area of land beyond the South Pole, which was about the size of America.
Something to that effect. But it's like, well, how could you be more vague? You found more land. We should be discussing that. Where is your evidence? Otherwise, it's kind of hearsay. I suppose since the American public funded his expeditions, they should have access to all of his travels. Now, I'm not saying it's not available, but these are types of things that everybody should have access to. Not to mention, from the very beginning, everybody should have access to freely explore the Earth, since the Earth belongs to everybody. any group of people that would say, we are going to decide where and what where you go and what you do, have essentially appointed themselves masters over you. And that doesn't sound like equality to me.
What if there's other species in Antarctica that we don't know about? And they don't want us to know about these other species of beings or animals.
Why are you playing the hypothetical game?
Didn't he say that?
Who?
There was somebody, maybe. There was somebody, he was an explorer, right? Who went on a ship to Antarctica, and he said that there was other species that lived there that we don't know about.
If I tell you that I have a Bigfoot living in my shed, does that stand as fact? Or is that just me saying stuff and who cares?
Well, Antarctica having more land, you could say, is just hearsay anyway.
That's exactly my point. So we can just dismiss all these claims since people are just talking out of their assholes, right?
No, because these are people that actually have reasons to not lie. Like somebody who's experienced.
What are the reasons?
Well, he was a professional explorer. That was his job, was to go on a ship and sail the world.
So
Hold on.
Why?
Explorers famously tell tall tales. They might be the originator of tall tale tellers.
Maybe he wanted to exaggerate his findings and his accomplishments. There's a reason.
If you're just going to live a life of, oh, if I cannot 100% prove it, then I don't believe in it, then you might as well say that the earth is not flat. You might as well say
You can't prove it at all, dude. You can't prove it at all. It's just hearsay.
Yeah, I didn't say you could prove it, but I said it still has some merit.
Why? Because someone said it?
Well, think about it. If you have a court case, right? Hold on. Let's say you have a court case for somebody got killed, somebody got murdered, right? They use witnesses in the court case. Even though the witnesses could be lying, they still use it as a part of the official court case. So people's testimony holds weight, even in a court of law.
Well, that's a crime. That's a crime to lie as a witness.
Okay. So my point is, testimony holds weight.
I mean,
yeah, well, even in the civilized society.
Here's the thing. Time out. Can we rewind the tape, because the whole thing started with you asking about the South Pole, and you completely missed. How do we know the South Pole doesn't exist? You said. Well, the South Pole the South Pole you seem to be looking for is a point on the bottom of a spinning ball. Well, if you missed the whole part about if the Earth's surface isn't curving, we don't have that ball for there to be that South Pole that you're looking for. Do you get that?
Yeah, I suppose so, yeah.
Okay.
But you'll still have a South Pole, just it's on a flat surface.
Okay, fine. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I mean, I guess, I don't know, maybe you wouldn't. Maybe you just have a North Pole in the center.
In this case, the word pole is antipodal, just because what they've done is they've taken celestial spheres, observations from the north and then observations from the south, and made a burger, a celestial sphere burger. And those poles are on the celestial spheres, not on the earth. So the pole does not exist on the earth. It is a concept, a reification at best.
Do you believe dinosaurs existed?
Well, if you mean large lizards, dinosaurs exist today. There's alligators that are 30 feet in length.
No, I didn't say that. I said dinosaurs,
Yeah,
meaning
that was a
historical dinosaurs.
yeah, like in the Steven Spielberg film, the guy who did E.T. No, I mean,
Yeah, what you would see in a museum is what I mean.
well,
What
what
you
you
would
see
see
in a museum, is an admitted recreation based on some. They'll find a fragment and build some 3-story mini-armed nightmare. I mean,
So do you believe in dinosaurs? Do you believe?
No.
Do you,
Yeah, no.
look, do you believe in an extinct species that were really big that once existed? Yes or no?
Yeah. Yeah.
You're asking if we believe in giants, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do believe in
that. There's not a lot of proof of giants, really, when you look into it.
There
now
is
there
a
weren't
giant
giants.
skeleton.
There weren't giants.
There's a little bit of proof that giants existed, but not a lot, just a little bit.
This dude is a red herring machine. What does this have to do with anything?
Right.
Well, what is evidence? That's what I'm trying to find out.
Not someone's imagination.
Well, in this case,
because
it would be
nobody in
empirical.
chat has been to Antarctica. None of you have been to the North Pole, and none of you have been to the South Pole. So for you to dismiss the South Pole without even attempting to go, think about that.
The South Pole would have to exist in the first place. Do you have any evidence that the South Pole exists?
Can you not see people in the South Pole on YouTube?
No, you cannot.
No. What the heck?
Because it's impossible, right? I suppose.
What are they? Do they have film of them standing there just spinning in a circle, like a record player?
Yo, it would be like a record player, actually. If you stand on one of the poles. Yeah, that's true.
Are you saying there's no footage of this?
I'm saying there should be footage of it, if it exists.
Is the anti-clause there?
It's like the porch pirate who steals all the stuff that Santa leaves. Where he lives.
I discovered the flat Earth in 2016. When I discovered it by watching Eric DeBay, and I watched the documentary, and after a couple documentaries, I became convinced, and I still believe it's flat. I just think there's a lot we don't know.
Yeah, join the club.
Yeah, mysteries abound. And they act like they have it all solved in these little textbooks they hand out to the schools.
Well, I think that's what's so ridiculous is that not only that, in the mainstream, they act as if they know the start of the universe. Like they act as if they know it was definitely 7 billion years ago, and this is exactly how it expanded and became. And it's like, no, this is ridiculous. How could anybody know what happened billions of years ago? I just don't know how we could know. We cannot know. It's too long. It's too long. We're just humans. How can we know what happened billions of years ago?
And that's why they've created this outer space religion.
Yeah, and people like Elon Musk, who my friend has met in real life and shook his hand, they help push this narrative because they're getting paid for it. I saw the Tesla in space, and for a split second, I could see that Tesla was in a studio. It wasn't in outer space. You could see it in the video.
Yeah, but most people they prey on the fact that most people can't. They have no discernment when it comes to video, or if it's on TV equals reality, and that's it.
Sometimes I think they do it on purpose. I think they slip up on purpose as a way of mocking everybody. Like,
Duper's delight.
Yeah. We supposedly live in the Milky Way galaxy. Interesting name, eh? Milky Way. The Milky Way. What does that even mean? The way of the milk?
I think ancient Greeks or Romans, whatever, they thought that they told a story about that blurry region of the sky being the spilt milk of Dionysus, Zeus's wife. I think I'm not very good with Greek mythology, but something to do with spilt breast milk.
Test. Check. Hello.
Yeah, we're coming in loud and clear.
Cool.
Well, Zay, it sort of sounded like you're LARPing to some extent, but you do make some good points.
Yeah, I got that before. Whenever I come into the Flat Earth VC, which is not very often, people often think that I'm actually a Globie LARPing as a Flat Earther, which is not true. But it's because I'm not that into the Flat Earth. Like I, even though I believe in it, I don't dedicate a lot of my time to it. I once did. I used to be more into it a long time ago, but
well, I mean, if that's the whole role that the LARPers pretend to play, they must be pretending to play it because someone, if you are legitimately saying all the things a LARPer would say, you do exist. So, yeah, maybe you're just thinking out loud and you're semi new to the whole subject.
No, I like I said,
or you're not. You're claiming not to be. That's right. Anyways.
I'm in my mid-20s, and I got into Flat Earth when I was like 16.
Stop the cap.
You know, like I would say around 2016, 2017, 2018, Flat Earth was massive on YouTube. Like I'm speaking about millions of views, and it wasn't censored. Like you could see Flat Earth videos, especially documentaries, with millions and millions of views and tons of comments. You know, the good old days, and I was there. I was watching it, and I think a big one is when Bill Nye the Science Guy said famously that when ships disappear, they're going over the curve of the horizon. But then people started to prove that if you have a zoom camera or a telescope, that ship actually becomes visible again. So how could it be going over curvature if a camera or a telescope brings it back into view, or binoculars? So that was another great.
I'm not going to try to sound too mean to you, dude. I'm just going to be straight up honest. You sound like somebody who's been around the argument for a really long time, but you haven't clicked it all together. And so you're just regurgitating other things that other people have said over time. That's what it sounds like.
I honestly think that it's been so traumatizing that I tried to block it out, because it's hard for me to live a normal life and have normal relationships as a flat earther. Like most people, I mean, everyone in the real world doesn't really know my belief in it. So I think it was very traumatizing for me, actually. There was a very large awakening, and a lot of good came from it. It changed my perspective. It made me a more spiritual person, but it also traumatized me a lot, because once you realize that the lie is so big, it makes you kind of paranoid about everything.
I don't know. I disagree, man. I'm not paranoid about everything. I'm skeptical, but I'm not paranoid.
Well, oh yeah, I was going to speak about COVID, but then I remembered that there's certain rules you're not allowed to speak about on Discord when it comes to COVID.
Again, it has nothing to do with paranoia. It just has everything to do with questioning how they came to the conclusion.
No, but if you're saying that if you're saying that all of these space agencies are congruently lying about the shape of what we live on, that is terrifying. And that is traumatizing, whether you realize it or not. Because now you distrust all authority, you distrust all of the mainstream science community. It's
not really.
Yes, really. It's unbelievable.
No, because they're not really authority.
That's the main reason. Do you know the main? Can I tell you the main reason why?
They weren't authority to begin with.
Well, in most people's minds, they see them as the scientific authority.
That's
Look,
fine. I mean, sheep will be sheep.
do you know
There's
why
nothing scary about that. Like, it's just
okay. Listen, no. Let me tell you
it's
the truth, just really
irrelevant.
quickly.
You don't have to know why a serial killer kills in order to know that someone has killed many people.
This is bigger than that, though.
No, it's why? Why does it have to be bigger than that?
Well, a serial killer is just like one or two people. We're talking about thousands of people across the world in high positions lying about
See, and someone like you would go and say, well, they do it for money. Like, you have to first understand that, like, they're above the money. They own the land and the resources underneath it. It has nothing to do with money. It has to do with controlling the way people shape their
But
thoughts.
resources is money. Resources is money. I mean, look.
It's not money.
Time is money.
Okay, why would they lie about the shape of the earth? I have an idea why, but why do you think they would?
It's irrelevant.
Okay, it's irrelevant. I know it's irrelevant, but I'm just trying to create a discussion about it.
Because you're looking for some grand scheme.
One sec, I don't even necessarily think they are lying about the shape of the Earth.
Right.
So you think it's a globe?
And I'm a flat earther.
Honestly, they should have given us a choice, and
That's
everybody's
boggling your mind,
choosing
isn't
wrong.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Well, he says he doesn't believe they're lying. You automatically assume that he thinks it's a globe. How did you get from A to B on that?
Because if they're not lying, then he believes the Earth is a globe, because that's what they say.
Absolutely not. That does not logically follow. People cannot be lying and still offer you something different to believe in without lying at all.
So what he's
at the end of the day,
okay, so no,
it's your option to right. It's your option to believe in the globe.
He's saying they believe it. No. It's not that. He's saying that all of these scientists and astronauts actually do believe it's a globe, and they themselves have been lied to or manipulated.
Well, I could be a glober, and I could say, look at this photo that I went up in a rocket, and I took a picture of the Earth, and it's a globe, right? And I could be a glober and still do that, right? And still think that it's a globe, and pretend that I went to space and took a picture of the globe. I'm not lying to you about it being a globe, right? I'm lying about being able to go to space and take a picture of it. That's what I'm lying about. So it's not like I'm trying to intentionally deceive you about the Earth being a globe because I know it's flat, right? I don't know it's flat. I don't think it's flat. I'm a glober. I'm going to pretend to go to space and take a picture of what I think I should see if I went to space. That's the part I'm going to lie about. I'm not lying about it being a globe. I believe it's a globe.
But listen, you know what's really good about all of this AI that's coming out is that it's actually showing people how easy it is to manipulate photos. So now you can just go into your like local AI app and you can like completely erase background images, or you can change things, or you can add things that look really realistic. So a lot of people now are gonna know like it's so easy to fake images because of AI.
Let me ask you this, right? Were they pretending to go to space and take pictures of the Earth before all this blew up on the internet about flat Earth?
I guess so, yeah.
Why were they doing that?
To fool the public into thinking it was a spinning globe for their own agenda.
But people already believed it. They didn't need to do that.
They did need to do it.
Why? There was no flat earthers on the internet.
No. Listen, before the so-called moon landing, there were people that had doubts that the Earth was a globe.
Yeah.
There
was a lot of people that believed it too.
Yeah, but there was a lot of people that were saying, no, it's not. There were a lot of people that were saying the moon is not physical, like scientists even.
No,
the
there
moon
wasn't.
landing.
Show me one.
I've
Show
seen
me-
an
show me
interview. Wait, before I carry on, has anyone in this VC seen that interview of that scientist who was like, the moon landing will
It's a
never happen?
hoax.
And he was like,
There's
the
no
moon landing is
information
never going to
about
happen
that
because
man.
it's not physical.
There's no information about that man being a scientist.
You know what I'm
For all you
talking
know,
about, though?
For all you know, the Australian ABC News Corporation grabbed some bum off the street, put him in a suit, and said, "Say this on TV, please."
So you believe that everyone before the moon landing believed the Earth was a globe?
Most people did. They were teaching it in universities, weren't they? There were astrophysicists. There's astronomers. It was a field of study.
So why do you think they went to the moon? So why do you think they went to the moon then?
I don't think
nobody went to the moon.
Why do you think they faked going to the moon?
There was a power struggle for
between the Soviet Union and the US?
Well, domination of the world, yeah, to become the superpower, to say, put themselves on high and say, we've achieved what no other nation has achieved. We are the greatest nation.
So you think that the Soviet Union and the US were in this little battle for world domination, and the US said, let's fake the moon landing to win?
Yeah, pride.
Okay.
And economy, political, structure. Yeah.
The added benefit is people, in the delusion that there's a large vacuous region where you can go to and land on things like the moon. I mean, there's a lot of things that they accomplished with that one particular incident, or at least that, I don't even know how to describe it, like a rumor. But there's no evidence that they went to the moon.
Well, I looked at the rocket ship that they supposedly went on the moon with, and it looked very amateur, and it did not look like you could pass into the moon.
Well, the moon would have to be a place that you can go, right? Like, see, if you are somebody who believes that the Earth is flat, I would encourage you to move yourself out of that belief category and start thinking critically about the things that you're even thinking in your own mind. Like, let's take, for instance, I don't think that looks like something that could go to the moon, when you should be going, is the moon even a place that could be gone to, right? You don't have to have a lot of these conversations in your own mind as soon as you figure out that there's no evidence for the things that you've been told. You can just dismiss them. I'm not even, like, is there any evidence that the moon is a rock that I can land on? Not really.
Well, you can see with your own eyes that it is somewhat physical. Like, you can see the crater. And you can
it looks that way.
On it. Yeah, it looks that way.
Is that the actual, is it the actual moon that we're saying? Is that a rock in the sky?
I don't know, but I'm just saying it looks somewhat physical.
Right, so since you go, I don't know, and I probably don't have the budget or even the permission by my slave masters to go see it, I can just go ahead and forget about it being something that somebody may or may not have landed on. You would need good evidence for that, right?
But obviously, I get what you're saying, but in the hypothetical, I was like saying, assuming it is even physical, the rocket ship, I don't think could go through the radiation.
What radiation? What radiation?
Again, I'm assuming that there's all this radiation to get there.
Why? Why are you assuming that?
Because it makes the hypothetical interesting.
So your problem is you want to believe things that are told to you because you find them interesting, and then all of a sudden your paradigm has to absorb them and then kind of like affirm or kind of discount certain things based on how you feel. Or why do you do this to yourself?
You believe that space rockets are expensive missiles that go into the water.
No, I actually don't even believe that. I don't know anything about anything that's going on with rockets going into the sky. I've seen them do it. I've gone to Cape Canaveral. I've seen that happen. I don't know if it goes in the ocean. I don't know if it goes into space. I certainly don't have to believe the nonsense that they tell me.
Did you believe in it more though when you saw it with your own eyes? Did you believe maybe it is going into the sky, into space?
When I saw it with my own eyes, I assumed yes at that time because I knew nothing about this topic or even critical thinking, to be honest with you. A lot of this is just about critical thinking. That gets you out of a whole heap of trouble in life in general. But I was like, must be going to space. But you see, seeing is not actually what's going on.
This is just.
Do you really think that if they've found out something about the environment at high altitude that they could exploit to their advantage, their benefit somehow, that they're going to share it? You think they're that transparent? And they have such good interests for the benefit, for mankind, that they're going to share any information and knowledge that they discover about being at high altitude. That's gullible, man. Space exploration is a convenient patsy. It's a convenient way of being able to tell the people that they're investing their energy and the people's money into this endeavor, right? Yes, and
like
the people can't, and the people can't verify or authenticate one single bit of it, and you are then at their utter mercy.
Like they told you that the sun was going.
Yeah, I mean, for crying out loud, these are people that are stealing your money.
I don't know who's lagging. Am I lagging or you?
Wait, you just said stealing the money.
It's probably me.
Wait, you said that they have all
Hold
the
on a
resources
second,
in the world. You said they have all the money, so why do they need to steal money if they already have the money? Explain that.
That's an excellent question. You should ask that for yourself. Why are they still stealing the money and then telling you where you can and can't go? You think those people have your best interest in mind? So they're stealing from you, they're bossing you around and telling you things you can and can't do.
I don't think the main lie of the shape of the earth is financial. I think that is secondary.
I didn't say that it was. Dude, you're a fucking asshole. You know that? You're a fucking asshole. I didn't say that at all. And now you're trying to put those words in my mouth. Why are you being such a dick?
Look, I'm just saying that it goes deeper than anybody in this VC probably knows.
I didn't say that it did. That was not the point that I was making. You weren't listening, and then you decided to say what you thought I was saying, which is a really dick move, and I don't understand why you're doing it.
Okay, continue. Finish your point.
So they're stealing your money, and they're telling you what you can and can't do. Does that sound like people that have your best interest in mind?
No.
Oh, okay. So why would you believe anything that they have to say or anything that they show you?
Well, I don't.
Good. So we can stop talking about radiation belts then, right?
Here's the other problem, right, that we're running into. You don't need an explanation for everything. You don't need an explanation for anything. You can go off of your firsthand observation and you can end it right there. This is what I'm seeing from my perspective. No further conversation, no more hypothetical, no more expansion of anything. But just know that if you don't go out there and verify anything, you are only always ever in the hypothetical, and you're just going to start chasing your tail, man. Like, making this about fear porn it's just going to get you into more trouble, especially with people around you.
Who fucking disagree with me, you fucking dog? Cunt, you Aussie lad.
Yeah. So anyway, who was it? Says who? He came in saying that he's a flat earther, but he believes it. He doesn't know it. And that he's believed this for 10 years, give or take. And he's basically trying to expand on why they would lie and blah, 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 blah. It's not about why they would lie. Like, you're just giving yourself a reason to be afraid when really all you're supposed to be going out and doing is living your life to the fullest. That's it. Stop making excuses for why this person did this or that person did that.
That's why I said before, I blocked out a lot of the flat earth, because it's traumatizing, because you cannot live your normal life if you really believe and follow it 24/7.
I don't believe it. I mean, I follow it because
you know
it to be true.
Well, I know it to be true, but some of us still block it out because it's traumatizing.
That's fine. That's traumatizing to them. I'm not traumatized because people mock me for being a flat earther. It is
well, good for you, but I am traumatized because I have been mocked for being a flat earther.
Then you need to get over it, bro, because the truth is the truth.
Well, it's easy for you to say.
Being afraid of the truth.
Yes, sticks and stones will break your bones, but words will never hurt you.
Yeah, but that's not the reality.
Remember that
At
one?
the end of the day,
That oldie but goodie?
imagine you in a situation, right, where all your old school buddies, whatever, people that you knew from school, you know, you had like a reunion.
Dude, I don't have to imagine it. I've had people cope in real life and mock. The joke's on them. Yeah, the joke's on them.
You know.
Let them get their pain out. It's not your pain; it's theirs.
But that's only part of the trauma. The biggest trauma is finding out that you are being lied
if
to.
If that's traumatizing to you, you've lived a blessed life. If that's what you consider trauma.
Well, it
guys
is. I mean,
yucking it up at the pub. Guys razzing you at the pub.
Yeah,
that's
you don't
traumatic.
think that's... You don't think it's not just those people. It's most of society. It's most of society will point fingers at you and say that you're an idiot.
Who cares?
Okay,
grow
that's
up.
Just...
Yeah, jealousy is a terrible thing.
It is, but I don't think they're jealous. I think that they're hateful.
C'est la vie. Hateful people exist. It's not your problem.
Haters gonna hate.
That's right.
I love being a flat earther. Like, I literally walk into the room, and if nobody in that room is a flat earther, I automatically feel better about myself.
That's strange.
And then when I walk into a room and then, like, say there's 20 people in the room, but 2 of them are flat earthers, now I feel better about myself because now I know 2 more flat earthers. Either way, I feel a whole lot better about myself knowing the truth than being asleep and being fooled.
I get it, but when will the big reveal happen? When will most of humanity finally be on the same wavelength?
Don't worry about them. Don't worry about them. They're on their own journey.
No, but how the most of humanity finds out affects.
It's already been revealed. These people are choosing to actively ignore it and cope about it.
Because I told you, it's because most people, they don't want to have to deal with the fact that they've been lied to because it's traumatizing.
You don't care.
Why don't
That's
you
their
understand
problem.
that?
Who cares? Let them think whatever they want. Who cares?
Yeah, they've definitely
I think
been
that's
lied
what
to.
it is. I think you maybe tried to pretend to be a flat earther at one point. You got traumatized out of it and refused to go back to it because you didn't want to look at yourself because it was too hard and you didn't want to do any critical thinking.
No, I think I have critical thinking. I think for me to realize that the Earth is flat, we live on a flat plane. involved a lot of critical thinking because I had to, I had to kind of get. Well, like I said before, I mean, the measurable curvature is just not there. Like you see it when you look at large bodies of
What does
water.
that mean when you have immeasurable curvature?
So, like for example, right, if the Earth is around 8 inches per mile squared of curvature, I should be able to like measure it not just measure it like with like a laser or whatever. Even with my eyes, it should be somewhat visible, and it's not. Right, even at really high altitudes, you cannot see the supposed curvature. So it's
Have you ever
pretty
been at a high
obvious.
altitude?
Yes, I was speaking before about being on a plane. Like I've been on planes, and it seems this is another thing. Like when I've been on a plane, it never felt like I was, and I never saw the nose of the plane dipping down to follow the curve. It always feels and always looks as if I'm flying over a flat plane. Right? I can see the mountains, I can see the city, I can see the ocean, and I don't see the curvature. Even when I'm really high up over the sea, I don't see the horizon dipping down in the ocean. I don't.
Okay, so what's the
And it
problem?
just makes so what I'm trying to say is that once you figure out that it's flat, you're kind of left in this in this zone of like, now what do I do with my life? Now I've found out the biggest lie in the
Sounds like you've
history of
ostracized
humanity.
yourself.
It's the biggest lie that there isn't like if the governments
right.
look, if the governments were lying about aliens, that would be a smaller lie than them lying about the shape of the earth. This is what we live on. This is all we know.
How do you know they're lying?
Hmm?
Well, one second. Obviously, someone has lied.
They're
Right?
giving us false information. Giving us false information, whatever. Like obviously somebody is lying.
Hey.
What?
T-Dub's talking.
Well, I was just wondering, who are these people that you should care?
Who are these people that I should care?
These people that are making fun of you and giving you a hard time.
Well, not just that. Just these whoever you think is lying. Like, okay, let them go. Let them do their thing. Are they that important? Do they have that much power over you? Like, why do you?
I think they do. I think that your local government and your local scientific community, which is obviously connected to the government, because for example, NASA is funded by the U.S. government, whatever. I think they do have power over our lives to an extent, right? Obviously not fully, but for example, as somebody said before, governments around the world will not let you explore Antarctica, so that there are real life effects that
big guns.
Yeah, so there's real life things that the government will not let you do. The government have the power to kidnap you. They have the power to take everything that belongs to you, and they have the power to legally kill you. So to act as if these people don't have any authority or cannot, have a bearing on your life is ridiculous. They obviously do.
All right, but now that you know the truth about the Earth, right? You don't have to worry about them having control over your mind.
Well, I don't. Well, here's the hold on a second. I don't know the full truth of the Earth because, okay, let's say I'm saying yes, we live on a flat plane. How long does that plane extend? I have no clue. Is there more land? I have no clue.
Doesn't matter.
What is there? Is there an underside to the Earth? I have no clue. Is there any type of space like where there's other worlds? I don't know. I have no clue.
Does any of that matter?
Yes, it matters to me.
Why? Why?
Because I want to know. I want to know what we live on.
Yeah, so do I.
Don't you want to know the nature of the universe around you? Don't you want to know the nature of reality around you?
Yeah, bro, it'd be interesting to know, but I mean, it's unrealistic to think that I'm ever going to.
Well, not with that attitude.
I like that answer. No, bro, like this, we're all tied up.
No, let me explain.
Ways,
look,
right?
if you look at
Not
a lot of ancient
maybe
peoples,
not
dude, like
everyone, but
if you look at a lot of ancient peoples, like the ancient Egyptians, for example, they had diagrams, they had pictures that they made themselves of the nature of reality, of the nature of the universe. I think that we as humans want to know the nature of what we live on and what is around us. And I think that's perfectly fine to want to know that.
So yeah, it sounds a little greedy to demand omnipotence or omniscience.
Well, we have consciousness, and you could say it's greedy. You could also say it's honoring our consciousness to want to know what
Well,
is
it's not
around
only
us.
that, it's foolishness to seek omniscience. I mean, what's the point?
Well, it's not
You would only be lying to yourself.
But it's not omniscience to know that to
To
try
know
and find
everything,
out
yeah. To
what we live on.
know the nature of all of our surroundings and what we exist on, yeah, that would require a level of omniscience if there are levels to it.
Okay. So going by that logic, you could just say, well, the flat Earth doesn't matter. I might as well just believe it's a globe because whatever, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what we live on.
Well, no, that would require me lying to myself, putting the sack back on my head and being the captor of the liars that you're so concerned with.
Have you ever noticed that
Man, dude,
naturally?
why is it not enough to know that we're not living on a spinning ball hurtling through outer space?
Have you not noticed?
This has just been realized, and now you want it all? Okay, there's milk that's spilled. When you look up and see the Milky Way, that's some spilled milk. The way of the milk, as you called it. You happy?
This is unbelievable.
Or maybe it's watered down Elmer's glue. That's a little twist. Happy?
Have you ever noticed that children, and when you were a child, you asked a lot of questions, right? You always wanted to find out why. Like, why this?
Well,
Why that?
no,
How?
to say,
Why?
no, dude, you're forgetting.
But then they program you to stop being like that.
Zay, you're forgetting a very popular song. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. At the end of that, maybe there's a fourth verse I don't know about, but there's not. It doesn't say this is the verse of omniscience, and now I'm going to tell you all the answers. You're left in wonder.
Okay.
That's the default. The default is looking up and wondering, and then you get indoctrinated.
Yeah, he wants to know the expanse of the Earth and how far it is from edge to edge or whatever is going on Earth. And yet you can't even grasp the concept of how a cell goes through meiosis and divides.
No, I cannot.
The DNA is replicated.
No, I cannot. But my point is that, look.
It's the same thing, man. Like, it's okay to just not know the answers to everything and be happy with the world that you live in. Have you ever grown a vegetable or a fruit?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yeah.
What did you grow?
Spinach.
Spinach? And how long did it take for it to grow?
4 weeks.
4 weeks?
Yep.
And when you harvested it, what did you do?
I watered it to get it growing, and then I left it in sunlight, and then it was in soil. And then
You didn't hear the question. What he's talking? He asking about the harvest. Now you're going back to the beginning. That was some tiny little spinach in 4 weeks. Go ahead.
Well, look, this was.
Come on, Popeye.
Did you eat it?
No.
Yeah. Did you wash it off and eat it?
I didn't.
Wait,
no,
didn't
it was in somebody else's garden. It wasn't like mine, really. I'm not an expert on. Look,
and people wonder why you're a LARPer.
Look, I'm not. No, I'm not claiming. He brought that up.
You're
I'm not claiming to be an
a garden thief. You're a garden thief.
No.
I gave you an example. I gave you an example of how you could experience the Earth that we live on in a very special way, and then you made up a story. And all I did was ask a few questions to dive in deeper to find out that like you're just making shit up as you go along. This entire time you've been lying to us.
Okay, then I will say this. I've never grown a fruit or a vegetable. Does that make you happy?
That's fine. All I was going to say is if you haven't, maybe you should try doing that just so you could have the experience of what this wonderful earth has to offer.
And maybe you, look, I have a fucking okay life now. This is why I don't really hang around the flat earth subject too much, because
Dude, we're just talking about cheap spinach.
Yeah, but I'm saying that what you're basically saying is that, hey, don't think about the actual measurements of the earth. Don't think about the sky. Just accept it is as it is.
No, bro.
Not what I said at
And
all.
move on.
Now you're just making shit up, bro. Again,
If you want to, you can you can explore if you want. You can endeavor and set a goal to go out and find as much as you can if you want. No, you could try. Right? If you wanted to, you could try within the limit. Just explore the boundaries, the limitations. What am I and am I not capable of achieving? Right. As far as
got a
what I want to find out about reality, physical reality.
Okay, I get what you're saying, but I have a good question for you. If Elon Musk...
Before you do that, Zay, I'm going to tell you this real quick, okay? So if you wanted to go explore Antarctica, you can go, bro. Like, have you ever watched Braveheart, where he refused to concede and he decided he was going to die free than live as a slave?
Yeah, I don't want to get murdered.
Right. So you could go to Antarctica, and who knows, you might be the guy that gets through whatever's going on over there. And then you get to go out the other side, and you will have continued to live free. No one is stopping you from going and doing everything to the full extent of your life.
Just try if you want.
Exactly.
Like I could try if I wanted to do some of that stuff, but
No, I have no interest in
that.
That
involves leaving my family behind and other responsibilities that I have.
Yeah, who wants to get the rack?
So I've got a question. If Elon Musk offered you a commercial flight in, say, 10 years' time, and you went on this rocket and you could see that the Earth was a globe, would you become a globe earther?
Dude, this is not the VC for you.
There it is.
You're obviously a globe. You're not doing a good job of pretending to be a flat earther. You live in the constant hypothetical. Just let it go. Yeah, you are. It's obvious.
That's a serious question. That is a serious question.
Okay, so let's just start with the what ifs. Hold on. Let's talk about the what ifs. Would the Earth have to be a ball in the first instance for any of this to be true?
Yes, of course.
So why are we living in the hypothetical since the Earth is not a ball?
That's all I wanted. I just wanted the answer. Thank you. So why
ask the question, if you can, why couldn't you do that on your own? Why couldn't you skeptically think about the question that you were asking and go, oh, well, that wouldn't make any sense to hypothetical since the Earth is not measured to be a ball in the first place?
I'm getting asked stupid hypothetical questions about me sacrificing my life in Antarctica, which is a stupid question. I'm not going to sacrifice my life when I have obligations and I don't want to die for the flat earth. I have no interest.
Start a garden.
So it doesn't matter that much to you. So going back to when I asked, I said, does all those things really matter? Yes, they matter. I want to know. Well, obviously not that much.
Yeah, not for my life. They matter. Like, there's no point if you're dead.
Zay, they didn't ask you a question. You could just go and do the thing that you're curious about. And you've decided that you don't want to do that. Meanwhile, you put words in their mouth about asking you a question about a hypothetical. No, Sheepdog was actually telling you, why don't you go ahead and do this thing if you're so curious?
What do you want someone else to do it for you?
But you've right. Yeah, you've made a business decision, so you're like, oh, I'm not going to go get shot. Oh, okay, so your masters have decided that you're not going to go to Antarctica. Okay, so you don't have to ask us hypotheticals about the Earth being a ball when it's not. Like, bro, your questions and your attitude and the way that you kind of put words in other people's mouths is just almost unbearable. It's ridiculous.
Okay.
So, if you're not LARPing, my goodness, shape up.
It's like that Billy
Act
Madison
like a
scene.
man.
It's like that Billy Madison scene with what was his name? Bus driver.
O'Doyle.
No, the bus driver, not O'Doyle, but when he's talking to the bus driver, you could, Chris Farley, yeah, and he's like, he's like, me and her, we used to date. We got it on. No, you didn't.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, but a friend of mine did. No, he didn't. Yeah, but you can imagine what it would be like if he did. Like, it just, the story gets further and further away from reality the longer you tell it.
That's a great analogy.
I mean, if I was really dead set, if I had no kids, and I was really dead set on wanting to know what was on the other side of Antarctica, I would put myself in situations where I would have to learn survival. I would put myself in cold environments. I would learn how to live off the wilderness and off the land. I would learn how to stockpile nourishment for a long trip. And then one day I would just fucking go and see what happens. If I was really that curious about Antarctica. But I'm not. I could give two shits about Antarctica. I have plenty to be happy for where I'm at. I've gone out and measured the Earth myself.
And
I'm happy with that.
You're all obviously not as curious as I previously imagined. So I want to know, what is the point of this VC?
To educate people on the lack of curvature of the Earth.
For what end?
To its logical conclusion.
Okay. So you just want more people to say, we live on a flat plane, the end.
Yeah, and it's good to it works to expose the desperation of those who cling on to the globe idea and the ones who really want other people to cling on it, like you.
Right. Like,
I don't.
Here's what we're trying to do, right? Obviously, you've been a flat earther since you were 16, and you just believe it. You never went out and searched for yourself. But for other people, they want actual evidence that they can sink their teeth into. And in order to do that, the first thing they have to do is let go of the ball, so that way they can go out and look for themselves. But the only way to let go of the ball is for them to realize that they've only ever always been taught an assumption, and photographs are not evidence of anything. That's what this room is about, what your server is about, and why we have these conversations day in and day out.
If I can just make a point, it sounds a little bit depressing, actually. It just seems like, when I first got into the Flat Earth movement, there was a lot of curiosity on the nature of reality. But it just seems like you've all lost your curiosity, and it seems like you're all a little bit depressed, and you've lost that trying to find out and expose the truth.
You're just projecting.
I'm not even going to mute him, dude. I just want him to keep talking because he's totally projecting.
No, I'm not projecting.
You sound depressed, dude. I'm not depressed.
Are you
having
sure?
a good time out here. Yeah.
You're all gonna die not knowing the nature of reality.
So what?
What? So you might.
Holy cow! He's gaslighting us now. You're gaslighting us now, and now dude, you're a Glober. Just say it. I mean, it's obvious. Come on.
I'm not. I mean, I've already said that I'm not. How can I believe?
Who cares what you say?
There's no proof of it.
Right. So, what do you think we're gonna die not knowing the nature of reality? No, most of us here have measured the Earth. We know exactly what's going on.
Let's see if he can get this one right. What's the number one cause of death in this world, Zay?
Isn't it like cardiovascular disease?
No. The number one cause of death in this world is life. You're gonna fucking die. Who cares if you don't know everything?
Okay, fine. Maybe when we die, we will know everything. You ever thought about that?
That's awesome, bro. Right now I'm alive and I'm enjoying it.
Great. Glad.
You're like, you guys are all depressed, and then you start like searching for reasons to be depressed. I think you're kind of depressed, dude. Just keep it to yourself, though.
It sounds pretty depressing. I don't know. I'm here for the wonder and the excitement and the mystery, and I'm here to find things out, and I'm here to remember things, and I'm having a pretty darn good time. I don't know about the rest of y'all.
Finding out that there's a shadowy organization that is purposefully lying to humanity in itself is a depressing fact.
Who cares?
Yeah, it sucks, but you know, I don't. Why would I let it get me down? You know, like I know and I see and I'm aware of it, but I'm not going to let it affect my day-to-day life.
You thought you like Pleasantville or something? Like, what did you expect?
Well, I just expected more of, there might be like a portal in Antarctica
What do you
that
want
they're
us to do?
hiding or some shit.
You
I
want us
don't
to
know.
raise up together, form an army? What's going on?
No, maybe maybe buy an island.
Could be. Go check it out. Go find out. I want to dash all your, wonders and all the mystery and whatever for you. Go check it out.
Why don't you check it out?
Take your cell phone with you though, and send us a text message so we know what it
Because
is.
you're the one who cares.
I told you that I'm so traumatized by it, I actually block it out, and I care in this conversation, but usually I don't because it traumatizes me and it hurts me to think about it, so I don't think about it.
You're depressive.
Well, thinking about land in Antarctica that is being depressing, yeah, because I cannot explore it. And saying to me, "Oh, go and get shed," is not a valid explanation.
Oh well, plenty of other nice places to go. Go somewhere tropical.
I did. I went. You know, I went to North Africa this year at the start of July. It was tropical. It was nice.
Right, so there's places that you haven't been which you can go. You do have access to, right?
Yeah.
Enjoy that. Enjoy it.
There's this comedian that I love. She goes, if you go to Mount Everest, all the way up the mountain, there's a bunch of people that died on the side of the mountain, still there to this day. And every single one of those people were very, very, very ambitious. Life lesson, don't be ambitious.
Change has got to start from within. If people can't regain sovereignty over their own minds, the way they think, and to evaluate reality for themselves based on what they can do, how they interact with it, right? How they experience it, then how can you expect people to ever regain sovereignty over the external if they can't even regain sovereignty over the internal? So regaining sovereignty over the internal is key if we're to ever hope for any type of utopia, whether it's regional or across the vast plain. It's got to start from within. That's part of that is, not accepting a stranger's story about reality, right? Unless it's verifiable or falsifiable.
Like one of the hardest things to convince people to do is to be 100% responsible for all of their own actions and decisions in life. And once you start doing that, you stop relying on somebody else to be responsible for a decision you may or may not make because you were ill-informed or whatever. If you just accept that every decision you make, whether you're informed or not, you're responsible for it, then you start holding everything to a higher standard. You start enjoying life a lot more. Like P-Dub said, you become a little more sovereign, a little more authoritative of your own life instead of letting somebody else be the author.
Yeah, there's got to be enough of a spark of interest in these things that you speculate about amongst enough people that, anybody that says no to them, there's too many of them for them to say no to, because those people will just turn around and say no back and push their way through, right? It's never going to happen if they just continue to accept accept the word no from these people, right? And accept the stories about reality that they're told.
I don't know what to say. I'm stunned.
I expected you to say that you grew your own weed when I asked you what plant you've grown, what fruit or vegetable you've grown.
Well, I'm gonna need it after this conversation.
Something, man. Go and experience the beauty of life, how to cultivate life in this world. And
how to cultivate life, seed and ground, water, boom.
It's not that easy. Not if you want to grow a really
plants
good
are
garden.
alive. Boom. Roasted.
Okay.
Enslaver.
Yes.
Do you believe that the Earth is flat?
Do I believe you?
Do you believe we live on a spinning globe?
He doesn't even know it yet.
Well, okay, listen. Flat, plat, globe, chrome. The thing about that is, I don't know what you're selling, and I don't know what you want me to buy.
Whatever you're saying, just knock it off. It's a weak ass troll, whatever it is. Knock it off.
Weak ass? What? What the fuck are you on about?
You're trolling.
Troll sucks.
It's awful.
Yeah, of course. I'm doing exactly what you think I am because somehow you're primordial. Yeah, sure.
Primordial. Good term.
Do you brush your teeth any morning, sir? Do you do it every morning?
You want to get to the room topic, or you just want to just talk out your ass? What are you gonna do?
Well, what is the room topic then? Is it room temperature?
Enslaver, I just want to know, do you think it's possible that the Earth we live on is a flat plane? Do you think it might not be a spinning globe? I just want to know that. Just answer that question. It's very simple.
I think anything's possible as long as you have enough money. And if you wanted to make the Earth flat,
a stupid ass thing to say.
Well. That's very connective, considering that, There's been a lot of money to go into it, and a lot of people are believing that Earth is a globe. Just saying, there hasn't been money to go into, making people believe that the Earth is flat. There's a
Yeah, but what
difference
if they're
between
using that
belief
money
and
to
knowing.
start try to shape the Earth into being a globe?
Do
Ever thought
you
about that?
always talk over the end of people's sentences?
No, I just wanted to enlighten you with an idea.
He's enslaved by women, so he's pretty bitter about it. So Jenna, go easy on him.
Yeah, project. Do that.
So I'm guessing you're not going to talk about the topic of the room. You're just here to make yourself the main character.
Yep. He's a coward and insecure.
Sure, project that, buddy.
There you go. There's my confirmation.
Okay.
He won't be able to, he has to have the last word, guaranteed.
No, like, what do you want from me at this point?
See, there it is.
What's the shape of the Earth?
What Earth what?
What's the
What'd you
shape
say?
of the Earth?
It's flat.
What do you think it is?
It's flat a shape.
I asked you.
Yeah, what do you think it is?
I asked you.
Yeah, but
Andy asked you first, so, pipe up or get out.
All right, I'll just mute you, and until you give me an answer in the chat, I'll just keep you on mute.
Terrified little boys enslaved by women.
Yeah, bye-bye. I know, right, Flat Lloyd? Yeah, but. It's hot out today, y'all. Feels like the Earth isn't even spinning. The sun's just stuck in the sky.
Have we talked to Bennett? We got Bennett in here. Hello, Bennett.
Bennett's got the flat tag. I don't know what that means.
Well, that's a good sign. I don't know if I've ever talked to him before, though.
I think anybody from the server can bring that tag over.
I got a funny feeling for some reason. I'm thinking Bennett is a doctor?
Is it Dr. Bennett?
It could
Dr. Robert
be.
Bennett?
I don't know, just this something just in my memory is like telling me that, but maybe I'm
I mean, there's a
mistaking
Dr.
him for
Robert
someone else.
Bennett, but this isn't. Let me see. Is he in Ether Cause?
Gentlemen, sorry I was behind the wheel. I'm parked and safe now.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, no, I'm confusing you for somebody else. Now I remember. Truck driver.
Yep. Truck driver, yogi, holistic health, no Wi-Fi in his house, all Ethernet wired.
No worries, man. No worries. You can get back to work, dude. We were just curious and trying to stir up conversation.
No,
I'm in
we've
my
spoken before.
personal,
Yes, sorry, man.
I'm in my personal vehicle. It's all good. I'm here at the parking lot at the grocery store. But yeah, man, I love the conversation and listen daily. I mean, just absorbing it. I need to find out the way to get some kind of push button mic because I can't really look at my phone to do tap and talk, and I can't have it open all the time, or the truck would just be does that make sense?
You have to get a headset. It can't be a Bluetooth that goes in your ear. You're gonna have to get one of those like fancy headsets with the microphone that flips up and down.
Yeah, I'm gonna look into that because
I really wish I had something old school like a radio disc jockey would have, where he just presses that button and can speak into a mic. But yeah, that's what I need. I want to come in so many times during the day, but just can't. I don't want to get in an accident, make too much money.
Oh no, it's Ancient Traveler. He's the doctor. I don't know why I was getting you confused with him, but yeah.
But yeah, man, this last guy was it was definitely some projection going on, but it's like, bro, you've got to embrace the mysteries of life, and I mean, you've got to surrender to God a little bit on some things. It doesn't mean you're killing your curiosity. It's just, you just find the balance.
No, for sure, man. But there's those mantra chanting people out there that they like. If they say it enough, it's almost like they're trying to hypnotize you with their little spell or whatever. It's like,
Well, isn't it interesting, right? Some people, for the things which they are incapable of verifying for themselves, take heart in certain ancient writings, right? And take faith in those writings that they describe to them, and can fill in some of the blanks for some of the stuff about reality which we can't actually determine what is, how it works, all this sort of thing. And some people rely on strangers, right, that think they, in the modern day, that they think they have the answers, right? So there's like, it's a parallel. It's no different. It's a religion.
Yeah, it's definitely this belief system, and there's so much like cog dis around it that people just don't want to stay on the simple path of like logic and rationality, and they just want to go straight to speculation. The why would they lie, so to speak.
Yeah, and look, when I say that, I don't necessarily think that they are lying about the shape of the Earth. Like, obviously, doesn't mean I'm a glober, right? This means I don't necessarily agree that their intent is to try and convince people that it is a globe because they don't want them realizing it's flat, right? I don't know if that's their intention. It could be, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. And believing that NASA and all their imagery and their stories are bullshit is not exclusive to being a flat earther. You can be a glober and think that they are full of shit, right? Like Bart Sabral hates flat earthers, doesn't want a bar of it, doesn't want flat earthers using his content, etc., right? But he thinks NASA's full of shit, especially when it comes to the moon landing. But he thinks he lives on a big spinning ball in outer space still. Go figure.
Have you guys heard about the recent celestial theodolite thing?
I have. It's over at
Yes.
Easter Cause. I don't know if everybody else has.
I mean, it's interesting. I'm kind of I like a combination, but I feel like a visual would be good. But I understand it listening to the audio, but it is fascinating and hearing it develop, and how they kind of backwards calculate, and it's turning out that flat Earth trig is giving them the position accurately rather than the globe Earth.
Yeah, no, and it's funny watching people like backtrack on the theodolite, like they were using the theodolite with the dip as being evidence for the globe, and then now this person makes a celestial observation of a star, and the moment it becomes occluded by the mountain, they take a time stamp and then they go to Stellarium, put themselves on the mountain at the peak, and then takes another observation of the sky, turns off refraction, and the star is exactly where it's supposed to be if the Earth were flat. And that has everybody up in arms. It's like, why would you turn off refraction? I'm like, I'm not saying refraction is occurring all the time. And I'm definitely not saying refraction doesn't exist. We just don't know what's going on in the sky. And I find it odd that when you actually remove refraction, the Earth looks flat from this celestial theodolite experiment, I guess if you would call it. Whereas the explanation for why we see too far is because of refraction. So when you turn refraction off, it matches the flat Earth, and when you have refraction, it matches the flat Earth. So which one is it?
Right, and apparently the flat Earth calculation was able to pinpoint where the observer, the house, so to speak, was more accurately than the globe backwards calculation. But
No, what they did was they take an observation from somebody's personal location, whether it was their home or wherever it was, is irrelevant. They took an observation. They noticed a mountain a certain distance away. They noted the distance of the mountain. They created the angular size for it and everything. They watched the star approach the mountain, and as soon as it became blocked from the mountain, they took a timestamp. Now, they used a horizontal baseline for the Earth. They assumed a flat Earth. They created that flat baseline, extended it out, because on a globe, what they do is they create a tangent, and that's their flat baseline. So he makes this observation of the star disappearing behind him. He then has this flat baseline that's already established, takes the angle of the star when it's occlude at what time, goes to the top of that mountain, makes the same observation in the sky, and that star is exactly where it's supposed to be if there was no refraction and the Earth was flat.
yeah, and weren't they mentioning that like one of the most ironic and significant things was that when you add refraction, the amount of occlusion was the same difference as like Earth drop or like drop over distance, which wasn't there, or something like that.
Right. They couldn't turn refraction back on though, because how do you if something is occluded and blocked, you can't see the light anymore. Is it still refracted? And the answer is no, because it's now completely occluded. But yes, when making the observations, I think what you're talking about is the one Jesse made when the other way, when he watched the star come up. As soon as he seen the star, he took a timestamp, and then he used globe curve math, and then included refraction in there and said, "Oh, look, it works on a globe." And what they found out was that the refraction coefficient that he was using created the globe, and that's why they're laughing at him and mocking.
Yeah, it was like he was basically cherry picking the perfect spots to make the globe appear flat because of refraction. I was listening to it, the space audits, videos and stuff. It's interesting, man. I think for people who can wrap their head around it, it's another tool in the toolbox.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely needs to be discussed a lot further, so that way they can beat out all the points and make sure that they're not missing an issue, right? And then maybe make some other observations and move things around to see if that's the thing that's doing the thing and whatnot. But
one thing I'd like to see is an actual observation from Peak's Point, not using Stellarium.
Yeah, it was the hard part, because you'd have to have somebody at that peak making an observation simultaneously as the person on the ground.
Yep.
See, now that would be an awesome trip to do versus the Antarctica. It's like, bro, that would be an interesting setup there. A lot more doable, you know.
Yeah, no, like if you're going to have that discussion, you got to bring Dr. Heffron in and have the discussion with him. Alan's pretty knowledgeable in the discussion, but I still think you got to bring the person in that made the observation to really have a good discussion about that, because it's still such a new discussion, right? Like we could have a hypothetical discussion all day long, but that's gonna it's just gonna leave people more confused than anything else because nothing's been proven at the end of the day. But yeah, some of us are watching it develop, and we're excited for the conversation. We're glad people are making observations and trying to figure things out.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think it could be exactly as it develops, you know, just like the laser test documenting is building, you know, getting a library of that together. Hopefully this will start amassing another, you know, treasure chest of information.
Another question that it raises me is, I was under the impression that it didn't matter your altitude, your elevation angle to a star will not change. But with distance, it will. And now there's some flat earthers telling me that no, with distance, it will change. It won't change. And I'm like, are you sure about that, bro? That's why this actual observation taken from Peaks Point is essential.
Yeah, it would have to, like you said, it'd have to be done at the same time. It can't be done on 2 different days. It has to be done at the same time, literally the same time. They need to be on the phone with each other, walkie-talkie, or whatever the case may be. They need to be in direct communication with each other so they can both.
Right, and it doesn't even necessarily have to be at that location. I'm sure there's other locations where you could replicate the same thing under the same principles, right?
Yeah, but I will note this though, you know, like not to get too far into that argument, but Dr. Heffron, even though he's an ether person, he wasn't a flat earther before. It was only when he made this observation he's like, that was never supposed to happen. And it wasn't that it was never supposed to happen once. It happened over 80 times. And so that's that convinced him that the Earth could possibly be flat. And he's open to more observations. And so that's what his new hobby is right now. Is just figuring out how we're going to make more observations.
Well, and I think it's a beautiful moment, really, when you have these, you know, intellectually honest and neutral parties making these discoveries. So I think it just adds more credence, you know, to the discovery rather than, you know, it's sad, but if someone's been a flat earther for a long time and they're doing an observation, automatically people are going to be biased, you know, anti-flat earthers.
I mean, where does this observation leave us with, the 60 nautical mile per degree thing?
It wasn't about that.
I know, but the implications of this, what they're saying, impacts that claim.
It does. It does. Because it removes the curvature. You no longer have curvature.
Now there's what is it? 50 miles between 0 degrees of a star, right? What the?
Is that the new argument? I didn't hear that part.
Well, isn't it like 50 miles from his location to the top of Peaks Point?
I think so.
Something like that.
57 miles.
Right.
It's 52 miles somewhere.
So it's the same degree for both locations, right? So no degree change. What?
I think there was some angular
Let's try that
math.
with Polaris, right? Let's try it with Polaris.
I think there was some angular math involved. It was based off of a flat baseline. That's not the way I would.
Trick question.
What's up, AI?
That relationship doesn't work on all stars in your field of view. It only works on
right. Okay. Yeah. Because I was just thinking about that actually.
Yeah. So they say this is how it does work. Then any star that doesn't work is an anomaly, and it has to be addressed with refractive effect or whatever, right? So they have a window where this doesn't work. They're saying, okay, now we have to apply some conversion. And transversely, the flat earther would have to do the same. So if somebody like Hepron says, well, at this low angle, his angles that he's looking at are very low angles, like less than 3 degrees, okay? Versus a star that's 60 degrees in the air, two completely different set of angles, completely different set of circumstances. So if you say this low angles demonstrate that, they're straight angles to the star, therefore I can refer the baseline's horizontal, or I've got these high angles, right, that if I map them out and I use certain assumptions, I can assume my baseline is curved. But either person making the claim then has a portion of stars that don't respond the same way. So they then have to have an answer for that other portion. So it's actually not the case that you can completely map all the stars in your field of view to some geometric floor, whether it's curved or flat. You have to make corrections on one side or the other.
I get you.
And the crucial reason is because nobody's ever been to the star field to know where they actually physically are. All they have is the arrival angle of the light at their present location. That's all they have to work with at any particular observation. And then maybe corroborated angles of arrival at other locations that they could validate at the same time. Other than that, all you got is assumptions and guesses.
So far, so good. How's your day going, AI?
Horrible.
I'm sorry, dude. Mine's not too great. It's hot outside, dude. Hey, have you talked to Joshua, AI?
I've talked to 37 Joshuas in my lifetime.
Talking about the one that's recently been coming in here. He's from the UK. His avatar's light-skinned guy with dark brown shoulder-length hair. Ish.
I don't know. You trying to hook us up?
I mean, if that's what you're into, dude. I was just gonna say earlier we got him to admit that a lot of the globe observations are based on assumptions, and he had to duck out and go to sleep. It was quite interesting.
But yeah, those dudes need to get a 2-point observational data. They can't be using Stellarium as their second point of data. Now, is it interesting when you get angular relationships based on modeling software or modeling data that's not congruent with the expectations of what's on a globe? Sure. But you still need to get real data.
Yeah. Yeah. Comparison between two actual observations, not one or actual observation and one simulation.
Yeah, because whether you like it or not, this idea that I imagine this straight line from me to the tip of the peak, then out to the star, and the angle at the tip of the peak is congruent in this modeling software, that is 3 assumptions. The number 1 assumption being that if I'm looking at the star, then if I could create a bullet, let's say, that could fly out of my eye and just keep going in that exact same direction, it would eventually intersect with the star. Now, obviously, if the stars move, it wouldn't. So you'd have to freeze the star in time. But that's what people think. They think I'm looking at the star, therefore, if I just travel in that direction, I'll arrive at the star's location. That's not necessarily true.
Right. Yeah, it'd be interesting to get, at the same time as the observation, get someone to somehow maybe take a measurement to its absolute zenith, like find the ground position. Just out of curiosity's sake.
Yeah, by the way, raising an altitude and the angle to the star not changing is also incongruent with the idea that, I'm looking at the star where it is. You know what I mean? So if that maintains in Heffron's conceptions here, when you draw that out on paper, that makes no geometric sense. So he's choosing to make geometric claims about one portion of the field of view that's available to you and the observations that are available to you. Which isn't, it's not unreasonable, but then you still have to address other things.
Is that a robot?
You broke up. You broke up, sorry.
Okay, hi, kitty.
Yeah, that whole thing's interesting. I mean, because they say that, like, you can watch the sunset, then raise in altitude and see the sun again, right? But apparently you can't do that with stars that have apparently set. Otherwise, that contradicts this no change in elevation angle the higher you get.
Yeah.
Wonder how that worked for Buzz Aldrin when he was flying through space using his sextant, allegedly.
Yeah, exactly. Especially when they can't get their story straight about whether they saw stars or didn't see stars.
Oh shit! I never thought of that before. There's a claim on the table that during his journey to the moon, he used a sextant. I don't know if it was a nautical sextant or, well, it couldn't have been a bubble sextant, right? Neutral buoyancy. So yeah. What was he using it on?
Yeah.
If he couldn't see the stars? Wow, what a contradiction!
What attitudinal baseline was he using to get his angle differentials? Because in space you have unlimited access of orientation. Not well, don't get me wrong, you could be in any orientation on Earth, but there is a natural orientation that you take when you're standing on the Earth or on a boat on the Earth, right? Or on a plane that's flying level. You have a certain expectation of your relationship to the ground. But if you're in the middle of doing a barrel roll and you just are in space where there's no quote unquote down, where are you getting your angles from? And two, I mean, sure, you could get an angle between two, 2 points. Like you could say, oh, I'm going to go off of Orion's belt and then, the Pleiades tip or whatever the heck and get my angle there. But then where are you going to put yourself relative to them? You have to know that too. I don't think I've ever heard a whole story about how they actually accomplished that. Like all their points and how they started, what our orientation is, and then the conclusion. I think they just said it.
So apparently, there's windows that you can have that are clear, right, and offer really good protection against infrared and ultraviolet radiation from the sun. That's really interesting. I'm wondering why sunglasses aren't made of this stuff. I guess no, sunglasses help with the brightness levels, not necessarily protecting your eyes. But surely that they'd use such things commercially on Earth too, wouldn't they? Do they?
Sunglasses claim to have a UV protection of 400 in a general sense.
Oh.
But I mean, like to block out any forms of light, isn't that like counterproductive to what we were built for?
Right. I was just looking into something about the windows. Like, I'm in the weeds, of course, right? But I was looking into the windows of the Apollo lunar modules. They were clear.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they were clear. They were.
I didn't know that's what I thought you were talking about, like storm windows for a house or something like that. I didn't know you were talking about the lunar module.
I just thought I'd look into it. I just find out, because I was thinking, hey, wouldn't they be tinted in some form to protect from harsh radiation from the sun's raw light in space?
Man. Like
Right.
there's no protection, so we need protection from everything.
Right. Yeah. Apparently, it was just designed clear, but to offer the best protection against ultraviolet radiation.
Oh. Well, then why did they need the gold visor?
Yeah.
Because it looked cool. I'm not gonna lie. When I'm playing Halo, I like to make my Halo character with a gold visor. What's up, Aaron?
Good. Hi. How are you?
Pretty good, man. How are you?
Good. I'm good. How are you? Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
What brings you into this room?
I want to see your perspective. That's all I want to see. Like the perspective of flat Earth people.
Well, I'm pretty sure I see everything you see when you go outside.
No, but I want to see your perspective. What do you mean by flat Earth?
I mean, there's no measurable curvature on it.
There's no measurable curvature.
Yeah. They tell us that the Earth is 24,901 miles in circumference, but I can't find any of that curvature on it.
That's why you're flat Earth. Okay. Oh.
Well, I'll put it to you this way: if the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be flat.
So you can't see it, and then that means that you don't believe it. That's what you're saying.
Well, answer my question. If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
No, you're saying if you can't see it, no. You're saying if you can't see it, then it's not curving. Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I said.
If you can't see it, why would you expect it to be there?
That's not what I said, though, Aaron. I said there's no measurable curvature.
I know what you said. Measurable. Yeah, I know what you said.
So let me ask you a question. If you can give me an answer, if the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
Hey, it's Luke.
What's Luke?
He goes by Cosmos now. He loves outer space.
Why did you want to chat about outer space?
That's Oliver. Sporadic. That's Oliver.
Isn't Oliver also Luke?
Isn't he permabanned? Yeah, as far as I know, he's banned.
Yeah, Luke's it's a different than lunatic.
Well, I'm not Luke, so I don't know what. Like, I use one account, Cosmos. Any of you seen the Fantastic Four film?
What is that? Your proof of curvature?
Oh no, there's like seven of them.
No, I was just asking as a genuine question.
Yeah, but there's many Fantastic Four films. There's not just one, right?
Are you really being pedantic over which one I'm referencing?
Ah, dude, you might be unaware that there's more than two, or even more than one. How would I know?
It's. Do you chat to people like this in real life? Like, hey guys, did you see the Superman film? Oh, which one? The one in cinemas? Is that what you mean, or the one from the 60s?
Well, dude, I don't know, Steve, because you sound like a foreigner, and I don't know if you're like from a third world country where they don't get movies until 5 years later. How would I know?
Bro, do you just wake up on the wrong side of the bed like every day? I was trying to have like casual conversation.
Right. So what you should have done is just say, "Oh, I meant the recent one that just came out with this star, that star, the new one." You see, and then we could have just carried the conversation on.
Okay. But I feel like it's not fun though. I feel like you made the tone aggressive.
I'm from London. First of all, I'm from London. I'm UK, like mostly born and raised in the UK. So, yeah.
Are we all giving our origin stories or something?
No. I'm saying
Aaron's just being clueless. Aaron, can you answer my question for me?
Which question? Okay.
If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
It's curving. So I don't know what you're trying to ask. It's curving. For me, it's curving.
Yeah, but I said if it's not curving.
No, I'm saying for me, it's curving. So what are you trying
Right,
to
and
ask?
I said if it's not curving.
How can it be flat then?
If it's not curving, then what is it?
No, I'm saying it's curving. So
Okay,
Like, I'm
Aaron,
saying, you know,
you're not listening. You have a choice. You're saying it's curving. We hear you. We all understand that. The question put forward to you was, if it is not curving, then what is it?
it can't not be curving. That's the thing.
I didn't ask if it could or could not be. I said if it is not. Just like the other gentleman said. It's a question put forward to you. If not curving, then what is it?
Then it's not on Earth.
here, Aaron, let me ask you a different way, okay? I'm going to ask you the same question, just in a different way. You ready?
Yeah.
If the surface of the Earth is not flat, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
Curved.
How come you can answer that one, but you can't answer the other one?
Aaron, to be fair, Aaron, it is either or. Like, and usually I've tried to go down this line of reasoning. Like, if we say it's flat, then if X, then Y. Like, you're not conceding anything by just exploring a possibility.
Yeah. So that's fine. You can explore a possibility, but it's curved, so it's curved. So yeah.
So where have you got proof of this alleged curvature?
People went up to the moon. So
I've got one.
The moon.
So people flying up in the sky is proof that the ground is a particular shape or has a particular aspect. That's amazing. Please go on.
Yeah. They went up to the moon. Neil Armstrong, Buzz. What's his name? Buzz. Something. They went up to the moon, and then they saw the Earth from reflecting their back, and then there's satellites going around the Earth. Satellites and whatever. It's going around the Earth. So that's why we believe it's round.
Oh, so you don't actually know it's round, you just believe it's round because of things flying above. You may as well say the Eagles also prove that it's round.
I'm going to leave and come back. I got to go record. I got to go clip that. That was the best explanation I've ever.
Mad.
Yeah, the satellites. There's things that like satellites. There's things that are orbiting the Earth around and round and round and round and round and round.
How do you know? You've seen them do this?
No,
or you filmed them do this?
I'm sure there's a film of it or ever of it.
Oh, so you're just believing things. You've got no actual proof that these things exist. It's just hearsay.
There's actually not a film of an orbit of anything. Hold on, friend, before you go on. There doesn't exist a single film of an orbit of anything ever. Never. Not one time.
Ouch. So, Aaron, I think it was Aaron. Yeah, Aaron. Which would you consider more of, like, just say a third party was to walk into this room and listen to us have a chat now? They don't know anything. Which one are they more likely to say is true and correct? Someone saying, I believe things flying in the sky proves the shape of the ground, or someone saying, we've measured the ground and we can't find the curvature? Which one would you be more likely to believe or listen to or accept as a third party? So you've walked into a room, person A says, I've measured the ground, I couldn't find any curvature. And person B says, I think it's round because things in the sky. Which one are you more likely to accept?
No, because I've traveled. I've traveled along countries, so
That's
I
great.
can see.
That's awesome. I don't remember asking you if you've travelled to other countries. I was asking you if you were a third person walking in on a conversation. Person A says, "I've measured the ground, and there is no."
But then I'll be a kid, and then I'll be a kid, and then I'll be a kid, then I'll be a kid.
Person B, you used to be a kid. That's great. I've got no problem. Highly probable the majority of people in here were, and some of them still are.
Yeah.
Person B says, I believe it's round because of things in the sky. Now, you've just walked in on a conversation with person A and person B. Which one are you more likely to accept?
No, you can believe a flat, like when you say flat earthers, you can believe that if you're a kid, but when you're an adult, you don't believe it.
That's a great story, but you still haven't answered my question.
What's your question?
I'll give you the scenario again. You've walked into a room.
I just answered it.
You've walked into a room.
So if I'm a kid, I'll believe it. If I'm a kid, I'll believe it. If I'm a kid, I'll believe
it. You're obviously having some kind of meltdown. I'll just stand back a minute and let you finish. So you're a kid, you want to believe something. Is that what you're trying to tell us?
Yeah.
You can believe in Santa Claus if you like, Easter Bunny, Tooth Fairy. It's all well and good.
Yeah.
Okay, so now that you've finished,
but then you have
just
to
walked
believe
into
that Earth is round.
and now he wants to talk again. You've just walked into a room, or you've just left the room. Why can't they answer such basic questions? What is wrong with these children?
Yeah, it's like, where was your girlfriend Friday? She's not cheating on me.
What amazes me is how you repeat the same question to them, and it's like they don't download any of it.
The reason he doesn't, because he knows what the answer is. Empirical measurements out trumps hopes and dreams any day of the week.
Yeah, but as a Glober, what he should have said is, I'd easily believe that you went out and attempted to measure curvature and couldn't find any because you're a retarded flat earther. That's what he should have said. From his worldview, that would have been at least a coherent answer. Yeah.
Well, if he comes back, someone else can have him. I don't think he likes my accent.
I don't know, brother. He sounded like one of those guys to me that thinks that women are just as strong as men.
Yeah, he's an odd one. I'd best not to do the old John Malkovich thing on him. I don't want to know what's going on in that head. How'd you go, sheepdog? You get your clip?
Yeah, I got it.
Oh, man. If he comes back, he's all yours.
I'm at work, man. Unfortunately, I gotta actually do stuff. I'm just popping in and out, giving my 2 cents. Trying to help with some decor, I guess, or whatever. That was epic, man. That's exactly how I used to when I was Glober, and exactly what every Glober when Glover trying to formulate an argument, that's what I imagine is going on in their brain. Now you have like a well-written story, but that's literally a story.
You're starting to break up a bit, mate.
Hear me now? Can you hear me now?
You're still doing the robot thing.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yep.
I feel like I'm in a Verizon commercial. Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me now? Yeah. No, I mean that's it. That's what I imagine is going on inside every Glober's mind when they're trying to formulate their argument. Now there might be some more articulated Globe arguments, but that's like literally the skeleton structure of the argument. There is no other argument for their side. This is what I was taught in school. We saw it on TV. Everybody couldn't be in on it. Therefore, Globe.
How can the earth be flat if my dick's curved?
Do you even have a dick?
Yeah.
Sounds like you don't.
Are you gonna answer my question?
What was your question?
How can the earth be flat if my dick's curved?
That's not a question.
There's a question mark at the end there.
Sorry, that's not a valid question. Yeah, stay on mute.
Bye-bye.
Snackle, that's a cartoon. Why are you using cartoons to prove reality?
I would have been so lost on that image if I didn't know where all those highways were.
Go ahead, Kagwin. Another crazed fan. He made his bio about us even. Thanks.
Love you guys. I don't get it. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, you never did get it.
What's up, phone friends? And
That's it, E. You can do it. You can put words out now.
Let me ask you guys' opinion on something. When I am talking with someone about gravity and they start mentioning that in a vacuum, a bowling ball and feather drop at the same speed, wouldn't that be a problem because the mass of the bowling ball is more than the feather? Shouldn't the bowling ball attract faster to the Earth?
Yes, you are absolutely correct there. What they've gone and done with the Brian Cox, BBC in America, Ohio, vacuum chamber, what happened there was the vacuum chamber wasn't big enough to allow the bowling ball to reach its maximum drop velocity. Okay, because the laws of nature always rule. The heavier object, whether it's in a vacuum or not, will always hit the ground first. So let's take it from the top. You start them off. At the beginning, they're going to be level pegging just for a short while because you've just released them. So they're going to be going at the same. But eventually, the heavier object will hit the ground first. The problem with that observation that we watched was the vacuum chamber wasn't big enough. So for me, I always say if you put them in a vacuum chamber the size of the Twin Towers, for example, 110-story high vacuum chamber, you would see that bowling ball is going to hit the floor first. Okay, that's always the way it is. So if you reduce the height of the drop, then they're going to land at the same time. You extend the height of the drop, then the bowling ball's going to hit the ground first. Okay, does that make sense?
It does. Thank you.
Yeah, and if you go to the Pete and Pete channel, go to their site. They've done 6 or 7 of these drop tests. 3 of them were conducted in vacuum tubes, and then there were others that they did outside, still proving that the heavier object always hits the ground first. Okay, Peter and Pete. I can give you a link to them if you want.
I'm writing it down. What is it, Pete? Or a link would be great. I'll find it in the
Yeah, I'll do the link in the side chat for you. That's the best thing. Just give me a couple of minutes, okay?
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll drop a couple of links and then you can go to their server and get the rest. There's 6 of them that they've conducted. Really good stuff. Really good stuff. They do a lot of stuff that contradicts everything that's been said to us as well. You know, water is not H2O, for example. Yes. Water is not H2O. Water is water, basically. Yes, I'm sure that shocked you there, but that's the truth. I'm just scrolling down right now. Okay, I'm doing one right now. I'm going to send it to you in the side chat. This one is called, and you thought objects landed at the same rate or same time? Wrong. Hang on a second. 24/7 politics. There it is. Okay, there it goes. Right, there's one for you. Give me a couple of minutes and I'll get the other one. The others. Right, there's
Beautiful.
the first one.
I appreciate that. I'm going to check this out now.
Yeah, you check it out, man. There's loads. That's what we're here to do. We're here to help each other, of course. This is how we all learn. I'll put this special one in, how to disprove gravity in 5 minutes. That's a really good one. Again, from Peter and Pete. The Globers hate them, trying to say that they're not an official source. The thing about Peter and Pete is you can repeat everything they've done. That's the beauty of it all, you know. It's repeatable. So there's no buffoonery and no trickery going on. Okay, let's see. Here we go. Some of the drop tests. There we go. Drop challenge. Yeah.
Boy, it looks like there's all kinds of gold on that channel. Just looking through the thumbnails on that Peter.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's untold. They've been going for years, 10 years plus.
Yeah, that's what I was at, the 10 years.
Yeah, 10 years or plus. They've been going a long time, Pete and Pete. They're from Britain, England. And they always say you can be very intelligent and be very good at what you do, but you can still be stupid. Dum dum ba da ba dum dum ba da ba dum dum ba da ba dum dum. That's the beginning of their jingle. Okay? You can be very intelligent and very good at what you do, but you can still be very stupid. Dum dum ba da ba ding ding ba da ba ding ding ba da ba di ba di ba do ba da. Yeah. So, and they always say people hate us because we like to tell them, give them our opinions. You see, because of the wonderful things we do. Da 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 da. Boom boom. You know, they're like that. You know, very eccentric British. Yeah, that's what they are. Very eccentric, but they're very funny and very good. And you can trust what they do because you can do it yourself. That's the other thing. And where in the comments they may have made one or two errors, they've corrected those errors. They've thanked the people who dropped the comments in and proceed to redo the experiment, let's say, and correct it and thank the, you know, they're like that. They're not above saying they're wrong when they're wrong, you know. And I think that's quite important.
One of the interesting things that I've seen them do, right, is they bought a compressor or an air machine, like this machine, right, that's supposed to extract most of the oxygen from the air, right?
Yeah.
Exhausting
a vacuum
the nitrogen. No, it's just I guess it's, I don't know. It's supposed to be hospital grade, so it's like what they use to fill up, refill oxygen tanks.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember what you were going to say now. Yeah, carry on. Yeah, go on.
So they've got this machine operating, right, and it's got an exhaust on it. Now, apparently that's where it filters out all the nitrogen, right? Anything that's not oxygen, right, from the air.
Yeah.
And so they went, okay, so if we collect some of that gas that's coming out of the exhaust, right, into an area inside like a bottle, and then put a stick with a flame on the end, like ignite a stick, have a flame, and insert it inside the container where the majority of the gas is nitrogen, then it should have the reaction that we expect it would have with a flame, right? Nitrogen, which is to extinguish it, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
And they put it in, and it doesn't have the reaction that nitrogen should have with the flame. So it's like, okay, then. It's like, well, what's coming out of the exhaust then? If what they're extracting and going into this container, so the bottle is oxygen, and it's supposed to be coming out of the exhaust is nitrogen. What's really happening, right? Because what's coming out of the exhaust isn't having the reaction that nitrogen should have with a flame. So what's really going on? So they're just sort of doing these things which, intuitively, instinctively should operate a certain way, and they don't, right? I like their electrolysis argument is interesting because, how is it actually being confirmed that? So there's gases that form on each
electrode. Yeah.
So they can collect that gas, and then those different gases collected on the separate electrodes will also have a certain reaction with an open flame, right? So they can verify it'll be in the form of a color, it'll be in the form of whether it increases the intensity of the flame or whatever. It'll be an indication as to what type of gas it is. Okay, so they get that from performing electrolysis. Okay, they get that, right? But has it been confirmed that those gases collecting on the electrodes are coming from the metal or the water?
That's it.
Has it?
This is the question, isn't it? That's the $6 million question.
Yeah. Is it separating the molecules from the water, or is it forming from a reaction?
From the electrode itself. That's what I think. I don't think it's from the water. I think it's from the electrode.
Well, it could be, but is water needed in order for that to occur? Because you got this.
Yeah.
What's happening there? It's just these questions that they raise, which I'd never thought about before, because I always just assumed that those gases are being separated from the water and collecting on there from the water. But is that true? Is that the case?
It's from the water because the water gets used up, and then once the water's used up, you don't produce any more gases.
That's a good point too. That is a good argument for what does Peter and Pete say about that? I can't remember.
Yeah, we'd have to see the water completely evaporate. He didn't get that far, did he? Though.
Oh, are you talking about a video?
Well, we're talking about experiments that these guys have done. Yeah, Peter and Pete.
Oh, because so I'm a clinician, and we have oxygen generators. Like if you go to like a hospital or like a university, you'll see just like big tanks with like frosting on them and stuff. We use them a lot when we're doing a cryogenic electron microscopy. And it uses water to produce liquid hydrogen and oxygen.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, but they do raise good questions, don't they? I mean, that water is
absolutely.
water. Yeah, water is water. Water is not H2O. That's a really good one.
What do you mean water is not H2O?
Yeah, there is no oxygen in the water, is what they put forward, and they do the experiment to show you.
They also weigh the electrodes afterwards too, before and afterwards.
Yeah.
To show that there's a weight difference.
Yes, there is a weight difference. That's right, because it's lost a little bit of weight. Yeah. Where does that go?
If water's not H2O, then what is it?
Yeah. It's just water. In fact, they're saying that water should be an element in its own right.
Water is an element in its own right. Oh, sorry. I see what you mean. So, I mean, like, you can see water molecules like under a microscope.
Yeah, but there you go.
It has a larger atomic structure and then two smaller atomic structure, and you can see the electron probability fields surrounding it. And like
Yeah.
when you freeze water, you can see the crystalline structure of all the water molecules.
Yeah. Well, they're saying that there's no oxygen in water. System. There's no oxygen.
That's an interesting one. I don't know. Like that's wild.
They say the same.
Not gonna lie.
They say the same for air.
Yeah, that's right. They do say the same for air as well, don't they? And this is where they get the. This is why people get annoyed with them. Because they do ask the questions that we can't prove, can we?
Right, and they'll claim that putting air in under different conditions will will have different effects and will cause that air to behave differently or whatever. But they'll say that that's just a result of doing something to the air, like not necessarily changing its molecular structure or separating gases, different types of gases. It's just a result of the air suffering at different conditions.
I mean, you could. So when you produce cryogenic liquids, you can use like just air extracted from literally like the air around you. So you can see like what components are making up the air, and they all like freeze at different levels, so you can separate them out.
When do you use this cryogenics anyway? What use is it to humanity?
Sorry?
Go ahead. What use is it? What use is it to human beings?
Many uses. My use is for electron microscopy, which require molecules to be really, really, really cold, so they're not like vibrating and moving around too much. Another use is for cooling down superconductors in MRI machines. You can use it for shrinking metal alloys, so you can fit them into tight tolerances. You could use it for clinical purposes, for freezing off moles and things. Producing liquid oxygen, so you can get oxygen tanks for breathing and stuff.
Okay, yeah. I just wondered the application. You see.
Yeah, it's a few different applications. Oh yeah, also producing propellants and stuff.
Yeah, I want to have sex with the flat Earth. Is that possible, considering that it's a donut?
Well, you and your fantasies can go to hell, Nate. Okay, that's the response you'll get from me. You and your fantasies can go to hell.
Wait, why is he using Scott Mackey's profile picture?
The man is a fucking lunatic, obviously.
We got him on mute. I'm not laughing at what he said. I'm laughing at his profile pitch.
Yeah. I mean, you're just going to come in and be stupid. I mean, that's the end, isn't it, really? I mean, where's your life, mate? Who grows up to do this shit? Did you think you'd ever be a cunt on a server?
Yeah, Jin, it looks like many people have lost their minds.
I would agree with you straight away, right there. They don't even know the difference between a curved line and a straight line. How can you not tell if you're flying horizontal or through a curved trajectory? How can you not notice this? How? For the life of me, please tell me.
Yeah, Jin, no self-awareness or situational awareness.
Yeah, none. That's what they're saying. They're totally divorced from reality when it's like that. You don't know your surroundings. No senses are working for you. Yeah, no, you're right. They've lost their minds. Coming in, doing things like that on a server, you know? And thinking that's cool. It's getting muted, isn't it, eh? Getting cool now. You're muted. Keep fantasizing about making love to a donut, though, yeah? You donut. Going back to what we were talking about, yes, the applications do seem feasible and useful. Yeah, because I've heard of some of the things you've mentioned there, so that's cool. And Peter and Pete, yeah, definitely a dynamic duo. I've been on a few live streams with them, and it's been really good, really educational. 4 or 5 years ago. Yeah, it can never be. It can never be that a heavy object and a light object are going to land at the same time. What's the point of having a heavy object then? You don't understand that one. That's silly. Yeah, that's going to the heavy object will always land first. You know, if you drop it, if you shorten that drop height, then they will appear to land at the same time. Of course, you extend that drop height, that heavy object is going to hit the ground first. Always. That's natural law. Yeah. So that gravity again being disproved.
Did you just disprove gravity, man?
Do you have anything interesting to say?
Yo, just ask the question, bro. You gotta answer it, man.
Do you have any interesting thing to say? Anything?
Dude, why are you hijacking, man?
Do you have anything interesting to say? Anything?
Yo, you're hijacking my question, man.
What is your question?
Did you
It
just
sounded
disprove
retarded,
gravity?
you see. That's why it didn't sound intelligent. That's why I didn't pay any attention.
Oh, okay.
What was your question? My apologies. What was your question?
Disprove gravity?
Sorry?
Dude, gravity isn't proven to begin with.
Yeah.
You would
Can you speak
need
properly?
proof of gravity first before anyone can debunk it.
So why did
Yeah?
you say you disproved
You mentioned
gravity?
about like
man?
that
What's
experiment
gravity?
where that person dropped those two like objects in that vacuum tube, evacuated tube. What if it's not gravity? How would you explain the effect of them falling down?
Well, it's just that
Funny
they're
part
heavier than the medium
No,
that
Jin,
they're in. So
Jin, hold up,
yeah, go ahead.
Jin, hold up, mate.
Yeah,
Look,
go ahead.
Funny part is, calming. Science today does not know what the causational mechanism of down is. You've got Newtonian, a mathematical construct. You've got Einsteinian, a mathematical construct to describe things going down. We can measure what speed they run down at or fall at, whatever you want to call it. But science today, still, after knowing shit falls down for however long, does not know what the causational mechanism of the downward vector is. Why down?
Yeah.
They don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, so
that's why I was going to say
this is not just a flat earther saying we don't know. This is science, full stop, does not know. Why down? It's crazy.
What would you explain would be like the mechanism for like the observation of what you saw in the video?
I didn't watch the video. These other chaps have.
Yeah, well, basically, things go down because God has endowed objects to go down. That's heavier than air. That's what we observe. And anything lighter than air to go up. That's it. There's not more to give you on that. That's it. And then if we can harness any benefits from either direction, we do. And we use it. You understand what I'm saying? But that's it. We don't start lying about it, though. And that's what man has done. Lied.
But generally, we subscribe the idea that it's like a divine thing when we don't fully understand things, like things we've seen in
the
history.
reason for that is because
we've had like lightning and thunder and stuff like that, and now we understand like those mechanisms and how they work. But
we don't understand it 100%. By the way, hang on. You're going on. We don't understand it 100%. We've still got theories unanswered. So for the idea that you think we know about lightning, there's still lots of things we don't know. We know a little bit, not much. That's why we say divine, because who created the earth? It wasn't man. Man didn't create it. We're trying to understand it. So to claim we know that's a bold statement and a claim. We don't know everything. And even what we think we know, it's not perfect. still theories there. We have to be very careful. Okay, very careful in what we claim to know, as such. Okay, that's why I put it down to God at the end of the day, because we can't fully explain it. We cannot.
Okay. So do you rule out the like previous theories regarding like electrostatic attraction and stuff like that?
Well, I'll rule out all theories because they're not being proven. If they're proven, then they won't be theories. They'll be scientifically proven facts. So ideas are ideas. Children can have a great idea. You understand? Anyone can have an idea, man. A hypothesis. We don't want to start saying that those hypotheses are true. I'm not going to hang on. Why would I hang on to a theory? It's not proving anything. It's just a theory. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't prove anything. It's got to be proven. If you haven't proven anything, then I don't need to take it on board, do I? I can just disregard that completely because it's not proving anything. Just an idea.
Okay, so if you were to like devolve an experiment or a way to determine what the cause would be, what would that experiment look like to you?
I couldn't do it.
You tell us, dude. Gravity's your claim.
Yeah.
Well, no,
you tell
I'm
us
just,
how you prove
just
gravity.
curious, like, what?
We don't need to prove gravity.
Yeah,
Objects
I give you my
rise or
honest
fall. Yeah, objects rise or fall depending on their density and the medium that they're in.
Yeah.
Why they go up and down is no one knows. Why up and down? But it's
wouldn't
just
it be
the relative density. There's no magical force pulling objects to the ground. They just fall or rise depending on their weight.
Okay.
And the medium that they're in. It's that simple, dude.
So,
no magical force is required.
What determines like the weight of things?
The molecules.
What do you mean?
The inherent
density.
Yeah, density, exactly. The density of the molecules, of course. So if you eat a lot of food, you're adding a lot of molecules to your body, and then you don't sweat it all out, and you're going to gain weight. Then if you go on a diet and you do exercise and you're reducing the molecules because you're sweating it out, you're sweating it out and you're taking in less, you lose weight, you're lighter. It's that simple, isn't it?
So
yes,
it would be the density over the volume. No, sorry, so it would be mass over volume, wouldn't it? Because it'd be density equals mass over volume.
Yeah, but it's still dealing with the molecules that they have. And when you accumulate them, then they have more weight, and the more you accumulate, the heavier the thing becomes. Got nothing to do with gravity at all. Nothing. I know where you're going with that. Nothing to do with gravity. And remember, Sir Isaac Newton himself stated that he disagreed with the theory of mass attracting mass. He thought it was an absurd idea and didn't want his name associated with that which he could out of his own mouth. All right?
There's no scientific evidence of mass attracting mass. No scientific evidence whatsoever. You can't do science on bending space-time because it's a fourth dimensional space-time.
Yeah.
But isn't
4D space?
Isn't that one of Newton's laws, though?
It's not a law.
Yeah.
Well, he devised like these like laws and stuff, isn't it? Second law of motion.
Well, he only stated the obvious, and they just gave it to him.
Because that must come down.
Yeah, come on, man. It's just stating the obvious.
I know, but you said like I can't even remember something about like Newton rejecting the notion of gravity or something.
Well, yeah, he couldn't prove it because he thought it was an absurd idea that mass attracting mass happening for no apparent reason was a silly thing. If you want, I can post a citation in there where you can read it for yourself. Because
isn't that Newton's law of universal gravitation, though?
No.
Yeah, can you post that for us, Jim? Because I haven't got it posted.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that I'll do that shortly. Yeah.
Trying to find it, couldn't find it.
No problem, man. I'll do that right now. Just get a couple of minutes and I'll get it for you. But just going into my Jen's Flat Earth Library.
Reminds me of Buddha. Buddha said, "Don't make me into a god or a deity, please. Don't do that." I think it's the same. It's kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
He just said, "No, don't hook me into this theory of mass attracting mass." You know.
Yeah. He also did. And Copernicus also suffered the same fate, didn't he? Because he didn't want to release heliocentric model as he hadn't completed it yet. It was a work in progress. But as soon as he passes away, they released it and said, "This is fact." And he wasn't ready to release anything yet. You see.
And he said,
There you
"Don't
go.
ascribe gravity to me."
There you go.
If he made the fundamental scientific formula for universal gravitation, wouldn't
I don't think he
wouldn't
did.
that contradict the idea that he doesn't agree with gravitation?
No, I don't think he did. I don't think he did make that formula. I think that formula was attributed to him by someone else. I don't think he did make that formula.
It's in his book, though.
Yeah, but he didn't prove anything in his book. The book of mathematics, yeah? Didn't prove gravity. That's the thing about that book. Doesn't prove gravity. And you're not listening, are you? The man is telling you himself. The man himself is telling you that he didn't agree with it. He didn't prove it. Unproven theory, and yet you are still arguing. I don't get that. I don't understand that. You know, when I read this citation, I fully understood what it meant. I've sent it in there anyway. Fully understood what it meant. We know he never proved it. None of us can prove gravity. He couldn't prove it, and he's telling us out of his own mouth. What more do you need? Why would you continue to pursue? You can't even prove gravity yourself. Can you prove gravity? Please prove it to us right now. Go ahead. Do what Isaac Newton couldn't do and Albert Einstein. You do it. You get a Nobel Peace Prize for that. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm waiting for you to prove gravity, man, because you don't seem to be listening to the so-called inventor of it, or the discoverer of it, should I say. It's in the side chat, by the way.
What am I looking at?
You're looking for Jin CBR1, and you're looking at Isaac Newton's statement of fact about gravity and how he thought it was an absurd idea as he was speaking to Bentley. It's all there for you. All right. And then you try and work out, prove gravity to us, because Isaac Newton couldn't do it. He thought it was an absurd idea, which means he thought it was ridiculous, basically. Didn't want to be associated with it. Don't call me, because I won't be calling you. Yeah. And then you have the other citation from Tesla, Nikola Tesla, stating that the mathematicians now are moving from one formula to the next, to the point where these formulas have no relevance in reality. Far removed. And I'll give you an example. Let's have a look. Yeah, you know, like the distances to the sun, for example. Purely arbitrary 93 million miles through mathematics, pseudoscience maths. Well, the sun cannot be 93 million miles away. We just wouldn't feel the heat from that distance. It would have to be giant, super ginormous, and it would still be ridiculous. You know, it would fry everything in the region. 93 million miles away. And yet the hot spots are on the clouds locally. And it looks the same side as the moon. Casting the same shadow lengths from the moon dial and the sun dial. Moon dials, sun dials, the sun operates the same way as the moon dial does. The shadows operate the same. So if you swap the sun dial for a moon dial, the shadows will be casted the same as the sun as the moon. And if you do the same for the moon, put the sun dial in and remove the moon dial, cast the same shadow. So the experts are saying either the moon is 93 million miles away, well, that can't be because they've told us it's 238,000 miles, or the sun is as close as the moon, and then that can't be because they said the sun is 93 million miles away. See? Even the moon is not even
That's a
at
good
that
question,
distance.
actually. When you like you say, like the sun is local, are the sun and the moon the same distance away?
Yes, that's what we are saying to you. Yeah, we're saying that the sun and the moon are not the distances we've been told. They're in the same locale, same region. Obviously, they're on separate circuits, so they don't collide with one another, but they're there. Because you do have the eclipse, of course. They're at the same
What keeps
altitude.
them in those like positions?
I have no idea. You'll have to ask God that.
I always found it pretty mind blowing that the sun and moon analemmas are the same. They're the same size and shape, for me that just blows away any thoughts that one is 400 times further away than the other and 400 times larger. For them to make the same analemma shapes is just, they only do that if they're about the same size and traveling across the sky at about the same speed.
Yeah, my sentiments are with you there, sir. Exactly the same. Thanks.
There's a phenomena called bad moon shadow, which shows the moon, full moon shadow and the sun shadow are the same.
There you go.
Which would indicate that they're the same distance away. They're casting the exact type of shadow.
Yeah, they would have to be in the same locale. Yeah, there you are. You see, this is what nature tells us. Man is telling us one thing, and we've got to bend our minds as to how that can be. But there's a young man just explaining how, when he looks at it, he feels it's right. It blows his mind away. There you go. See, nature has that power, you see. In its simplicity, yet it's beautiful. Yet it's complex. Complexity, but yet it's simple. It's amazing. Yeah. You've got to question everything you've been told. And you find that these so-called experts are just liars. And the lies have to come because a story has been told that's got to be kept alive. You see. And when you start to question, you're either abused as somebody who is retarded and you need education, or other ad hom insults come up. Only because, and all you're doing is questioning and observing, and then bringing your findings and questioning your findings against the story that you've been told that you can't prove. And the so-called experts can't prove it either. So Isaac Newton, what's his name? Albert Einstein.
If the moon were a sphere illuminated by the sun, where is the shading around the edges?
Hasn't been confirmed by any human being that the moon is spherical. Has not been confirmed by any human being.
Spheres are known to be poor reflectors of light, yet a full moon is fully lit across its surface.
Yeah.
Well, wouldn't that be proportional to the distance of the sun and the moon?
No, not at all. That's a theory that no one can prove. In that sense, you can't prove that, you see. And according to photographic experts, for example, like David Percy, Royal Society of Photographers, award-winning film producer, produced What Happened on the Moon's Part 1, 2, and 3, for example. He stated that the moon's luminosity to reflect is much the same as asphalt here on Earth, about 7%. So the idea that the sun could be reflecting and we're in all its brightness, that's an impossibility. Then you have another scientist saying that the moon is plasma, so you wouldn't even be able to land on it. There you go. What are we to take about all this stuff? And you haven't gone up there to confirm anything, so you've got to go with, I don't know. That's the answer there, isn't it? because you don't know. And then when you don't know, you don't get into any trouble, you see. That's the other thing as well. It's the honest position to be in. It's not dishonest, and it's not a weak position either. It's a position of integrity. And whatever you put forward as an idea will only be an idea theory. That's all it'll ever be. You can't prove it because you can't go up there to confirm anything. See? See how you're learning? Flat Earth, the leveler, pun intended, levels you out. Flat Earth just levels you out.
Is that a pun?
Yeah, it's a deliberate
Okay.
pun, yeah.
It's quite funny.
I'll tell you that. I had to pick myself off the floor because I knew I was in error. But wow, what have I been doing? I stopped believing that day. That would be December 26, 2015, Boxing Day. That was the last day that I believed in anything. No more believing. I made a 48-year error of beliefs. So that's the end. So either I know something or I don't know something. That's it. Carry knowledge. That will be first hand. Not beliefs. Believe in nothing. Yeah, this round of conversation, ladies and gentlemen, started off with one person talking about gravity. Gravity. Yeah, and then we went from Pete to Pete, and yeah, interesting. Yeah, great. Nice little conversation we've been having.
If the moon were a sphere illuminated by the sun, where is the hot spot around the edges? Why would there be hot spots around the edges?
I don't know what hotspots you are referring to. When we refer to hotspots, it's that they're like when we're looking at high altitude shots from cameras and they're on a balloon, sometimes the sun comes into the shot. We've got the clouds at a dead level for as far as the eye can see, and then suddenly the sun is there casting a hot spot right underneath, right on top of the clouds. Right now, that
bro, why you sound like you got to put some swaz on it, Gromit?
Yeah, I was nearly there. The sun is casting a hot spot on the clouds, and that can't be coming from 93 million miles.
I'm going to have to stop you at this point. Yeah, that's not a hot spot. No, it's the same reflection you get if you were at a lake and you saw the sun reflecting off a lake. It's just on the surface of the cloud from above. You're looking at the reflection of the sun. It's not a hot spot.
Okay. That's what we call it. That's what the photographers call it. A hot spot when you get a light source reflecting off of the
that's
cloud.
a different thing, but not what you're talking about. The photographer didn't say this is a hot spot. Somebody just took a picture.
Well, that's what's been said about the sun being above the cloud. It casts a hot spot reflective there. That can't be coming from 93 million miles away, is what they said.
Well, I don't get why it can't come from 93 million miles away.
Well, because how can that be when you look at the clouds and you look at the proximity of where the sun is in relationship to the clouds, that cannot be 93 million miles away. Come on, man. Oh, let me show you a shot that I took in Japan here. Let me show you my shot that
You're
I
not.
took in
Yeah, stay
2011.
the fuck out of my country. You're not in Japan, dude.
I am in Japan. What are you talking about? Shut your mouth. Nihongo shaberu yo. Nihon ni iru yo. So urusai baga. You know what I said to him? I'm definitely in Japan. Shut your mouth, you idiot. There you go. Now he's shocked. Stay out of your country. It's not even your country. Anata no kuni janai kara. Seijika no kuni desu kedo. Jubu no kuni de wa nai desu. I just said to him, it's not even his country. It belongs to the government. You don't even own it. Yeah. So shut up. See? They talk themselves into trouble very quickly. Don't underestimate Jin CBR1. You'll come a cropper.
What you're referring to in terms of a hotspot could be explained by internal ocular refraction, which is
We don't want to complicate matters. The object is there. It's casting a reflection. That's it. That's all that's going on. That's what they call a hotspot. It's there. Bang. It's too shiny. Too shiny. That can't be coming from an object 93 million miles away. The object has to be local to cast a hotspot. That's what the photographers are saying. Can't be 93 million miles away. Just couldn't be. Now, where's my image? I'm just trying to get my image for you. Hang on a sec. Give me a couple of minutes. And you tell me if you're looking at a sun that is 93 million miles away. For me, I would say that would be a big ask. A big ask to believe that my sun is 93 million miles away. This is general, isn't it? Hang on, yep, I'm in the wrong place again. Wow, come on. Fuck. I'm in the right place now. Yes, I appear to be in the right place. Okay, let me show you this one. Let me show you this shot. This is not my shot, but this will do. This will do good enough. You take a look at this shot. Where is it? Okay, I've got it now at last. Wow, that took a while. There you go. Okay, sorry for the delay. Can you see that shot there? All right, taken from 120,000 feet up, approximately 24 miles, roughly. Can you see it? The sun is just in the shot there, just barely. And that's the distance from the surface of the Earth there, that's flat, to that object up there. Is that 93 million miles, you think? Yeah?
Well, you can't
Really?
even see the sun in the image, so
Okay. I'll get my picture then. Hang on, I'll get my picture then. You can see it's just there, though. You can see it's there. But okay, I'll get my picture. You want it ready for 100%. Hang on a
it seems
second, man.
pretty far if that balloon is 120,000
No, you're
feet.
kidding me. Come on.
120,000 feet is very far. Like,
Yeah, that's 24 miles from the Earth's surface. Right, that's where the picture was taken. Now you're looking at the sun and the Earth's surface. That gap is not 93 million miles. Surely you're not saying distance from the surface of that Earth that you're looking at to the object that's just coming into shot. That's 93 million miles, is it? Is it? Scale, yeah? Is that what you're saying that is? Give up, mate. If you're saying that's what it is, you're on your own.
but like,
You're on your own.
say for example,
You're on your own. You're on your own.
I don't know how to like.
From point A to point B where I was at, and yeah, so I became a flat earther, right? And of course, natural physics of water, right? Like you have to understand natural physical water. Water will lay flat on the surface, right? At rest. So if this place is 71% water on the surface, then it's impossible to be a sphere, a ball. It's impossible. So yeah, that's how I became a flat earther. No
So
proof of the
how
globe.
do you think? So once you became a flat earther, what's your like? How do you think is the flat Earth like? Is it like floating in space, like really flat, or there is something else outside? You know, what? How do you think the flat Earth? Could you describe it?
The whole in entire Earth. I wouldn't know, my friend, but I do know that we have mountain valleys and hills, right? And then we have basically flat water, level water, or horizontal water. That's what I would call the whole shape. I wouldn't even know. I don't have the God's eye view. I don't know how deep the Earth go, right? And no, it's not a flat disc floating out of space. We don't claim none of that stuff, you know. And of course, we're not moving, and Earth is not a planet.
So is it kinda like a religion if you believe that everything evolves around, well, I was gonna say you, but you know, us.
No.
And there's nothing else, just us, and then all the stars and the planets evolving around us, like we are the center of the universe.
No.
What
no,
else
'cause
is there
that
then?
would be saying that the Earth is in the middle of something, right? Earth's not in the middle of something. The Earth is the place. Those things go above us, right? I'm not making a claim to their exact, like, proportions, distances, sizes, or exact paths that they might take as viewed from some other perspective or vantage point that I don't have, right? I can only describe to you what I view the sky to do from the surface, right? Or from any place above it that I can achieve. I can't give you anything else. I'm not claiming that, for me personally, I'm not claiming the Earth is the center of anything.
But the Earth is still, and everything else moves.
Yes, that's what you observe and experience.
That's not what I observe and experience. But
So it's not a belief. It's not a religion.
Is the flat Earth always connected to religion? Are there any flat earthers that are not religious?
Oh, there's a bunch of flat earthers that are not religious. I can name a bunch of them from the 24/7. I mean, look, maybe some like certain flat earthers that came from a biblical standpoint or whatever. But I know a bunch of people that are not religious. If anybody in a religion would be people who believe in the globe, because you can't prove the globe. There is no direct measurement. You don't experience it. You don't see it. You don't observe it, but you believe in it. So if anybody in a religion, is you guys.
Yeah, I'm not saying I'm not in a religion. I never claimed that. But yeah.
I think we all
because I am in this religion, I also claim that there is a possibility that I am wrong, and I have difficulty with people claiming something that there is no possibility that they're wrong. Because I think that we think we know stuff, but I think we know jack shit.
See, but look. See, the thing is this, right? I already admit that I was wrong already, because I used to believe in the globe too. I didn't wake up one day and be like, oh my god, I was not like born a flat earther or anything. Or I didn't wake up one day, I want to be a flat earther. I was actually on the globe side. Most or all of us in here are flat earthers.
But you believe now. You believe now that. Sorry.
Hold on. Okay, so none of us wake up one day want to be a flat earther, right? So we were on the globe side. We used to believe in the globe, right? And we had changed our mind, of course, right? Because there's no globe proof, right? And because all we can measure is just a flat horizontal plane. Now, you can't say that we believe in this. This is not a belief, because we told you countless times that because it measures flat, it looks flat. We use it as a flat stationary plane, right? So it's not a belief. It's not a belief at all. The globe is the belief. I just want to clarify on that part.
But
have you never considered to get on a boat and just, go as far as you can? Like,
hey, but what?
I don't know. And that was in your mind, and like sometimes. If I have a ship or whatever, I don't know, because I'm a curious guy, I just go,
Hey,
like
listen.
Columbus.
Look. I get it. I get where you're coming from. For us, man, we don't need to go anywhere because, like, we can prove that the Earth is flat already, right? And I get it. We do have a lot of questions. Like, I hear a lot of people mention, "Oh, where's the edge? Oh, what's beyond there?" Well, this is what I always tell people. Look, we already know the Earth is flat. If you're so curious if there's an edge or more land or other places, whatever, then you should get some crew, get some money, right? Get a ship, get a plane, go out there for yourself, document everything, and come back and tell us all about it, what you find. Because we don't need to go anywhere because we already know the Earth is flat.
But I think you need to go there. Like,
No, you need to go there. Why are you telling me to go the place that I don't want to go? I got stuff to do. I got family. I got stuff going on here. Why should I go? If you want to know, you should go yourself.
Yeah, but if you're defending something, like, you should see it from your own eyes.
Oh, I see with my own eyes every day. But you don't see a flat, motionless Earth, my friend? You don't see that? You don't see the like? Do you feel
my point of
exactly?
view,
There you go. Welcome to flat Earth.
What about, for example, okay, so right now I'm in the Netherlands. That's a part of Europe. So what part, where do you live? So there's a different times. For me, for example, it's 2:15 in the morning. What time is it for you now? Where you are?
I'm also in Europe, so yeah, it's 2:15. Yeah, also.
Yeah, it's 7 p.m. over here. 7:16 p.m. What does that has to do with anything?
Well, time zones, because the Earth is spinning and the light.
Wait a minute. You say the Earth is spinning. Well, then you're gonna have to prove the Earth is spinning.
No, but I mean,
in the first instance,
for you it's 7 p.m. Right?
You make a claim. You make a claim that the Earth is spinning, right? Well, then you
no. I make a claim that it's 2:15 in the morning right now, where I am. That's my claim. And I'm asking you what your claim is about the time you're at right now. So 7:15 p.m.
Yeah, 7:15, 7:16 p.m. What does that has to do with anything? It's just the time. Right. That's why we have when it's daylight over there, then it's daylight. I'm sorry.
It has to do with the position of the sun, also.
Yeah, sure.
So as I said before, where, for example, my family in Sweden, well, it's not actually family, but family in Sweden, where I said the sun doesn't really go down; it just stays daylight 24 hours a day. Where exactly on the Earth are they then? For example, compared to us two, where for me it's 2 a.m. and for you it's 7 a.m.
Yeah, when there's day night over there, then we have sunlight over here, and day night's over here, and you have the sun over there. What's so hard to understand? The sun comes and go.
If it was flat, we would never have a night.
No, I think they believe that it's a kind of a spotlight. So if it moves really far away,
not really.
it doesn't. What? Oh, how does it work then?
Well, it's just a source of light.
A what?
It's just a source of light.
That's the
I
sun.
don't make a claim about. I don't make a claim about the shape. I don't make a claim about how the light's being produced, what the sun is, how far away it is, what size it is, what medium it exists within.
I know that's exactly all those. I need all those answers.
I'm sorry, they're unachievable. They're unachievable.
No, they.
Nobody's gone to the sun to know that.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
right,
going
yeah.
tomorrow.
I need those answers in order to.
No, you don't. You don't. You've convinced yourself you do, but you don't. You don't need those answers in order to understand that the Earth is planar in nature.
Questions I have that doesn't. You know what?
Yeah, you don't need. You don't need those answers. You don't need those answers. It does not mean the Earth isn't flat. If you don't. No, listen. If you don't have those answers, it doesn't mean the Earth isn't flat. It does not invalidate your experience, the measurements, and the use of it.
If you're going to beg for answers like that, then you deserve the false ones the Globers are going to give you.
If you think the Earth is flat, well, like you think there is a reason behind, all the governments and stuff telling us that the Earth is
Well, one sec, bro. I just want to touch on the last point. See, the reason that people think the Earth is a globe is because they came up with explanations. They didn't go out and measure the ground and go, "Oh, it's curving. Oh, this explains why this and that's happening in the sky." No, they looked at the sky and went, "What's the reason for that? Well, what if it's because the Earth is curving? Yeah, that'll do. We'll go with that." Right? They did it the wrong way around. It's called affirming the consequent, and it's a formal logical fallacy. It's illogical reasoning.
But not just that. They made up everything that's in outer space. Not just that, but didn't they
made up
believe
stories
first, as you
about
said, the Egyptians and everything? They believed the Earth was flat, and at some point we kind of figured out, oh wait, it's not flat. Why would they change their opinion?
They didn't figure out it's not flat. If they figured out it's not flat, then that must mean they measured it.
Everybody figured out it was not flat.
How?
Suddenly now it's a thing that people think.
How did they?
Because of thousands, many things.
No, there's only one way to figure that out, and that's to measure the surface. So we're going to just take on everything else on board except measurement of the surface directly and go with that, right? We're just going to ignore the most fundamental part. The most fundamental part of the Earth, qualifying it as being spherical in nature, right, is the surface curving, right, and measurement of it.
You cannot measure something in a small surface. If it's so big, you cannot take a square.
You don't know if it's a sphere yet in order to say that. If you had measured it and you could confirm that yes, it measures to be a sphere.
Did you measure it?
Every day.
Did you measure it yourself?
Yes, every day. Every day I get around measuring the Earth's and navigating it in respect to horizontal and vertical. Every time I use a level, every time I pour liquid into a measuring cup, every time I make a long-distance observation that doesn't conform to the dimensions of a sphere as claimed, every time it is your direct experience of reality. You want to make an excuse for that, even though you haven't measured it to be a sphere. I mean, it is fundamental that the surface of the Earth must be curving if it is a sphere, and it doesn't. Right? You want to appeal to all these other things, these thousands of other things that you've got reasons why it's a globe, apart from the one fundamental thing, and that's the surface measuring to have curvature.
But isn't finding out the truth more than just one thing?
No, that would be the ultimate truth for the Earth being a sphere, is the measurement of its surface
I'm
curving.
just saying truth in general. If you, for example, like a murder happened, is there only one thing? Like I say, yeah, I saw this person murdering this other person. Are you gonna find out other evidences as well? Is there DNA? Is there video proof? Are you gonna be just keeping on one huge argument as say I saw that person kill that person? Or are you
I'm gonna hold it to evidence. If I'm a judge and there's a lack of evidence, direct evidence, right? Establish. Yeah. If there's a lack of evidence, if there's circumstantial evidence, if it's logically fallacious, the reasoning behind the accused being guilty, I'm going to dismiss the case. Definitely. I want solid, hard proof, thanks, or I'm not going to convict anybody of a crime.
I would like more. I would like to have more than one evidence.
You only need one.
No, not really.
Which one is it?
Yes, you do. No, you don't. You've convinced yourself of that. That's an illusion. That you've convinced
Even if a
yourself
murder
of.
happened and I found someone's DNA on the murder scene, that doesn't mean that person murdered the other one. I also need other things like eyewitness or how do you say this, alibi, whatever.
What she says is that you're sticking with just one proof that,
It's all that is required, is the fundamental nature of the surface.
I just need more than one evidence than just measurements, and I didn't even do the
if it doesn't measure to be
measurement.
curving, then it's not a ball, and that is the bottom line. You don't need anything else apart from that to determine the surface geometry.
Maybe you don't need anything else than that, but I do need more than that. And
You've convinced yourself of that. You've convinced yourself of a delusion. It's not real. You've convinced yourself of needing more than what you do.
No, you convince yourself of something. I'm still even saying that there might be a possibility that I'm wrong. I'm not excluding that, I might be having a mistake and that Earth is flat. But you are.
If it's not curving, can it be a sphere?
It's curving, bruh.
But where's the measurements of the surface curving?
It's curving.
Where's the measurements of the surface curving then? Having established that it is curving.
Everywhere. It's everywhere.
Where's the measurements of it? Where's the measurements of it curving?
What's happening now? Hello?
Hello?
Is there any measurements? Is there any measurements of the surface curving? Yes or no?
Oh my god.
There are. Just Google that.
Then let's see them. Let's see them.
Hey guys, what's the point of the having discussion about flat or around Earth?
No, wait a sec, bro. Let's see those measurements. I want to see those measurements.
It's everywhere. It's in math.
You're just making a claim that you can't back up. You can't support it. There is no measurements of the surface curving to form a sphere. There is none.
You can even see
this is the reason why, I was asking you the question earlier, right? Because you keep making the same claim. You keep defending the globe. Every time we ask for evidence, you can't provide any. Right, and we talked about this in the PNR. We talked about this in the politics, and now we're talking about the same thing in English Hub. Come on, really?
All right. So since you're not going to provide us with any measurements of the Earth's surface, maybe someone else can. That's waiting to talk, and we've probably just lost a couple of people because of that. Sorry about that. Inexo, you wanted to speak?
I just said that if you think the Earth is flat, there must be a reason why all the governments are telling us that we live in a globe, you know. So what do you think about that? Like, what's your point of view, or what do you think in general about that? No.
So you're basically asking why would they lie?
Yeah, of course. Why all of this? If the Earth is flat, why all of this propaganda telling us and keeping us, you know, with the thinking of the Earth is it's a globe, you know, we live in a globe and stuff like that. What's the reason behind? What do you think about that?
Well, for the most part, people believe it's real. They believe it's true. Have you got a specific example?
No, there must be a reason, because we went out of the Earth a couple times. But the ones that can do that, that's
wait, what? We what? Sorry, can you repeat that? We what?
We went out of the Earth. We went to space. We went to the moon.
When? Who did that?
America and Elon
so
Musk.
Not you. So not we.
I'm not sure we went to the
not
moon.
Me, but that's what I'm saying. What is the reason behind hiding it?
Hiding
they
what?
have proof. They have proof that the Earth is flat or a globe.
No, that's not proof. That's a claim. Can you prove that they did what they said?
You can see. You can. I can tell there is a bunch of people seeing a rocket flying out. You know.
There's a bunch of people seeing a rocket. So not you, then. What is this third-hand information? So somebody told you they saw a rocket go up into the sky, and then they went to their TV and watched something on TV. This is like second, third, fourth-hand information that you're giving me.
Okay, if you have to see it with your own eyes, then go. You have to go by yourself.
Yeah, is that what convinced you? Did you see it for yourself?
Man, it's a free to public event. Like you're welcome to see it. A rocket go into the sky.
Yeah. Does that mean it went to space?
It happens all the time, not only on the TV.
Does that mean it went to space?
Yes, because you can see it with the telescope.
No, you can't. You don't see. No, you don't see a rocket go to space, right? You see it. You see it go up, and you see it go in a parabolic arc, and then you see it go back down again.
Then what's the point of spending millions of dollars?
And how you know it? I can use your argument against you. How you know it? Like you have seen some videos?
Seen some videos of what?
The rocket doing what you think it does.
Yeah, I've seen videos of rockets going up.
Yeah, it's CGI. Basically, you can use the CGI argument for everything.
I didn't say CGI.
No, but that's why you guys
I didn't say CGI. No.
Fake,
I didn't say CGI. I didn't say CGI. You said it.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I said, yeah, sure. I've seen videos of rockets going up and going in a parabolic arc and coming back down. They start going sideways. They don't go straight up. You don't see it go to space.
There. I'm looking up a little bit information on the internet to have a do it yourself, because again, I'm not smart, I'm not mathematician, I'm not rich. So just something you can do for yourself. Nope, I'm not. And not smart. Anyway, so it says like you can put a stick in the ground and then have a friend about 100 or up to 1,000 kilometers away, north or south, and both of you measure at the same time. And then you can, because of the measurements you're taking at the same time, you can measure the angle of the Earth. That's something you can do for yourself if you're not rich and not smart. Like,
So you
I've
measure
done
the
this
shadow.
before Jesus. Everybody knows it's a globe.
So you measure the shadow length.
it says here, like step 1, choose a clear day, preferably around solstice or agree on a precise time. So solar noon is ideal. Sun's highest point around 12 or 1 p.m. local time. Use a world clock like Google, solar noons, and then stick the vertical stick into the ground and then measure the height of the stick from base to top, length of the shadow from base to the stick of the tip to the shadow, and then use to calculate the sun's angle with the distributor.
So not the curvature of the Earth then. So not measuring the curvature of the Earth. Measuring
That's
a
how you
shadow and a
measure the-
stick. No, that's not. That's not how you measure the curvature. No, it's not. That's measuring a shadow and a stick. That's not measuring the surface.
But that's how you can measure the...
No, that's not measuring it. That's not measuring the curvature.
Unless
Measuring a shadow
distance
and a
between
stick.
you and your friend.
Yeah, is that a straight line?
Yeah, and then it says location sun. It's a kind of explanation here how you can do the math with your stick and the shadow and the time of day and the distance of your friend.
How about at night? How about at night with the light of the moon? Because you will get the same shadows. You are not proving anything.
Yeah, you're measuring a stick and a shadow. And then you're calculating based on your assumption that the Earth is a globe, right? Based on the sun angle, right? Which is going to require a flat Earth, by the way. That then
Not based
you'll
on the
calculate.
assumption.
Then you'll minus that from 360 and use the distance between the two locations to infer that there's a certain circumference of the Earth's curving surface. It's not measuring the curvature of the Earth. That is not demonstrating that the Earth's surface is dropping away from you with distance with respect to a horizontal plane. This would be the fundamental thing required in order to determine the Earth's geometry.
I also asked how to measure the Earth flat, like for example with a laser or with
That's what I
photography
asked myself.
buildings.
What's your experiment to prove it's flat?
What experiment? You have proof of curvature?
No, but that's why I asked, did you measure it yourself? But nobody measured it themselves.
Okay,
It's
that's not
also
a
something
valid
that
argument.
It's not about an experiment. It's about geometry. Do you have any proof of that curve?
Okay,
because
the
I can
Earth
show,
is flat
I
because
can
of
show
geometry.
you.
What the
Yeah, 8 inches per mile square drop over distance. I can show you at 10 miles. 1 foot. I can show you the horizon is 10 miles at 1 foot. That means that the radius is 67 times larger. I can show you a big lake. You can see almost 70 miles away. No curvature. Do you want to increase the radius? That curve? Because it is not working. One thing is you see television, CGI animation. You can go to school and they present a ball object and you believe it. They never prove it to you. NASA can fake with all smoke and mirrors. Effects, and you just buy it. But proving, that's a big difference. Right there, look. At 10 miles, that you see 1 foot of surface height, You can see the horizon at least at 10 miles, but you can see even 29 miles away. In this one, at this distance, if you account this horizon at 10 miles, that means the radius is 67 times larger. So that's a big number. That's more than half. That's more than 50%.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny? You're using an image.
Funny.
I can also use, like, it's right here. That's the Earth.
Oh, yeah, that's the Earth. Okay.
Since we are using images.
Look. I'm going to debunk this easily. From NASA, okay? From NASA. This is from NASA. Let's wait a second, because you don't know what is this, Okay? This is from the website nasa.org. Okay? I'm going to post it. Look at it. This is what you believe it. Wait a second. This is what you believe it. This is directly from NASA. It is Photoshop right there. And you just buy it.
It is.
This is the worst proof any Glober can present it. Photoshop it.
Well, one sec, Kill. Okay, so one sec. So is that the Earth with a sphere radius of 3,959 miles that you posted? Kill, that's a question for you. The image you posted, is that the sphere Earth with a radius of 3,959 miles?
I'm not sure. I just searched it up. That's the first thing it pops
just
up.
Search it. Yeah, search it.
Right. So you're just gonna Google Earth it, right? You're just gonna go to Google and go, show me what I want to be true, and then you're gonna just put it in our face and expect us to accept
I don't care
to be
about
true
the
too.
Earth geometry.
Okay,
all right.
Okay, then. If you don't care, then pop yourself on mute. Then just if a cartoon is your standard for determining the shape of the Earth, then put yourself on mute. You're done, right? You can walk away saying, "I showed those flat earthers."
But it's not. I wouldn't get offended because of the Earth shape. Like, fuck it, it's not important.
Nobody's
if it's
offended
flat, I don't
here.
care if it's.
I'm just telling you. Well, if that's your position, pop yourself on mute so we can talk to people that do care and have higher standards than a
All right,
cartoon.
I'll be waiting for the other people to talk.
All right, thanks.
Yeah.
So you believe in a lie, and I just debunk you. This is from NASA. You have the website right there. You can go it if you want it. Anyway, these days are the worst days for Globers. Yesterday a guy was defending Fish Islands. I went to politics right now. The guy is talking about they are talking about Aristotle's. The guy was talking about the sun, and the moon. And now I came here as Aristotle's, proving nothing because he did the two assumptions. He did assume that the Earth was a ball, and he did assume the sun rays were parallel. But you can get the same result at night with the shadows from the moon. So,
that's a big problem. If you can do that with the moon and get the same results, that must mean that the moon is also of a massive size and very, very far away from the Earth. Not close, like they say, not 240,000 miles away, with divergent rays coming from it, right?
The Earth is big, and the sun and the moon are not so bigger. I did the observation yesterday. So it was morning, and I was seeing the sun at east, and I was watching the moon at going to west. But it was a clean day, but clear day. But I cannot see the entire circle of the moon. So if we have the sun one side, and the moon at one side, going to west, why I'm not seeing the entire circle? So what's going on? There's something going on, right? Because why the light of the sun is not illuminating I cannot see like a circle, you know. So yeah, something is going on.
So is there anybody here that with any questions, further questions? Or is there anybody here that thinks that they have evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah,
I found something in a newspaper. Could you check it? It's on the chat.
What is that? Oh.
It's the sunset stuff.
Sunset doesn't prove anything, you know. I can post a sunset and you zoom in and the sun is above the horizon. So it's perspective.
But the how does the sun disappear on your system? How?
I'm posting a text. I will post a GIF.
How does the sun disappear on your system?
What disappears doesn't disappear.
It does. The sun
disappears.
It needs to go to Japan. They need sun there as well.
The sun goes to Japan.
So it didn't disappear then. So it didn't disappear.
Yeah, we rotate it. Like, it doesn't disappear. We just rotate.
No, we don't rotate it, okay? I just post to you. The sun is above the horizon. But to you, it appears that it's going down. It's just perspective, you know? Learn what is perspective.
Yeah, we can.
So where is he going if it's not down? Like,
so you are in the, you know, I'm in the street. I see the street lights, and they appear. They are setting. They appear. The street lights are appearing that you know. They appear that they are setting. They are setting, really.
That's the same with the Earth. We live in a globe, but from your perspective, because we're so tiny, we feel like it's flat. That's also perspective.
Good stuff.
Prove it's not.
Can I give some globally quick advice here? Please don't try to defend the first Google search you did. You're just going to embarrass yourself. I'll shut up now.
The guy posts Photoshop from NASA, and the guy believes that that's Earth.
So is this guy's globe proof that it looks flat?
That's correct. He thinks that the proof that the Earth is a globe is because it looks flat.
That's laughable. Are we supposed to be taking you guys seriously right now?
Hi.
Even the Simpsons knows what is perspective. I'm gonna post it to you. Learn it about it or watch it.
What you're talking about?
Even the Simpsons, they put the satellite on, you know, with balloons.
So the sun doesn't disappear. Where does he go for you?
You know, the sun is there, you know?
It's there.
It doesn't disappear. It appears, you know? The sun is there.
It's a really strong phone of light. It's a really strong light.
Yeah, it moves above the Earth, right? Just as you observe.
If the Simpsons couch seems to be getting smaller as it moves away in the distance, why doesn't the sun appear like that for me?
I did post one. I can post more. You know, I'm going to post another one.
Well,
I don't know. What's the sun?
I think if I have to make a competition between GIFs and math and everything, then
no. The problem is that we are posting stuff, but you guys are posting lies. For example, the guy that did post Photoshop from NASA. That's a lie.
But you're calling a picture from NASA Photoshop, but a picture from Simpsons reality?
I'm talking about the perspective. And you in reality, you can see perspective.
Okay. Could you answer me about the airplane flight paths? Like,
okay, let me post
why they
what I was talking
perfectly-
about it. Yeah, I'm gonna post this one. You see
why
the
they
sun
work
is going
perfectly
away
in our
right
system?
here. Don't let me finish, okay?
Okay.
She did ask. Yeah, you see the sun is going away. Perspective, right there.
I think he's just getting inside a cloud. In our perspective, not literally, but
Okay,
God.
another one. You want without clouds? The sun is going away. Do you want an airplane? I can post an airplane. Let me see. Just a second.
But isn't it going behind the cloud?
You can see it's going down.
I'm gonna post an airplane, and with perspective.
Okay.
Okay, right there. You see, you are watching the airplane. It appears it's going down, up in an angle. But if you, I have seen airplanes passing from, for example, from north to south, and as is getting closer over me, let's say 90 degrees over me, it appears that it's going in angle, going up, like 30 degrees or more, and then it passes over me, and then it appears going down, down, down. So what's happening? It's just perspective. That's the way it works. Nothing more.
So
like the sun. The sun is going away.
Perspective, huh?
So why do these guys think?
You have
why,
a lot
why
of
do you
faith
think
on you.
it's? Why do you think
It's
it's
not about the
doing what
faith.
it does?
It's about proof. Okay, you have a faith on the thing that you did post it. You have faith on that. That's a lie.
Well,
Even did post it. That's from NASA, and they're talking how they did it, and it's Photoshop.
There's not only NASA, like there's the Russian, there's the Indian.
Yeah, we have a Russian guy talking dirty splat. We have ex-NASA.
So the entire planet is wrong. 99% of the scientists are wrong. You are the right one.
Scientists.
Wow.
Scientists.
We don't need scientists for this, dude. This is geometry. This is measurement. This is a question of shape. I'm not going to hire a scientist to measure my counter, dude. Get a grip.
Like I said, if your standard is just somebody telling you and showing you on the TV that, oh look, trust us, we went up really high, and here's a photo of the Earth, and that's good enough for you, then why are you here?
I don't know.
I'm
I
here
think it's
because
funny.
I'm open to other ideas. Maybe I'm hoping to be convinced, but
Right. So obviously for you, that's not a good enough standard, right? Well, otherwise, you wouldn't be here. You'd be like, no, I've seen it. They showed me on TV that the Earth's a ball. I'm happy with that. I'm going to walk away. I don't need to investigate this any further. Right.
Yes.
So obviously, but I was asking. I was asking other people.
Oh, sorry.
Is it your aim to convince us that it's true and it's real? Is that your aim? You want us to accept it to be true, like we used to, before we realized it's not true?
You just want us to put the cat back in the hat?
I think the appropriate question would be, well, why don't you think it's true anymore?
Good job, T-Dub. Way to create a pregnant pause. That was a good one.
of the day, you have two options. You decide to choose, to believe in the lie, or you choose to know the truth.
Well, I like the truth, but of course I think the globe is the truth, and I think flat Earth is a lie.
The globe is the truth. Okay, can you prove that?
Look at the chat.
Sure, it has the best explanation for the observations. Therefore, I think it's more
explanation.
likely.
Yeah. Okay. Let me see.
That's not proof.
Okay. How about you put your ball Earth inside a vacuum chamber? Make it work. It.
Oh, you're right. It's not proof. It's just an explanation.
Yeah.
Right, so explanations require proof.
You got to come in here and act like you got some kind of proof, and you never do. Go ahead, guys.
I just said I don't have proof. I said I have a good explanation.
Yeah, you have explanations, period. Do they require proof?
No.
Oh, yes, they do.
No, they don't.
For them to be an indication of the truth, they require proof.
Oh, no, that's not true. It's just that good explanations are more likely to be true than bad explanations. And flat Earth is
likely. Okay, so we're not going to go with likelihood or with potential or possibility, right? You're going to either present to us and demonstrate to us beyond all doubt that the Earth is a sphere of a radius value of 3,959 miles, or you can't do that.
Right, I can't do that.
Thank you very much. Meanwhile, we go out, we observe the Earth to be flat and motionless, we measure its surface to be flat, and we use it as flat. Nobody experiences the Earth as a ball spinning in outer space.
And yet you still can't explain an eclipse or a sunset.
Is that required in order for the flat Earth to be true?
No.
No.
Nothing in the sky is going to make the water curve, Matthew, no matter how bad you want it to. Now, shut up.
Right.
Okay, can I ask you something? When you say you measured it, like your measurements are the same that the globers, I mean the distances on the surface. Like the distance from the North Pole to the equator, on the globe it's 10,000 kilometers. Is it the same on the flat Earth?
You don't need that distance, You just need to go.
I know I don't need the distance, but that's not what I was asking. I'm just asking if it's the same distances as the globes. Like, do you have differences? Like you would say, no, it's
that's a big problem. Beyond the equator, the globe doesn't work. Okay? There are people that
I'm asking about
navigators, they were getting difference.
I don't think
like
you
26 miles difference, beyond the
it's
equator.
Not what I was asking. I'm not asking.
Yeah, you are asking a specific measurement
about the equator, like if it's the same for the globe and for the flat Earth.
Oh, you are saying, for example, North Pole to the equator.
Yes.
Can. Generally, it can make the distance from the north to the equator, not that zone that we call equator. Yeah, it makes sense on flat Earth too.
So it's the same. I mean, it's 10,000 kilometers on the globe, and it's 10,000 kilometers on the flat Earth. It's the same, or you have differences.
I don't know about the number, but yeah, there's no big difference.
And the distance, like when you follow the equator on the globe, it's 40,000 kilometers. And is it the same on the flat Earth?
You are talking about beyond the equator, going south?
No, I'm talking like if you just follow in the equator, this line, the line of equator itself, like this big circle that you'll have if you make a round trip.
Let's see. To get latitude, you are measuring an angle, to Polaris. So at the equator, you get 0. Because as you're going farther away, It's about perspective, As you're going far away, it appears going, the polarity appears going down, 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 but it's just apparent,
Yes, so I'm so sorry because English is obviously not my first language, but I just can't understand if it's me and not making myself clear what I'm telling, or just you not like talking about the same things that I do.
Latitude, yeah, it's.
No, I'm not talking about the latitude, the distance in kilometers, like.
Yeah, you can accept that on flat Earth and globe, the distance.
And that's my biggest problem, because when you you can try to find the circumference of this circle, and it's not it doesn't work when you multiply 2 pi times radius, and it should be the circumference of this equator, and it just doesn't work.
So you are saying latitude at the equator doesn't work?
I say if the radius is 10,000 kilometers, the equator should be around 60,000 kilometers, because it's 2 times pi times 10,000. And
yeah,
on globe,
I don't know about the distance, but anyway.
That would be like the measurement you were talking. It's something that is measurable. You can actually measure it, and you can just check if it works. You can just check if it works on a flat surface or if it works on a globe.
You can, you have a central point, let's say north, and you can make a circle around. So I don't see any problem.
Yeah, you can make, and you can the length of this circle. You can measure it. And if the radius is 10,000 kilometers, this big circle should be 63 or something like this, thousand. But on the globers, it's 40,000 kilometers, because it's not a flat surface. And this is the major difference between the globers and the flat Earth. So you could actually measure it and compare it to the reality and say, okay.
Hey, go ahead and do that for us.
How are you going to measure that distance?
How do I measure the distance?
Yeah.
Well, you can measure a small part of it, and then you can measure 1,000 or hundreds, and then multiply by 1,000 or by hundreds, and that's how they did it.
Okay, you're gonna check. Let's say the side chat, someone did post the black swan. The horizon is, if you see the horizon at 10 miles and 1 foot observed height, that means that the radius is 67 times larger. So it's not matching with reality.
Yeah, okay, so I think when you say radius on a globe, it means the point from the center of the sphere. But when you say radius on a flat Earth, it's just from the North Pole to some point, because it would be also a radius, just a flat radius. And I don't see a problem measuring it.
You don't get it, The supposed radius of that Earth is not there in reality. And if you count the black swan, you can see 1 foot observer's height. You can see the horizon at 10 miles. The math, even Matthew Learns is here, or he's just gone away. But he did confirm this math. I'm going to post it. Okay. So he did say this is correct. I'm going to post the math. Okay, just a second. Okay, this is the math, and he did say it's correct. So the black swan, you can see the horizon at least 10 miles beyond the second oil rig. So, that means that radius is 67 times larger. And this is just 10 miles. I can post you almost 70 miles on a big lake, and there's no curvature. So we have a big problem here. Do you want to increase that radius?
Do I have
It's not 67 times larger enough.
Yeah,
that's just 10 miles. You can multiply that for 7 times more. 70 miles away or more. So that's a big problem. If you want to check the curve of that ball Earth on reality, yeah, we have a problem. It's not there. So yeah. You can still believe in the globe because everybody went to school and they said there is a ball and they never present proof. You just believe it.
You see the difference, like between belief and the science. It's not like you choose to believe.
No. Don't say belief and science.
You just said belief like 5 times. So I think
it's not the belief and science. It's belief or knowing. That's a big difference. It's believing or knowing. Okay, you can believe anything. How you know it? You can believe in Santa Claus, okay? But then you can see Santa Claus is not real.
Miguel, you have to let me say the words I actually want to say. Like, if you want to tell us about the difference between believing and knowing, that's okay. But I was talking about belief and the science. It's not like science. You choose something I'll try to explain if you let me. So you can't just choose something and then find something that will prove it. You have to say, okay, I don't know how it works, so I have to assume something, and then I see how it works. So even before you do the experiment, you have to